risen to the top of the meta.
Again, under hypercharge conditions, tank brawlers are very powerful because they benefit the most from those raw stats. And a lot of these hypercharge buffies extend the duration of hypercharge by 2 seconds. Bull has a really interesting hypercharge buffy in that he starts to pierce opponents with those shots. So generating more and more supers under hypercharge conditions when your enemy's clumped up is a really quite trivial matter for Bull. And a star power buffy that gives him those invulnerability frames every time he has an elimination or a reload speed increase. So like if Bull is in the mix and getting eliminations, he can really snowball out of control now.
I'm super excited to hear the two of you cast this first match of the day. Quarterfinal number 1 is going to be New Heights Gaming versus Acre Lovers. And we're going to kick things off on Layer Cake. One of these maps where you could see a thrower, but throwers are just not that good in the current meta. Yet we are in South America, so of course Juju is going to show up either in the ban stage or in the pick stage. Nothing has changed between last year and now.
First selection of Crow out here, pretty, solid. Saw this actually banned a lot. East Asia loved banning this brawler. So strong, so versatile, goes everywhere. He can play as control. He can play as a tank counter. He just does it all really fast shot speed now after the set of buffies released. So a huge mention, also functions as an essential. I mean, he does everything right now, basically.
What I want to point out real quick, Chloe is still available. He was banned out a whopping, I think, 98, 99% in East Asia and EMEA.
Yeah, look, I think can be very powerful in the more open maps, but you can break those bonds of Glowy by getting behind walls for a set period of time. Layer Cake features many of those. I like the Crow's not just an ult bot anymore. Now with, an attack that comes back to him under hypercharge, and also he can get that extra poison duration on the Carrion Crow buffy, which is another whole second that your opponents can't heal up and keeps them out of the fight. So for control, he becomes even more of a nuisance.
On the left-hand side, a lot of aggression is banned out. Mortis and Kaza have actually been two of the most picked brawlers in this region on Bounty. Leon is going to be picked up instead, another aggressive brawler, and with his lollipop drop now offering some additional speed to his teammates, he's so strong, especially at the beginning. Getting that blue star is so crucial on a map like this one. Just hide behind those walls. That's maybe why a thrower or something aggressive, maybe a BB, could still come in here.
Yeah, there are other methods of getting the blue star. Leon's great for getting you a quick rollout. Jae Young also is available in this draft. We've seen that in other regions. Kenji. Now, the holdup with Kenji is that he dashes every other attack, unless he uses the gadget that lets you dash with every attack. But do you want to use that instead of healing? It's best to use healing in all circumstances, especially in a mode where dying matters a whole lot more than others.
Now, star power, though, that reduces that first hit you take within a window by 70% means that he is a lot tankier than he looks on paper. Obviously, that hypercharge super still very powerful, and here's Gus again appearing. We saw him so much last month, 6 times, won all 6 sets. So sneaky, busted, I think Gus has been, and nothing overly special. Much of the same things that made him powerful beforehand. He can really give a lot of protection to that one dive brawler that wants to go in. Also can knock back with that star power super, make it harder to get at him and get his stars too.
Gus is not directly a healer, but yeah, with the shield, he's going to do so well. Synergizes with the Kenji on the right-hand side. Meeple or Bell would have been my calls for the last pick here on the left-hand side. They need a bit of range, and with that Meeple, they can shut down even a tank, depending on which gadget you use, of course. This is going to be our first map of the day, Layer Cake, New Heights Gaming, or the unknown rookie roster, Acre Lovers. I'm really looking forward to that one.
It's New Heights Gaming defending their honor. They took 2nd place last month. And, of course, Acre Lovers coming in for the spot of Sonia Dores, the sacrifice team. Last month, they went out so quickly. Will they be able to make an impact here? Of course, Fire Murillo has managed to make a land before. I wonder if he'll be bringing that experience online today with a brand new team.
Straight away, Super Gadget deployed here by Wesley, and Satisfier wants to try and close the gap. You notice the same for the Kaze of Senin. He really wants to make it hard for Prosy to land these big mountains of Meeple. Now, there isn't really a brawler that can benefit from that gadget by throwing stuff in, but isolating individual players and buying yourself some space for that Meeple gadget is quite important. But here's that speed boost off the lollipop drop, and my god, they are moving quick.
They're really fast. Make them in the bushes as well, and it gets even more dangerous. But look how Winona's just playing defensively, waiting for Senin to make the first move. He'll have a little bit of damage reduction, but Leon's a burst fire brawler. It's not going to help too much. Senin's just going to go for it. The sashimi slices down, will get the kill. kill. He has no way of escaping, though. Good dodges as he tries to escape fire. Merlo gets the kill. I can't believe it. Senin offering the peel also. A super that is wasted, but it's okay. He's gotten out with his life.
I mean, this is the invulnerability frames from the super. I'm fine with it. Also, he bought enough time for the star power shield to come back active again. That is brutal. Ankles are being broken here again. Fantastic use of the Slashini invulnerability frames, and Senin gets himself yet another one. Winona gets embarrassed. And now, of course, Prozzy can use that super to target Satisfier inside the mansion. AK Lovers, though, are ahead by 6 stars.
This is ridiculous. It's far from the beginning that I expected for this match, but New Heights Gaming have earned up some utility that they can use. Senin is looking like a pretty meaty target. He knows that there's a target on his back. They actually get the kill on him. Now Winona has popped his hypercharge, and he doesn't really know what to do with it. Guess retreat. It's one of the more powerful hypercharges in the game, and they really don't have anything they can do with it. So a big loss for New Heights Gaming. They're still down by 1 star, and they have to move now 20 seconds.
See, the Gadget Buffy for Bo doing some serious work. The big drawback to the Super Totem was that you have to stand so close to it. But now, that extra radius means that a hypercharged super is going to come out of the meme pool now, and Senin's going to have to show some fancy footwork to dodge these shots coming in. 7 seconds, Satisfier pops the super in theory to dodge the damage away, but it's getting dangerous. New Heights are coming up. Senin's been taken out. Aker only ahead by 1, and eventually New Heights will outstrip them at the end of the round, getting up to 13 stars.
What an impressive beginning for them, though, especially Kenji pretty much soloing the left side. Got a little bit of backup from Gus, but it wasn't like Gus gave him a super or anything. He just had pretty solid dodges. The issue for Aker Lovers, though, is that they crumpled under defense. They're like, okay, 7 seconds left. We just got to stay alive. But you're not saying let's survive at 7 seconds left. Maybe you're saying that in the last couple of seconds. You'll see that Blue Star went to New Heights Gaming, but Aker Lovers lead off with a kill. It gets them 2 stars and the possession of the Blue Star.
Now, Winona, I think, just overestimated the speed boost off the Lollipop drop gadget as he ran headlong into the Kenji, and the Blue Star actually got taken off them straight off the rip. So Aker Lovers, moved into a defensive stance again early in the round, and that's how they struggled in that previous one. So we'd like to see Senin still get aggressive when there's a window.
Well, they managed to trap Pro for now, and combined with the Meeple Super, it gets them a pretty solid kill. Senin is deep in enemy territory. It's not going to bother Winona, but he needs a super to get out of here. This guy's a dead man walking. No heal, no nothing to get him safely back to his lines. Donates that Blue Star back to Aker Lovers. It's a tight score line with Aker Lovers in the lead by the blue.
Still a minute in the game to play. Would like to see Crow Super used on the offense this time from Aker Lovers, as it ultimately was just used to dodge shots. There's a lot of invulnerability frames on Aker Lovers' composition, plus the bubble means they can play defensively if they need to, but that's yet another straight trade that doesn't necessarily benefit New Heights Gaming. It's still 8-8 with the Blue Star on the red side.
It's interesting to see Senin posted up on this right side. You saw Prozzy is kind of wandering around, like didn't want to aggress him, knows that he doesn't really have anything to deal with it. You try and box a guy, he can jump out of there, get some iframes with the super. Winona has that hypercharged Leon super now at his disposal. This Mansions of Meeple is going to start to break things up on the front lines for New Heights Gaming. No dice on the right side. Wesley and Prozzy hanging on for dear life on the left side. It's for sure a kill onto Wesley. Aker Lovers now in the lead by 4 stars. Stolen back by New Heights Gaming, but still a Blue Star separation.
Yeah, the speed boost, of course, for Winona was pretty crucial there, but I'm pretty sure we saw a Kooky Popper earlier on from Murillo to find that elimination on the Leon. Wesley has to respect this now, and Senin just appears out of that super. It's going to be a New Heights Gaming set as they once again make up the deficit at the end of the round.
This one was all over the place, though. I feel like Aker Lovers really had that in game number 1, and they're like, oh, wait, we're beating them. What do we do now? They had the aggression, okay? I feel like they were most comfortable on offense, but then when they fall back to defense, they don't really have anything that they can do.
Yeah, I think, look, you still have options if you are pushed into your side of the map. Look at the supers on Aker Lovers' side of the map, but that's the Crow super that's used just to dodge damage, and Murillo gives himself a bubble, but he has absolutely nothing to do with it. When you give up the map against a Meeple composition, it's probably a matter of time before you get gunned down.
And you'll see New Heights Gaming, they stick together as sort of a clump, basically. They form the spearhead into the enemy spawn. Aker Lovers, it forces them to scatter. And we also saw New Heights Gaming start to come back at the end of game number 2. They put down the Mansions of Meeple, split everyone up, and then they isolate, attack the targets individually. That's how they managed to get that lead there, fall back a little bit. They actually got a long-range snipe for that final kill. It was either Wesley or Prozzy that got that one at long range, with Aker Lovers falling back all the way into their spawn. That one shouldn't have happened. It was still possible, I think, for Aker Lovers to come back.
Yeah, I think that the ability of Leon to snipe those kills off of spawn, give yourself a speed boost, or you maintain some degree of invisibility if you have a super available, it's pretty hard to just linger in the middle of the map at sort of low health. Look, Acre Lovers, I think really it's not a comp issue. I think it's really how they executed that, and they'll be kicking themselves to not being able to get a bit more traction off that bounty set.
I'd agree, pretty good comp from both teams. They can draw off. We've seen that now. Acre Lovers, let's see if they can also take a game, maybe a set. You know, it was a pretty quick first set, that one. And we're heading over to Double Swoosh now. It's going to be our second map here, so we're on Gem Grab. Let's see how they will do. In this region, once again, Spike, Bull, and Ruffs are going to be our global bans. Ems picked up very often. It's going to be banned out here from the left-hand side. Leon and Jean as well. Jean usually that gem courier that we want to have. Let's see what they're going to pick up instead. What I always like on a map like this one is Sandy. And she was banned out, or he was banned out very, very often last week and actually left open wide here.
Sandy's an interesting one because if you know you're going to be playing into tanks, then it's a great option. He gets his super in 5 shots. Then you have visibility in the entire bushes. You can push people back. They don't get to heal. That's as long as you're running Rude Sands, which you should be for everyone curious or uneducated in the art of playing Sandy. So should be a high priority if you expect to face tanks. New Heights Gaming, they lead with the Chester, which has been a popular selection last week and this month, thanks to him just basically crapping out damage. He's so good at tanks. He's great in general. Sandy now appearing from Acre Lovers. It indicates that they anticipate to play into a tank, but they could have been faked out.
I also like this from Pearl. I like the Pearl here. Obviously, a brawler that in those longer rounds can get more and more powerful, but has a shot that spreads quite, drastically, so will allow you to light up the bush area if you don't have control of it. So far, this Acre Lovers composition is great at getting information. It can spam a whole bunch, make use of the Sandstorm to light people up. Like you mentioned, it's got to be Rude Sands. But New Heights haven't really tipped their hand a whole lot here. They get a strong brawler who can be a side lane, playing mid, Bow in much the same way. Another great control brawler who's a real nuisance now, especially with a super totem that covers a very wide area. More supers generally means more damage output or more disruption. It's really where you want to be right now.
Yeah, you were talking about getting information, a widespread shot. Bow is that brawler that I was waiting for here on the left-hand side. Now, will give even faster super to his teammates now. He's also one of those buffy brawlers in the recent update. Last pick now, Terra could be an option here. Shadows aren't going to be as good into Sandy, but she offers a bit more range. Otis is going to come in here. They have such a DPS heavy comp on the left-hand side with Otis and Chester. They dish out so much damage. And then with the bow, they get the information. They have area control. Really good comp from New Heights Gaming.
I like Acre Lovers finishing off with the Squeak. However, I feel like New Heights Gaming have leaned really heavily into anti-tank. And what is the response to anti-tank? It's always control. Control is what beats that. Though I think the range disadvantage is a huge discussion point here. The Sandy is not going to be so great against Otis. Now, if we were to look at Acre Lovers' last set, where there was team play lacking, there were mechanics present, I believe. I feel like Kenji really impressed me off the beginning of set number 1. So if Sandy's able to weave his way forward through the bushes, I think there's big potential.
I'm here to see this bow star power, because obviously one of the circling eagle buffied star power doesn't reveal you when you fire from bushes. So super annoying. It requires your opponents to actually scout you a lot more actively while you just continue to do damage. We're only going to be the mid here and has already taken up that second gem. So that is New Heights staying in step here with Acre Lovers. And Wesley has not yet been able to get purchase on that right side of the map. Prosy much the same way, of course, has one of the highest DPS brawlers in the game and should be able to command this left side of the map.
Winona's gotten that super also means that these bushes are going to be broken up for Acre Lovers. They won't be able to sneak around as efficiently. Fire Merlot taken down on the right side. Looks pretty good for New Heights Gaming. It'll enable them to put Prosy on that right lane instead of the left, where he just such a bad matchup versus the Pearl. Wesley with an efficient takedown onto Senate, and Prosy gets to push deep into enemy territory. With Acre Lovers now backed into their spawn, it's a bad look for them. New Heights Gaming have possession of the bush on the right, and even that Sandy super isn't really going to earn them that much.
I like the lane switch here for Prosy going over the right side now. Wesley does still need to respect the damage output here of the Pearl. But naturally, of course, can hit hard with that super. The mute button, there it is, Senate. It's just going to be muted up and easily taken down. Otis, one of the best 1v1 brawlers in the game. And Prosy is dominating the quote-unquote weak side of the map for New Heights Gaming. This is turning into a completely one-sided affair.
Yeah, the lanes were just off for Acre Lovers, unfortunately. Just a few seconds to go. New Heights Gaming are falling all the way back. Winona in spawn. Wesley just stat padding on the other side. Acre Lovers can't even be bothered to move out of their spawn. Not so great for New Heights, excuse me, for Acre Lovers. Acre Lovers, their deal is they actually did have good lane matchups off the beginning. They had Pearl on that left side, they had Squeak on the right side. Issue is that Pearl's so darn slow that you can't really lane swap, and you're not going to be able to get through that bush very quickly.
And you mentioned that these anti-tank brawlers can struggle against the control-oriented brawlers, where I don't want to be Otis into that Squeak matchup. I'm taking too much free damage, and I can't actually peek out from behind these buildings. You can see Wesley here is not really connecting shots. We're really able to get 2 of those stuck to Wesley, and still haven't seen that lane switch. Prosy, though, is able to dominate. Can they turn this strong left side into any map control? Simply Satisfied just doubles up with Senin here and still maintains that sort of gem parity. We need to see this switch here at some point.
Well, is Acre Lovers going to do it? New Heights Gaming, they have their lanes just how they want them. Prosy going to pop that healing to weave in, gets the 4-shot to finish off Sen, and now gets to push into the spawn. Acre Lovers on the right side have Fire Merlot in position, but he makes this weird aggressive move onto the gem carrier that was never going to amount to anything. I think Acre Lovers are grasping at straws right now. That was not a coordinated team play, just a waste of ability.
We're not able to find a super now, and that is going to clear the bushes at the north side of the gem well, which is going to be important for getting that information. The key is to turn a winning side lane into mid control, into a gem lead. New Heights Gaming have only been able to stay in step as Wesley is continuing to be kept under the thumb of Murillo, of this Squeak. And there's no sign of New Heights really wanting to switch it up, but that's a mid taken down. It's an opportunity here for Weather to step up, and Prosy finds a hypercharged super. That's more than enough to silence the Pearl. And finally, Wesley's able to get forward.
Plenty of positioning for New Heights Gaming to play forward. 10 seconds to go, and Winona could not be more safe. Acre Lovers, they don't even want to move out of spawn. It's just like in game number 1, you could really sense the defeat in just their mechanics and the way that they were playing. Super, super disjointed. I think that the individual lanes looked fine for Acre Lovers, but it was a team play that was lacking. You see their gem carrier moving in without any support from the lanes to pick up his gem that is rightfully his. It spawned on his side, but there's no support. He ends up getting taken down by 2 brawlers on the enemy side. The lane swaps weren't really there. Lacking team play. It's so fitting for a team that doesn't have history together. They didn't even play in the qualifiers last week.
There's a bit of an issue as well when Sandy is your mid. You don't have the range to deal with both. Like, you are always going to be deprioritized in that matchup. And that's a problem. So in you know, all things being equal, it's harder for you to contest the gems in the middle of the map than it is for the bow. You almost need both your side lanes to be doing quite well to actually give you the required edge there. And with the Sandy supers, at no point was Senin close enough to actually get you know, damage down as a result of those supers, or rather to build those supers and get that map control. And they just got left behind.
I mean, just look at the damage here alone from Wesley. 415 DPS, like I already stated at the beginning. They have so much damage on that left-hand side. The Squeak, kind of tanky Pearl as well, but it doesn't really matter because they don't dish out as much as they can actually eat that damage. So I really feel like this time around that the comp also wasn't really in their favor. In layer cake, you could argue Acre Lovers actually quite a good comp, but in double swoosh, didn't love it. Sandy was great, but then with Sandy and Squeak, they just don't have enough damage.
I want Sandy in your strong lane, the lane where you have the bush control, because I want Sandy to be able to get free damage, maybe use a stun, final elimination, and start to cycle those supers. If you're playing Sandy mid, you don't have the range, you don't have the ability to build supers necessarily. You never hit a stun gadget on anyone, so the comp was fine, but maybe some change in the lane assignment might have been in order.
Sandy's gem carrier does work out quite often. He is used there, but at the same time, she can't really help their teammates on the left and right hand side lane because the shot is so short. So you need someone to actually hold that lane alone, and Squeak is just not that brawler.
Yeah, it's my criticism as well of the Sandy, is that you're lacking in range. And you saw also the team play where I'm pinpointing down that, look, they're pushing in for gems. You have a gem carrier moving. In fact, one of the highlights was gem carrier moving in, doing no damage, no utility, no nothing, and just dying, and giving 5 gems to the enemy side. Now, the solution there is you need pressure, but it's not going to come from a Sandy gem carrier when you are outranged by a bow and an Otis on the other lanes and you just get pinched at mid.
But I like the Squeak into the Otis. That looked fine. I think Wesley was struggling to get purchasing that matchup. I think the issues were maybe the chest.
He had the most kills and the most DPS, so I think he did well. We're heading over to Pinhole Punt now. Brawl Ball is going to be our potentially last map if New Heights Gaming looks as dominant as they did before. Brawl Ball is a mode that is often played on those ladder matches in ranked as well, and in match arenas. And as we stated before, Acre Lovers, a very new team. Maybe they needed the first 2 sets to actually get comfortable with the situation. They never played in monthly final before. I hope now they're ready to pull their socks up.
I hope so too. I really want to see something out of Acre Lovers because just watching the way that they play as individuals, I see potential, but they need to stick together as a team longer for us to see those deepened synergies develop. The unspoken communication of, I'm pushing in, can someone cover me, please, so that I don't get pinched by two teammates. We'll see Glowy as their first brawler. This guy snuck through. He's not a global ban. He's not banned within here. And on Pinhole Punt, it's also a high priority because of how open the mid is. You're always going to have a sight line onto one of your teammates that's pushing the enemy goal.
Yeah, that's crucial, of course, to make sure those tethers remain intact. And I think New Heights Gaming have already tipped their hand to some degree. They picked up that quintessential anti-dive, anti-tank brawler here, but that doesn't okay. And Poco in the mix here. So they are really trying to make sure that they have a lot of their avenues covered here. They've got quality healing. They can pair this with the tank as well, but they might just be concerned about limited range in that case.
Might be a BB coming in here as last pick on the left-hand side. Both sides now have a healer. Left is Poco, right is Glowbird. Let's see with what Acre Lovers round off their comp so far.
They need the anti-tank, right?
Once again. Bo could once again be a good pick here for some spread shots, for some area control, and Pinhole Punt, where you have those bushes in the middle. Area control is so important. Meeple, very, very good because of mention of Meeple, that you throw out your gadget and you immediately have that lane for yourself. Last pick, they're going to pick the BB. Makes a lot of sense for me. They do not want to see a Poco BB comp on the other side.
So at this point, if you're New Heights Gaming, I feel like you just decide to commit on anti-tank, or you could get some assassin action to get rid of the Glowy. But is the rest of the DPS sufficient for New Heights Gaming? It's really only Gale that you have as anti-tank. You see this BB, and look, gut reaction is you gotta go Bull. But the thing is, Bull has been global banned. This is something that has been planned by Acre Lovers. This is out of left field right here. Fang, okay, but if you know that your enemy is going to be grouped up and you know that they're willing to feed you a bunch of damage, then sure, go for the Brawler who super chains your movement to the backlines. Go for the Glowy there and use the BB as the method to access it.
You also got the ability to stun that BB up as well, or whoever you end up landing on with that super. Fang, though, obviously doesn't feel like he does any damage at all until he's within melee range, so needs to develop that super, needs to actually get within kick range. Otherwise, it's going to be tough. Throwing slippers for the entire round, they do like 480 damage. It's not very compelling at all.
Well, I expect they'll be getting some supers before too long. The ball going to be moved over inside of the trap versus Winona. Fire Merlo getting beaten up by that CC from Winona. It's all he exists to do is push you away. You see he's also running the stun, which has been the most popular way to play Gale now. You also have the option of running slow. Winona is going to try and walk this through. The DPS is not there from Satisfyer.
Glowy has no disruption outside of that super. If you can't fear someone, they're just going to walk straight past you. Credit to Winona. Definitely feels like they can tangle with this BB by running at them. And there it is. Beautiful stun off that super from the Gale. And Fire Marilla is going to be forced out of the map. Procy gets a little bit of healing. Good map control for New Heights Gaming, but Fire Marilla is trying to make a break for it on the left side. And Wesley's not the brawler to fight the BB one-on-one.
This is what I'm talking about. I feel like as individual players, they're pretty good at having a sense for the matchups. Fire Merlo pushed through solo, and it was fine because he had the 1v1. But now about the team playing. New Heights Gaming have utility. They have Poco Hypercharge. Prozy on the right side. Looked like he used his gadget. Yeah, unfortunate. It's open for Fire Merlo. He could have walked it through, but opted not to. A super, and it's just a completely thrown offense for Acre Lovers. They had that goal.
They had the opening as well. There would have been no disruption because the stun for the Fang was down, and Acre Lovers still couldn't capitalize on that moment. Wesley at least is trying to negotiate from a position of strength, but low as they are, they need to give a bit of ground. Throw the super out. Winona gets topped up a little more, but get another Meeple super means that New Heights Gaming have got to give some ground. Here comes Fire Marilla, though. No stun off that hypercharged super from Winona, and now they're in dangerous territory. They're making use of the Twisted Gadget to try and step up, but they're just trying to make space with their life.
Look, this is their chance for a goal once again. Can Satisfyer make it happen, though? Fire Merlo sneaks around. Yeah, Acre Lovers, they had that offense. It would have honestly been kind of difficult to lose thanks to their positioning. But look at what New Heights Gaming are hanging on to. 2 hypercharges. Looks like Fing's going to go ahead. He's got 1 kill. He's got positioning in front of the goal. Fire Merlo knocks him back. Why are you passing back to Wesley? It's fine, however. He still manages to stay alive on the left side, but here's the DPS. Prozy now moving through the stun. It's completely cleared out, and New Heights Gaming are on to match point.
Okay, by no means, though, is their comp vastly better, I think, than what Acre Lovers have. The BB is terrifying. There's plenty of healing for her next to the Glowy. Notice the Glowy gadget is the dash with the heal at the end, so that gives a bit of burst healing to Acre Lovers in a pinch when they need it, and we know just how hard it is to bring the BB down. The stopping power of the Fang stun is the centerpiece of New Heights' composition.
Well, New Heights Gaming, will they be able to make utilization of that stun here at the goal line? Fire Merlot's making a nuisance. Yeah, knock him back. What? He's going to go for the breakaway. A super? Does he have the angle? Yes! So it's so beautiful for Acre Lovers. Finally start off with a bang late into the series.
That is wrong. And again, if that's wrong, I don't really want to be right. That's how powerful BB is right now. New Heights Gaming have to play with a bit more of an off-the-wall composition. Prosty gets feared up straight away and is not able to get the healing that he needs before he backs off. So New Heights Gaming need to let this breathe a little more.
By the gameplay, you can sense that New Heights Gaming don't really take these guys seriously. There's no other reason to be soloing in a Fang Super like that. Winona, all the way on offense, should be able to get this ball passed up to him. Looks like it could be a goal for New Heights Gaming as long as Winona can pass it across the goal line. It's good. New Heights Gaming tied up here. 1 goal separation from a victory in this series.
Okay, here is that BB Hypercharge, empowered, of course, by the Buffy. So Fire Murillo's going to have a shorter wind-up time on many of those attacks. And yes, the balls will split if they hit an opposing brawler. Prosty goes deep here with that dive. Fire Murillo healthy enough to try and get past and get towards Wesley, who's waiting on a reload. He doesn't get it. Get another super here from Fire Murillo, but Prosty just ignores it. Pass the ball to Winona. Fire Murillo was on the wrong side of the action out of the game and stunned up, but Winona wasn't far enough forward to score.
Unreal DPS from the BB, but the rest of Acre Lovers is just not really able to catch up. Looks like Satisfyer is also getting taken down pretty early by the Fang, punching deep into enemy territory. Look at him now. He's got that hypercharge on the right side, going right for the heart of the operation. Wesley wanted the push in, but Fire Murillo backed him away. Did it a second time. Now that left side is closed off. If Fire Murillo knows what's good for him, he could hypercharge forward. Looks like he baited that super out of Winona. That was the intelligence on the matchup. Going to go for the gadget to heal up a little bit. Wanted the next swing and the knockback to get a bit of additional healing, but won't get it now. Now has the healing from Satisfyer, the positions here, the hypercharge out.
Yeah, just using the raw stats as Fire Murillo knows just how powerful BB is with that flat movement speed and damage increase. Oh, Prosty couldn't block the super. It's an open goal, and Senin gets it through. Acre Lovers extended a lifeline here in Brawl Ball.
What are you doing? There is a player with the ball at your goal. Well, I should just stun the guy who's not there.
Yeah, stun.
You know, yeah.
Just stun him, forehead.
It's, well, but seriously, like, no, this is not like, hey, I'm a caster, I know better than you. This is what he should have done. And he didn't do it. It's so bizarre and messy. I cannot wrap my head around it.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I do think that this comp for New Heights Gaming has to think a little outside the box or outside the mention of Meeple to find success against the raw power of this BB and Glowy composition. However, it looked like a round peg in a square hole for New Heights Gaming in that round. Still, Senin with possession of the ball now. Prosty able to intercept. That was a little close for comfort, though. Here's the super forward. Wesley left to deal with Satisfyer as Winona is back off respawn.
Got to see that BB up and running for Acre Lovers. If they plan on making anything happen, it'll be a pass up to Fang. Looks like he has the stun active. Whoa, won't even need it. Got the timing, and Satisfyer wasn't in position to get the CC on him. New Heights Gaming, this time within 1 goal of a match victory, this time without Acre Lovers being at that same score.
Acre Lovers at least getting a round off of New Heights Gaming in this series, but outside of that, it's about what you'd expect from a lesser-known name coming into the mix. Wesley with a hypercharge at the ready, so that is a healthy overshielding for New Heights Gaming. Mantas of Meeple, very timely. It's going to slow New Heights Gaming down, and Winona is going to get slurped dry. Prosty going to be knocked into the back line, still able to take Satisfyer down, and has developed a super here. Needs to have eyes there for this BB because Murillo is going to run Wesley down. Even Winona coming off spawn doesn't really want to tangle with the BB, and those balls will duplicate if they hit opponents. Murillo has enough health to get through. Winona at 100 though is able to clear the ball.
Acre Lovers really felt like it was questionable whether they had a goal. Also just going to let Prosty go to the other side. Prosty supering into the box. Not where he needs to go at all. Total waste of a super. He'll get it back for free because Acre Lovers love donating supercharge with all the HP that they boast. It's not too much of an issue. However, that could have been a bigger play for New Heights Gaming, I must say. As long as they can hang on for 45 seconds, they're in the clear.
Okay, once again, hypercharge at the ready here for Wesley. Yeah, needs that right now. Not benefiting from the overshield, but he was too low at the time. Here's another Meeple super, but not one that can really be made use of by Senin right now. It's a run up the left-hand side, but Satisfyer had the damage to bring Fang down, and Wesley's in an awkward position to defend this.
And Acre Lovers only really have one more chance to make this happen. And look, they have the tools for it. They have that hypercharge for BB. Wesley isolated on the left side. That's already bad business. Winona trying to be the hero. Manages to get the kill. Prosty is still alive. Senin's going to have to do this. Oh my goodness, he has it. What? You gotta be kidding me. Acre Lovers, you have the win in your hand. Super into the box. It goes all the way over to the right side. And I just can't believe what I'm watching. It's a win for New Heights Gaming, but it's some of the messiest Brawl Stars I've ever seen in a monthly final.
Could have been a draw at the very least there for Acre Lovers, and New Heights Gaming have to know that they got away with absolute bloody murder in that round. It should have been a goal. The shot was a little bit off-center. We've seen it at the highest level. We've seen it at World Finals. I want to recall the Joker incident, of course, of 2024. It does happen to the very best players. But here, when Acre Lovers are fighting for survival in this quarterfinal, they're not going to forget that anytime soon.
I'll let you be the good cop. I'll be the bad cop. That was really, really
No,
bad.
you're the mad cop.
really, really bad moments in a row. I'm still at a loss for words for a couple of these plays. Thankfully, New Heights Gaming, they still get the 3-0, so it proves that they're by far the worthy victors in this match. Look at, gross. And after one from New Heights Gaming, I mean, both sides here, this is what I said last month, is I felt like New Heights Gaming's opponents made a bunch of mistakes that New Heights Gaming capitalized on. I'm getting the sensation of that once more. I'm still yet to be convinced of this squad.
He's mad.
You know, I'm neither going to be good nor bad cop. I'm not even mad. I'm
Swiss
so
cop.
disappointed.
Oh, of course.
Always neutral.
As usual.
You didn't even listen to me. I'm disappointed in them, honestly. I'm going to be the mom in
That's
this
even
one.
worse.
My heart always beats for the underdogs. I really felt like, oh, they at least take a set. I'm so happy for you. And they came so close, and they didn't use their chances. It hurts to see, honestly. That BB, especially Farmer Reload, did such a good job. He pulled so much weight on that roster. I think otherwise this could have been a very quick match once more. New Heights Gaming do take it in the end 3-0. At least Brawl Ball was a little close.
Yes, like I do think that, honestly, Acre Lovers had a better composition. I think that New Heights Gaming had to sort of figure out a way like that to draft a counter. I think that they made the right choice, Acre Lovers, and saw that they were going to be facing a BB comp if they didn't draft her themselves. So they made the correct decision through the draft. I really don't have any concerns there. In fact, I haven't had issues with the draft across the series from this team. It's been the team play. It's being able to pinch as well, use a side lane to collapse into mid, especially on gem grab. So a lot of those fundamentals not present at the level they need to be, I think, to be winning a quarterfinal here in the monthly final.
But since we're in South America, we might just see them back again next month. It seems to be a top 9 at the moment. 8 of them are playing today. This is the bracket of the day. 3-0 now for New Heights Gaming. They're moving on into the semi-finals with big strides. Let's see if they can make it all the way today. Now they're waiting for their opponents in that semi-final number 1.
Oh goodness, New Heights Gaming, you've made it to the semifinals once again. This time you don't have to face a team that makes it all the way, right? Or was supposed to make it all the way, at least. The top side of the bracket looks a little bit more open for them. Could be another grand finals run for them, but they'll have to face either Elevate or Bounty Hunters. Elevate, you'll remember as Ningame Segura from last month. They got signed. I mean, we got word of it in the studio today, so it came in, just at the last second for us to give these guys an org.
From Ningam Segura, nothing safe to Elevate. Now they're playing even better, I'm sure. That's going to be our next match. First up, though, we get a little rotation over at the desk. Here, Ark is back with us. Super happy to see you today. You've thoroughly enjoyed that previous match, I saw.
Oh, you're lucky I wasn't on the desk. You're lucky I wasn't on the desk.
He's the worst cop.
I will not let things like that fly. That was quite a pivotal moment to get it wrong, Rody.
It could have been, better. Let's just put it that way. Next match, quarterfinal number 2. It's going to be Ningam Segura, now Elevate, versus Bounty Hunter Esports. Ningam Segura, Elevate pulled one of the biggest qualifier upsets. They beat the February champions, Eternal, 3-1 in the upper bracket.
Really, really interesting to see that happen. This region is just all over the place. Could see the script flip once more.
Honestly, I feel like this is a massive movement actually in this region. I mean, Elevate, of course, lots of history, shall we say, just to keep it straightforward. But many people didn't see them coming back to South America, but obviously they've got actually studios now in Sao Paulo, so it makes a lot of sense.
Elevate now in South America, not North America anymore. Big moment for Tufa as well, one of the veterans in this region. And again, Ningam Segura with a huge upset already in the qualifiers. They beat Eternal. Eternal's the February monthly final winner. So they're looking fairly strong, and I have them down as the winner of this quarterfinal.
We'll get a look at their performance last month, Bounty Hunters and New Heights Gaming. We saw Bounty Hunters took this all the way to the end, and of course, Derp here eliminated. It was a really, really close series between these two, went all the way to a double match point. And in the end, we see Bounty Hunters fall, New Heights Gaming plug on. Now, this is what I said a moment ago when we watched New Heights Gaming. I feel like last month they profited a lot off of their opponents making mistakes. This is the same bounty hunters. They could make the same mistakes.
And not just that, though, as well. Like, every single set in that quarterfinals match went the distance. It went to the third game every step of the way. So not just double match point, but everyone going all out. I mean, for me, this roster, you know, Doritos, Loco, they go back so far back to the LCQ of 2023 and Datos FA. You know, that means a lot. That synergy that you get with players when they've stuck with their rosters over the years can make a massive change.
Yeah, Bounty Hunters carries a mix of those experienced names, Doritos and Loco, and then a little bit of a new blood also with Derp, who we have seen last month. They did fairly well back then as well. Now this is really a clash of the veterans. Does Tufa still have it in him, or is it Doritos and Loco?
This is true, yeah. Loco and Doritos, they both made it to the Last Chance qualifier in 2025, so you should remember them from there. And Tufa, you should remember from, 2019? You should remember him from 2021, more recently. This guy always finds a way into a monthly final, okay? He is a good player, but he usually sits around the top 8 these days. Is he washed? You know, what is his deal here? Could this be the grand return of Tufa? I would be here for it.
I love the way you say you should remember back at the very beginning of the history of Brawl Esports.
Yeah, from your mom's, that's what I call Brawl Stars CD.
We all remember here at the desk, of course. We have different global bans for you in this series. So once again, in the March monthly finals, we now have global bans. So these 4 brawlers you will not see over the next 5 sets if we go all the way. So between those 2 teams here, Elevate and Bounty Hunters. Chloe, super interestingly enough, wasn't even banned out in that first round. Many times also not in the regular ban, slipped through, and he was only picked once. What's that all about?
I think he's map dependent, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like Layer Cake being the first map, you're not really going to run him there. Like, not many sight lines is the deal. And also just like higher priority things. But Glowy in general can be really strong. Open maps always going to be a high priority. Makes sense as a global ban. I mean, look, we saw him global banned in other regions. This is a new brawler also. It hasn't been tested as much.
Yeah, these are the kind of top 4 brawlers that I kind of expect to see banned the most in this region. Of course, Crow, Spike, pretty much mainstays in that regard. 88% starting with Bounty Hunters. I mean, you just snap up a team and then you attach an org name to it, and that's the result that the community's come out with. But, there has been, at least to me, been signs that Elevate haven't necessarily been scrimming as much. And looking back again, that result for Bounty Hunters last month against New Heights Gaming, I couldn't ignore that.
That is very true. They made it close. Elevate only with 12%. Quick reminder here, in the match before where we had New Heights Gaming, a grand finalist, versus a completely new roster, it was 70% to 30% for New Heights Gaming. This speaks volumes to me here, really. Now the huge question is really, Ningam Skugura, now Elevate, their win over Eternal in the qualifiers, is that a statement or was it just a fluke?
I think it's a statement right there. Yeah, if you are playing in the monthly qualifiers as a top team, you're scrimming your maps for the final round of the upper bracket, okay? You're preparing drafts for those. You want to get through the upper bracket. That way you have an easier match in the quarterfinals. And for them to beat Eternal's preparation is a huge statement.
Yeah, it definitely can't be ignored, for sure. I feel like also sometimes we see in qualifiers just things kind of either going well or not necessarily going well, but on the monthly final day, there's a big chance to refresh and rekindle what may have been in the qualifying stages. I think that for me, what kind of cements the Bounty Hunters roster as well is just kind of like the way that we've got this mismatch of former BC Gaming and Casa Brawl members coming together, all of which had like a really good season last year. Going back to your original question, Sonny, about Tufa, and I do think that Tufa has really yet to show his former self. I mean, you've got to go back so far to see those results shine, back to 2021. And, that was when South America really cemented themselves and get to that semi-finals in the World Finals. They haven't done that since. But after that, it's just LCQ 2023. That's like the last major event that Tufa's really had a chance to shine in. And it wasn't even a great result there.
That is actually such an interesting fact. Can he repeat in 2026 what he did in 2021? It's been a while. We'll see if Tufa still has it. He has some newer players on his side. Let's see how well they are already prepared for a monthly final now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Anubis and Raid of Foot could potentially put on a show. The new blood and the old, mix them together, see what we got. Is Tufa going to be able to lead them with some of the, the old head ideas? Has he gotten the experience and the maturity to keep everyone calm and collected during the matches? I'm willing to analyze the gameplay and see if I can discern that. I don't know if that's possible, but we're going to give it a try.
We're ready for our quarterfinal number 2, and we're going to start things out on Double Swoosh. Elevate versus Bounty Hunters. Who will take this quarterfinal number 2 and who will make it into the semis? New Heights Gaming is already waiting for them there. Layer Cake, never mind, Double Swoosh is going to be our first map here. Chester double ban. Ems is going to be first pick here. She was banned out a lot on this map.
Pretty consistent for playing defense. Could pair it up with something aggressive later on in the draft. Also, anytime she has speed, she is a dangerous combination. You know, get that speed on her. Caustic Charisma, her super is going to be basically inescapable. Also, something I want to point out is that throwers have been completely ignored in this draft. Mortis makes him a little bit safer. Ziggy's been a top ban in the past and could definitely sneak through here.
Kind of surprised so far, honestly. Otis, always a great brawler to have in the back pocket, in the eventuality of tanks. With a great first pick. I mean, it's kind of really quite rare to see on this kind of map for me. I do like the Chester ban. I think that's a worthy one, as well as the Tara for sure. Bo could definitely still have a place in this map, along with some assassination-based brawlers as well. Brawlers like Ali could certainly still show despite the Mortis ban here. That's kind of why the Otis there, just in the back pocket, but it's hard to land those moves against an Ali, so it's still an option here for me.
Definitely agree with that Bo pick. We saw it before. It has that spray, has the range, and is super good on a map like this one with a lot of bushes. It's going to be Buster instead, tanky brawler, so they want to go in a bit aggressively, want to get a lot of ground and hope that they can, just chill in the opponent's spawn, whereas their gem carrier, which is probably the last pick now, can pick up those gems in the middle. Janet would come to mind here for me, still as one of those gem carriers, as Sandy is banned out. Jean, technically an option, could be a good one here, but against Gray, he can just teleport out of the way, but you can't really get a hold of him.
Okay, Kit, for whatever reason, came to mind. Pearl is going to be their selection, just something really consistent. I'm not exactly seeing how this meshes together, however. Like, they can play really defensively, but are you getting the blue star?
Gem carrier?
Yeah, they're gem carrier, yeah. Here on, excuse me, in my mind it was still Layer Cake. Yes, here on Double Swoosh, it makes a whole lot of sense. Now Jackie comes in as the final one. That should be pretty irritating to deal with for Buster. Not going to be a great matchup for him. Also going to be aggro pushing in versus the M's. I'm raising some questions, but think about how this synergizes for bounty hunters. You have the TP in. TP to the enemy gem carrier just relies on Derp's ability to get that teleport up and running.
And they really wanted it. That was like their first brawler pick. It's a massive statement. And cheese can work, for sure. Not necessarily for me on this particular map. Definitely a bit of a wild draft, actually, I feel. But let's see kind of how both sides want to go about making it work. But I think you're right. That great TP and establishing the hypercharge off the back of it also is going to be really quite instrumental to how bounty hunters go about this.
Pretty bad start there for RDZ. Already got hooked in one of the most predictable places possible. Lost that bastion of defense on the left side. On the right, right of foot gets caught lacking by Loco with the movement forward, and the teleport by Derp pretty much sets them up for victory. As long as they don't screw it up too hard, they have this one in their back pocket. Bounty Hunters have the TP where they need. It's going to be Loco teleporting in repeatedly. Right of foot held on for a while, but notice he used everything his kit. He was, pretty heated up. He used the super as well, and it still wasn't enough to eliminate the Jackie.
Nice walking cane connections, continuously slow from Derp. There's now Raider Foot and Super trying to make some space on his left-hand side. Now comes the montage, but Loco gets behind it. Lovely stuff from him there with the hypercharge, and the gems dropped. Going to get out now as well. He's going to find the right timing. Raider Foot's lurking. He's getting the heels off the back of this. He should be getting taken care of, and he's not.
Elevate, they've gotten caught out by this cheese comp here. You can never let Gray Jackie work, and you just have to ban it. This time they haven't accounted for it properly. They're getting aggressed too much. They've got 5 seconds to get some kind of interruption. The whole team's there. They have the super for RDZ. Ooh, it looked like there was potential there, but no, there was no way that was happening. So what do you do this time? Well, you have to make sure that Gray doesn't immediately hook you and then have a straight shot to getting his teleport. He only needs 4 shots to get the TP. Jackie just needs to exist to be able to use it and get to the enemy side. I think they've been outdrafted here, personally. The counterplay is basically to delay the inevitable. This time they send Loco on the left side to pressure early, and Derp is looking for that walking cane, gets it onto RDZ once again. But Raidafut's victory on the right side looks promising, just needs to, stay consistent, wait back for a little bit to heal up and get his feet.
Loco going on the aggressive, and shut down now as some slope. And help with Tufa. Raidafut still struggling on his lane side at the moment, 320 HP above his name. Let's see. Gems pretty even amongst both sides. And again, this Grey, missed Wolfie Kane though, bit of a shot in the dark. Didn't quite go anywhere. Now Loco goes in, tries to do something but gets pinched between all three members. Not going to happen at all.
Yeah, Loco was like, oh boy, I hope someone's there. And there was no one, because Elevate have learned from game number 1. They can't be surprised anymore. But they kind of should have known how this Grey Jackie was going to play in game 1 anyway. They're here for a reason. They're experienced Brawl Stars players. Looking at this one so far, it's 0 gems for Bounty Hunters. They've been systematically shut down. Elevate are doing exactly the countermeasures that they need. And Loco is kind of lost for a play. RDZ is going to go for that hypercharge. And we'll see Loco pretty much moved back. He had a hypercharge, he had a gadget to get the speed and position forward, and was totally denied it. Where were Bounty Hunters this time? Elevate, they had that Pearl on the right side. It looked really, really dominant, and then Jackie kept on teleporting into a welcoming of no one, said, ta-da, and no applause.
Yeah, a lot of this matchup so far just kind of seems determined upon various things that are literally shot in the dark kind of moments. But let's see if these Walking Canes can try and make some better value in the next time round. This is for the set now. Both squads kind of very clustered here. There's a fat splatter there, not going to be doing too much. I think Dorich just scouting out to make sure that he can have some space to push down the map. Just fine there, Raidafut as well. Tufa though, sure, I was going to say good amount of HP until the mute came in. And RDS now trying to make something good there. His name's Redzin as well, by the way.
Ah, okay. Noted Redzin over here. And will be respawning on the M's. Now looking to take a more aggressive position on the left side. I want to shout out Dirk for being just deadly with these walking canes. Now has the position for that TP forward. It's in a different position. Don't know if that's exactly the one that he wanted, because Loco is going to be quite visible when he goes for the TP in. But it's okay as long as he gets a hypercharge. It can look even more deadly. Loco, he's thinking about it. That was complete. Oh, actually, no. That's a good play. It's to transfer the gems over so he doesn't donate them to the enemy team. It's actually a high IQ there for Bounty Hunters. Now Loco gets his TP forward, decides not to. They have all kinds of visibility on the enemy side. Know that they're not going to get anything with this TP in.
Oh, hypercharge with a big blunder there as well, and some body blocking needed, but there's not much HP to be able to do so anyway. Tufa is the person that needs to find the montage really right now. Get back into this mid really to continue to aggress. Red's in the top mid side here, just trying to keep back Loco. So using the TP now as a bait out the montage. No, Tufa, you needed to hold on to that. You haven't got it now.
Yeah, and even if he did use it, it didn't look like Jackie had a stun, so it's like a total waste, but at least he can stay next to Raidafut and get back for free. We'll see Redzin die aggressively on the left side. Tufa is the last one remaining. Now these bushes belong to Bounty Hunters, lurking in the bushes. However, Redzin has a hypercharge caused to Charisma. Loco's just going to go for it, gets 2 hypercharges, trades on one, but the countdown has started for Bounty Hunters. All these gems are going to be recovered for Elevate. They'll get pretty close to the interruption level, but it won't be enough. They're going to be just out of reach of that stall. 5 seconds to go. Another hypercharge for Loco. Wants it. That gem's going to spawn in just a second here, but it's right after the clock ticks 0. Bounty Hunters get this game.
They just weren't quite aware when it came down to the gems. You got to go on the aggressive there. I think there wasn't really much time regardless. I felt like it was kind of already sealed and signed really towards those final moments of the match. I mean, a bit scrappy, honestly. A bit scrappy, a bit of a wild draft. Some ideas that like could have been really good, but then just didn't really have the zest for me really in that matchup. It was a bit all over the place.
I want to look back at some of the replays at some point and watch Doritos teleport into just absolutely no one. It reminds me of like the gif of the guy going up to the fridge, like rubbing his hands, and there's nothing there. Just like, so excited for nothing. But they got it done in the end. And this is the wonderful thing about Best of 3 is it's not too extensive of a set format, but it provides enough games for us to see iterations upon each game with the same composition. And in game number 3, we saw Bounty Hunters do something completely different. They grouped up on the right lane. It totally caught Elevate by surprise. They push in that Jackie early, and it worked out really well for him. Here's game number 2 where it's like bounty hunters weren't even there at all because they were consistently pushed back, and there was no one for Jackie to go aggro on. No team play from bounty hunters either.
Lose a game, adapt and overcome, and they did adapt indeed, with changing their strategy entirely, as Reddy put it so beautifully. Bounty Hunters in the end take this one. Really like that Jackie, worked out a lot better than I thought, honestly. On the other side, we had Pearl once again. We saw her before in that quarterfinal number 1, and there Pearl didn't really do too much.
Yeah, looking forward to some buffies for Pearl, to be honest. I mean, the hypercharge, pretty much the worst hypercharge in the entire game. I'm just going to say it how it is. And yeah, definitely in need of a bit of love, which is kind of ironic because the character itself is all kind of based around that. But yeah, I kind of feel bad. I don't really get excited when I see Pearl at the moment in draft, to be honest.
I feel like I have 2 bad cops next to me right now. I need to Uber back, please. Penal Punt is going to be our next map here once more. This is all about mid control, and we have many of those brawlers banned out in our global ban stage already. Really looking forward to this map though. As we've seen before, some quick matches are possible. I believe in East Asia we had a 16-second match last weekend. That was incredible. Bans are already in the first pick as well. Of course, BB is going to show up once more.
BB's here to crank up the speed, the acceleration, not because she's fast, but because she creates so much momentum for your team. You have a walking knockback, basically, and you can regenerate as long as you pop the gadget. It gets you healing. You heal off your opponent. It just does so much, this brawler right now. She's basically unkillable when she has a support at her side. It's why Bounty Hunters decided, well, wow, we got to get this Poco right now. But what is the response to the BB? The singular B is the response to the BB. So the B counters the BB. Any questions?
I'm not a massive fan of being the current meta, but yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm kind of looking for more brawlers like Leon here for myself. I think that that's one that is going to get a ton of value on maps like this. I think Bo could be an option in this region. Charlie, I think, as well, is going to be kind of heavily considered here, especially for the side here of Elevate. You want to kind of pair that with the BB, take it away from a potential final pick on the opposition side. But, you know, BB, I think, will definitely go into a worse place in terms of meta when we see Cirrus come in that sense. I think that that's kind of like the biggest threat to B. So at the moment, she's okay, but she's not great.
Charlie picked up next. She has huge stopping power into a BB, so it makes a lot of sense to pick her up with that brawler to not have her against you. Now, last pick, we've seen Bo quite often on this map in our previous match before, as well as in scrims. To be Meeple instead, also brawler we've seen already. Meeple's mention is just so strong in a map like this one. Could even be played with the other gadget stuns if Bounty Hunters now decide to go with something aggressive themselves. If they want to go aggressive, a lot of these options are out of the way, though I don't really see what else they could pick other than the Bull and the Leon, both of those banned out. Gale would be a good answer to BB, also banned out. What would be your last pick here, Eddie?
My last pick would be to dodge and choose something else.
Nice.
we'll
we
see
don't
Tara come in.
dodge.
Yeah.
We don't do
no,
that.
No, not in comp. But okay, so Tara's here is like the best thing that they've got on defense, because you look at what else has been banned, like the Otis is gone, Gale's gone, you know, M's, Chester, all of these anti-tanks are gone. So you kind of go through the list and you're like, well, like, I guess that thing is left. Also, the Poco in the B, like why that combination makes sense here. Look, they wanted the Poco to take it away from Elevate, and then they pick up the B because B is one of the greatest ways to deal with Poco. And then the response is, hey, what if there were like walls on your sight lines? Wouldn't that really suck to play into? So whenever the mansions of Meeple are up, it's going to be basically unplayable for the B. You can see she's being a hard target on that left side. As Elevate accelerate up the right side, just trying to create some momentum. It's difficult for Redzin because he is facing that Tara. The shades aren't an issue, but the problem is that he will feed that super, right? A hypercharged Tara super is a game win condition, like coming in from the days of hypercharge.
So far, so good in terms of positioning here for Bounty Hunters. Tara Shades that was nice in the pinch there, nicely done between Tufa and Raider Foot. Cocoon is going to land out to Doritos, so a nice catch from him. And early swings there from Redzin. Not quite sure why he wasn't waiting down the full timing of that, but going to pop the vitamin booster. There's some heals coming in and try to enforce this left-hand side.
Swinging at the Cocoon, he's like, so are you done being stunned? Because I kind of want to get my kill that I'm guaranteed. On the left side, facing Loco, tried to snag himself on that obstacle, but looks at things, whoa! Okay, looks like we saw a Matter and Antimatter fuse there. It's an open goal also for Raid of Foot. Annihilation occurred there on the left side. That is not a matchup that BB is really supposed to win, but Tara's still winning in the end because she's got her hypercharge. That is their method for a goal. She wants to get this onto both Redzen and Ray to Flip, but look at all of that destruction. Now they can get a super from mid. This is a great condition for Bounty Hunters.
Ooh, defense coming in from Redzen. Nicely done as well with the hypercharge and some big heavy swings. May have the speed here to be able to push it all the way up the map, and will find the goal as well. Nicely done from Elevate, and a fantastic way to kick things off in Brawl.
Yeah, tell me if I'm just seeing things. I feel like Tara could have grabbed the ball there and gone for a score in the back right pocket. I don't know, chat. Tell me if I'm right. I think there was an opportunity there, and if they'd scored there, then everything would have reset back to mid. We're playing the what-if game, okay? I think they could have actually tied up the game there. Nonetheless, Elevator proving pretty fearsome on this BB, which seems to be a worthy matchup for Loco, who's already backing up. Look, he doesn't want to get knocked back. Here's some worthless shades that you're going to get right through. It's a super to the left side. RDZ, otherwise known as Redzen, has fed the big shot, but it's okay. He's able to slide this through in front of Ray to Foot for the first goal for Elevate within only 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is turning into a bit of a speed run, quite honestly. And we need to see something big here from Bounty Hunters. I'm looking to Loco realistically forward with a hypercharge going down, or a super off from Tufa. A good spot to allow Ray to get some value as well. Nowhere to hide for the Rickson Dur, but now Redzen's going to try to find a gap on this right-hand side to go through. Look at this continuation shots from Elevate, just really punishing. Look at this, absolutely disgusting, and it is done. I mean, that is ridiculous.
That was insane for Elevate. The BB pickup was exactly what they needed. And you look across the way at Bounty Hunters, and what was their approach to this? We're going to play entirely reactively. It's like they had no composition, really. They had a bunch of ideas to play into Elevate, but no real strategy of their own, admittedly. You know, they almost did get a goal. That Tara did look pretty promising in game number 1. We'll see the first goal for the series. It was Elevate punching through the left side. And look, you don't need BB as long as she creates enough space. You see Redzen doing basically the same thing towards the end here for that final goal. This one happened so quickly that we only have 2 highlights. Just want to point that out.
Yeah. But again, I mean, in terms of draft, I mean, it's, you know, BB, B, these are sort of the brawlers which I'm looking to see. B used to have a really good, strong interaction into BB, but it's kind of changed now since that BB is just so heavy in this meta and tough to deal with the additional speed which she brings, and now with the additional swings of the hypercharge. I mean, you can find yourself in a tough spot unless you've got that slow the Iron Hive. So I kind of expected to go this way. I'm quite surprised though, so far today, we haven't seen that much of Leon. You know, it's been so heavily championed in other regions. It hasn't seemed to trickle down to South America yet so far today. Just a couple of instances of pair with the bow mainly. But are you surprised to kind of see that? And what are you expecting to see from, you know, looking back to last week to this week?
Yeah, you know, Leon was a big one. I actually expected to see a little bit more Gale after tuning into EMEA. They played that a lot. Something that I picked up from EMEA is it seems like they're like absolutely terrified of the idea of a tank sneaking in, because you see the bans of like Bull, of BB and stuff, and then they draft a bunch of anti-tanks, and then they're like, okay, cool, I guess it's a battle of anti-tanks. They'll still get some assassins in there. Look, EMEA, they're the best region in the world.
Like, I appreciate you saying that, Reddy. It's taken a few years, but we got there in the end. Finally, since those
I finally, you know, knelt to Ark and said that EU is superior. Isn't it? But seriously, yeah, the eyes should be on EU, but there's still the concept of the dojo, right? What do you do to counter the regional meta? And the regional meta here seems to be let the good stuff through, let the tanks through, and then it walks all over you. What's happening? We are in the quarterfinals, okay? Now let's bring this to something a bit more familiar. Out in the open, Jaeyong is one that I saw a bunch in EU. You get easy passage into mid in response to the Brock, who should be able to also like get easy passage into mid by breaking open the wall. I think that's a fair response. But this, you know, it's not like there's a blue star to fight for. But this should allow also like easier fallback into spawn for the folks with Brock.
Eve coming in. Love the Brock first pick. I'm really a big fan of that. Brawlers like Gus can have quite a good showing here and be potentially able to combine with some really brutal synergies for sure. Ollie's and banned. It's kind of drifted off slightly for me. You almost have my interest, Elevate. You almost. Now, to be fair, I think this is probably the one place that Pearl does make some sense. You've got the ability to wall break, and you know, the gadget's got a lot of really good ability to have that additional burn for visibility within the bush, and the ability to cook. Certainly in a map like this, and a mode like this, most importantly in Knockout, that is going to help you over time just to kind of sit back and then time your time to strike.
Okay, the final selection of Pierce. Nothing really to counter the Pierce, I want to point out, in terms of composition, like what Elevate's running. Not a lot of stuff that like keeps him clumped up, but Pierce should be able to pretty much churn out damage. Also, taking away Eve means that they don't have to face any like spawnables, so Pierce should have some open sight lines. I'm looking at that one. I think this is actually pretty promising for bounty hunters here. I like the way that they get into mid, though having Brock on your side, it's so good that in most cases is actually worthy of a ban. You'll see it instantly broken. RDZ comes up the left side, but watch as bounty hunters swarm into mid. They're taking a much more aggressive stance because they know that they have to as Jae-Young. He has like respectable range, but it's not really that great against these brawler matchups on Elevate.
Yeah, no connection there from the overcooked of Raider Foot. You've got to land those, really. They will be getting back shortly as the cooldown will come back around. Tufa doing a good job on this right-hand side as well for Elevate, just keeping this Eve locked back and really not able to move at all to help that incinerary as well. On the top left, very low there. Just about gets away from the situation, but a nice shielding there from Resin, and now it's going to be tough to make anything of this work. And I think if Elevate can play this well, just keep the Eve in the mix. The gas isn't coming for a while. Just feed yourselves, get that utility down, but not going to happen. Just enough time to get into the gas without conceding any more shots.
Help me make sense of the wall break on the side of bounty hunters, though. Like, just why? Look how much easier Jae-Young is able to roll out. You've given that to him for basically free, but it doesn't change the fact that he's looking pretty bad into these range matchups. Elevate have to fall back, but they have an easy way to re-aggress. Thanks to Tufa, he's opened up a couple of avenues on the mid and left. Gonna go for some additional wall break here. Only a tiny little patch of bushes left for bounty hunters to hide it. Not that they really wanted to be hiding in there anyway. Like, they're operating at a range disadvantage, so they kind of have to play aggressively, and they have to utilize Jae-Young's speed to do so. It doesn't help, though, that they're at a range disadvantage. They've all had to fall back into this, game of footsies versus Elevate has pushed them back.
Well, a big miss there from Tufa. No rocket rain connection, but a rocket fuel will. And Loco is forced to go to get away from that situation on the left-hand side. Now Raider Foot should be able to get a lot of damage here with nice overcooked on Noritas, who falls in the 3 versus 2 now. Tufa has to be careful here. Now, the hatchling's coming in just at the nick of time as well there. A nice cookie popper, and it should be easy breezy there for Elevate, and it is.
Good stuff for Elevate. The Brock is just too useful. You get rid of all the enemy bushes. They don't really have anywhere to hide, so what are you doing the entire time? You're just like trying to juke the shots of brawlers that outrange you. You're facing Brock, who has AoE at the end of his shot, so that at the end of his range is kind of the last place that you want to be. So you see Jae-Young also forced forward into these aggressive, uncomfortable, awkward positions. We also saw like some serious progress from Tufa. Alternatively, Raider Foot on the right side. Just a single Pearl Gadget is enough to guarantee you a kill. And he was doing it into brawlers that outranged him as well, so got to give credit where credit is due. Well done, Raider Foot, for getting the opening kill both times.
Yeah, this is much better from Bounty Hunters now. They're just trying to keep this mid-control, but Raider Foot now is really in a good spot to cook, and you can see there the damage caused with the overcooked top right Tufa. Bit out of position, but not overstaying his welcome now with the shield gear as well. Not a bad spot, to be fair. Hatchlings should be taken care of relatively easy here from the side of Elevate, and they are. But Doritos, if he can hold this position now with the gas coming in, he should be able to put Raider Foot in a tough spot.
Raider Foot's taking some guaranteed damage with Doritos' super, but he has the shield active. He soaks up so much damage. Something else for the opening kill would be ideal, but they have gotten Raider Foot down. Should be a kill on the Redzin on the top. Tufa now can get pinched, and he'll opt to just go down in the poison. Oh, but still fed the super for Loco. Not too great. Loco can now soak up a bunch of those shots with, of course, the hatchlings. Let's see when he places them down. Yeah, it looks like immediately. And they'll be trickling in to support bounty hunters with this, once more, hyper-aggressive push forward in the early stages, utilizing the speed of Jae-Young.
Let's make this an unforgettable moment.
Wow. One round, bounty hunters, they really do need a game here. It's getting quite close. And it was last month as well, so they are a team that can take it the distance. Redzin has got the shielding now as well. The Spooky Boy needs to potentially find it to Tufa here. He's low HP. Breaking again, and like you said before, it was a great catch. They're not really overly bothered about breaking on that side, and I think that's a bit of a mistake. You know, you are able to be quite strategic to be able to have that rocket fuel to break just the bush and leave intact the wall, but it just feels like Elevate just are not really too worried about it.
or maybe they want a way to like pursue an Eve if she decides to retreat over the water.
Be intentional, surely, right?
Yeah, it's gotta be. But we'll see. You know, Bounty Hunters could wrap this up really quickly with a single extra round of victory. Here comes the Hypercharge out from Redzen. It's massive damage. Derp is the first to fall, then Loco, then Doritos immediately in succession is a Hypercharge win condition. So where are the Hypercharges now? Well, Loco has one that needs to earn his super. Tufa also has one that could be a kill for him. Brock Hypercharge does tremendous damage, but they need to get in range first. And it's difficult when Bounty Hunters have all the positioning in the world right now. It's going to take a bit of opening damage from Elevate to push them back to their newly opened up back lines.
Good juke so far from Elevate. Just evaded there from Raider Foot, but has still got a heal. And Bounty Hunters could have gone more aggressive there, in my opinion, to be fair. I felt like that was the time to strike, and they just kind of allowed Elevate to heal back up for a little bit. The gas will not be too far away. Doritos giving up position here on the left-hand side as well. Kind of, I guess, wants to try to gain more taps to get that super towards the later stages of the match, but there's another slow again onto Raider Foot. But so far, again, I just feel like Bounty Hunters aren't necessarily overcommitting here, and maybe they should.
Well, here could come a commitment. They have the Hypercharge Eve pets out, soaking up a ton of damage. Tufa still has that ace up his sleeve, still has the super, taking a bunch of damage. Just one more shot would do it. Didn't even use his super. What is he, saving it for the next game? That's Bounty Hunters backing them all the way up into spawn, into the poison, and getting a game victory.
It's a very close back and forth. And I'm really unsure as to what way it's going to go, to be completely honest. I think I prefer the Elevate comp. I feel like the Pearl can certainly work, but I mean, so far, it is being just absolutely suppressed by this Pierce. And Doritos is, you know, in all credit to that. So I feel like for Elevate, they need to, swap lanes. They're kind of considering doing that, try to keep Raider Foot away from him and allow Redzen to be able to pop off early. And Tufa, again, I'm not overly sold on these breaks. I kind of want to see just the bush, and that might help out a little bit here. But this Jae Young of Bounty Hunters is causing a big problem. It's giving them map control early on.
Well, you know, maybe they'll do it this time. They have the right bush broken open, walls all fully intact. Also note the lane matchups. Raider Foot would rather face Jae Young, it seems, than anyone else. He doesn't mind feeding that super or hypercharge. It's Loco that he's concerned about, and Loco's reliably rotating onto that lane. Raider Foot's going to go for some damage, gets the burn. Yeah, it's exactly what they needed. But Jae Young was ready with the response. Like, here's the heal, and just like that, he's back up and running. Bounty Hunters forced up against the left side. Where is the utility? Where is the kit? It's what we want to see. Only Raider Foot has it. It's not going to go anywhere. We'll be finding out in the next few seconds who has the advantage as the poison is on its way.
Yeah, this is now a tough spot. Bounty Hunters have got maneuverability. There's a lovely overcook there on the top right, and that is going to be a takedown from Raider Foot. And Derp, the last man standing. Not going to be nearly enough there for Bounty Hunters in what is a pivotal moment really here. The first round will go the way of Elevate. One more for the set. Bounty Hunters going to have to full reverse sweep this now.
Bounty Hunters composition, they have a range advantage on some brawlers, and then when they close in, they still can't seem to capitalize on it. They just don't churn out the damage like Pearl does when that poison closes in and forces everyone into shorter sight lines. Elevator's still waiting for some opportunities, just fighting at long range. It's a slow, steady, kind of quiet game so far. Bounty Hunters, they don't really want to make the first move. Ooh, and Raider Foot has popped the gadget. Gonna get a little burn onto Jae Young. He can't heal it up immediately now, had to wait a little bit longer. Note how Bounty Hunters have moved all the way back. Note also that Brock has not broken open that wall, so Eve is forced to take this lane on the right side. It means that he can't rotate over towards Raider Foot easily.
It feels like it's working better, and Tufa's able to be so deep in the right-hand side. Overcooked again. Doritos low. The burn. The Jae Young support is there, but now the gas coming in leaves him nowhere to go. And Raider Foot will seal it. A knock back into the gas as well from Redzen, leaving just Loco. And this is surely going to be a round going the way of Elevate, and most importantly, the set for Elevate. They needed that, and they capitalized.
2-1 now in favor of Elevate. We had no reservations about saying that this was going to be a close series, and it appears to be delivering so far. But Elevate looked superior with that composition. I'm not sold on the Pearl, really. We've seen it a lot in South America. This is what I said earlier, the dojo, the regional meta. But maybe now I should start believing in it, because it seemed to do really, really well here. They also had like a bunch of survival.
How are we liking the Jae Young? Do we believe in that pick?
Spen LC? He's great. I love the guy. That's fantastic. I mean,
Uncanny resemblance.
yeah. For me, I think that Jae-young's in a really good spot right now, actually. And certainly nice to see it's kind of tripling down to South America as well. I think in a map like this, it makes a ton of sense, right? You got the heals, you got the additional speed, and certainly with the gadget as well, it's very, very... The weekend warrior gadget's devastating. So you got the whole kit, and then I was kind of a bit disappointed actually, despite the way the Doritos were playing, the Pierce didn't get more on the scoreboard actually.
Same for me. Jae-young usually in a good spot, but not really in this matchup. I didn't really see him heal his teammates up too much in that long game where you really want to have those heals. In the long run, Elevate takes it as soon as the smokes come in. The Pearl actually works out better than we all are kind of liking her. I think I can hear that from the two of you. She's picked up so often in South America and we don't really feel the vibe.
I gotta say, you have to credit the teammate. Oh, wow.
Nah,
okay.
let's not
No,
go
no,
there.
no, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that here. No.
Nope.
I think that you have to give a lot of credit to the teammates here because something that I see so frequently with Pearl is she survives because that's her thing. She's like, I'm gonna have a bunch of health and I have a shield, so I'm gonna live. And then and then the teammates are like, oh well, I guess I'll just die then. Yeah, and then Pearl is the last one alive. You see the same thing with Tick. So this was a coordinated team effort. I really love to see the survival, especially into Pierce, which is a pretty oppressive matchup. I think the mechanics were really just there.
Yeah, Elevate takes it in the end. It was a close one, and this is exactly what we want to deliver to you at home. We want to get our money's worth, and so far we're getting that. We get a set 4 in these series, and let's see if we even go all the way. For Elevate, it will be the chance here to close it all out on Open Business is the next map, Hot Zone. But again, technically we could go all the way in this quarterfinal already, so strap up for a long day, you two.
Oh man.
Hey, you're in American time. You got the advantage over
Yeah,
me.
this is true. This is true. I woke up like 3 hours before the broadcast so I could, be nice and ready for this one. So I'm strapped in. I'm ready for 7 hours
It's
of
9 PM right
accelerated
now.
Just
action.
for context, it's 9 p.m.
These guys had a lovely day. They had lunch and I don't know, took some notes and
You
stuff.
had lunch?
Well, I had brunch at like 1 p.m., but yes.
Okay.
But yeah, it was a
Clearly
beautiful
I'm
day
making
indeed.
so many assumptions.
We're in Copenhagen. It's super sunny. What a beautiful day. Yeah,
Is it sunny enough?
I don't know.
Oh,
you
wow,
tell me. You were
really?
sleeping.
Really?
The sun was still out when I woke up.
So it was sunny enough indeed.
There we go.
Open Business, like I already said, is going to be our potentially last map if Elevate can close it out here. I'm looking forward to this draft because we have not seen this map today yet. Charlie, Ross, and Pierce are going to be banned out on the left-hand side. Ems comes out as first pick once more. Brawler I did not expect to be left open. BB and Gray banned out together with that Leon from the Bounty Hunter side. Yeah, what do we still see here? Poker is something that immediately pops up in my mind because he's not banned out, he's super strong at the moment, and you can play him with all of these buffied up tanks.
It starts with a Z and it ends with an Iggy. I wonder if we'll see him in the later stages. Could be possible here on Open Business. I think he's really a top selection. Take away the Chester to, deal with tanks rushing in. Also take away a method of wall break. Colonel Ruffs has also been banned, so seems like the presence of walls is being dearly taken into account. Just wonder, BB also banned. I feel like this is really primed. Like this very well could be a Ziggy game. Good into the M's too. We'll wait for the 4-5 to come in. It's not so much of a last pick brawler, but that is where it would be strongest.
Yeah, I like something shout out to Pogo. I want to see maybe a Mortis come through, to be quite honest. B going to be the pick for Bounty Hunters, really doubling down on this kind of tank counter. And to be honest, it's down to Elevate if they want to even lean into that. There are still some tank options available here. The Frank could be one that they want to risk, but now the B's showing its face, probably better to evade and just not lean into it. I think maybe Ash could be good into the B, maybe, but it's tough to make work, especially with the nature of the draft and the way it is at the moment with the final pick. Wall Break's just a really, really dangerous prospect that they can't risk on the side of Elevate, not with you 2 sets to 1. Bo going to come in, they're going to bring the wall break themselves, and they might just be evading this tank kind of thing, and you think they must do, right? Into a Chester, into a B, they'd be stupid.
Yeah, I think now it's safe to say we're not going to see a Poker in this round here. Too much damage on the field, too many tank counters. I do like the boat. It brings in some range. They also have it on their side now if they want to open up the map or not. Right-hand side for that purpose could still pick up Stu. I think with that B, it would come in handy. Chester, of course, can also open up the map, but only if he gets the divide super. Ark was actually right with that one. Mortis is going to come in on the left-hand side, and even if the map is completely broken up, Mortis should be able to do something. Oh,
Wow.
we both still got it, Ark. Freddy, what are you doing?
I guess I'm just going to sit here and look like a doofus because I didn't get to make any crazy predictions. My prediction is that it's going to be a close match. We'll see if that's right. Yeah, it all depends on whether Elevate has outdrafted that hard with the Mortis. Mortis should be able to get up close and personal with the B. You're also feeding the B. Not that it's that much of an issue. Stu will keep the distance. Chester is like one of the greatest Mortis counters in the game because he has stupid damage up close. Well, isn't it like over 5k with a 4-shot, something like that? 4-shot, then the first one that has additional damage with the star power is, looks like almost enough to take down a Mortis, if not just enough. We'll see. But I don't think Redzin is too eager to take that matchup versus the Chester, so maybe.
And also the bag of tricks that Chester brings, the stun can really be a hard counter to Mortis. Redzin going to be keeping clear for that very reason, but now going to be tough as the wall breaks. The Stew will start to shape the map in favor of their Bounty Hunters dancing around. The flames of Derp will seal it as well, as now Bounty Hunters approach 30%, continuing their assault into the falls in the mid.
RDZ looking for an ideal matchup. He's going to get some long-range dashes. It's an assassination on Loco. This will be his job the entire game. What is your purpose? You kill B. Oh my god. Maybe you caught the reference. We'll see Derp, however, still keeping his distance from RDZ. Has that hypercharge. Wants the kill onto Tufa. Won't get it. It's not enough pitch. Oh, there it is. It's B from way downtown with a high-powered B. But still keeping the distance for RDZ. He's not a one-man army. Loco gets it done with a high-powered B in close range. Bounty Hunters have all the range in the world. They have the percentage advantage. And they have also seen this map shaped to their liking. Chester gets to drop the bombs to open things up for B. It's looking pretty good.
Just feels like target practice, doesn't it, really, for Bounty Hunters so far? Now Elevate have got a chance to really make some moves. Hypercharge there from Tufa. Is going to find Loco. There's time to catch up here. Plenty of time, especially now with Raiderfoot getting Doritos as low as he is. And Redson's got the hypercharge too. He can waste his time now with the respawns in their favor on the side of Elevate. If now Redson goes in and times this well, gets connection. Oh no! A massive fumble! And surely Bounty Hunter's going to punish this action!
Well, Darius is going to go for a hypercharged Chester super that's typically in win condition. Now it goes absolutely nowhere. But it's still fine. It's enough for Elevate to get onto that zone once more. The aggression from Mortis is too much for them to contend with. And suddenly we're looking at a match point situation. I really thought that Bounty Hunters would have enough, but it seems like Mortis just had so much mobility, had that respawn shield at his disposal to snap up the final few percent.
Which is concerning, right? Because there's some pretty major mistakes happening here on the side of Elevate, and they're still managing to win that game, which I feel like they shouldn't have won. I mean, the map was just so catered in favor of Bounty Hunters, and at the beginning it was just really one-sided. And then just a little bit of an opening door. Despite the Mortis hypercharge blunder, they still were able to win it. It's kind of wild to me.
I feel like this is Bounty Hunter's game to win because they have such good counters for Mortis, but he's just never there. He's actually been slowed down through the wall by Raiderfoot. Lots of pop rocks just to do something. Force Raiderfoot forward versus B, who just can't seem to line up the shots. Does finally manage to get that dagger there, but look at how much Elevate have surpassed them in terms of percentage. Tufa has quite a bit of controlled derp. Avoiding these shots will get the kill, but now Raiderfoot is fresh and spry to assume his role. Elevate are beelining their way towards a match victory, and Bounty Hunters are basically nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, it's quite poor, isn't it, really? Derp very low HP now will fall to Tufa. And a lot of poison splash, but it's not enough to deter Loco. Just find some tabs. Hypercharge here for Redson. Gonna maybe use it now. Glad that he didn't. But it does mean that now Bounty Hunters will claim the mid for their entirety, popping these bow mines as well. But there's a lot of catching up to do.
That's 19% to go for Elevate. It's looking at really hairy. RDZ in once more with hypercharge bats that get him no more than one kill. A hypercharge from Tufa as well and some serious damage, but he's pinched between Loco and Derp. RDZ in once again, gets his super, gets one kill. Dorito still remains alive, but it's only a 9% separation for Elevate. They've got plenty of opportunities to push in. They need to fall back and act as a team. Redzin is going to be able to push in once more, counting up to 100 if he can get the victory. Already spinning! It's a win for Elevate. Presumably the first win in a monthly final for Tufa in years. Could the king be back?
It's the performance that you want to have to start the day off when you just get snapped up by a major org, isn't it? And the smiles say it all. But it is just the quarters. Plenty more still to come. And not the smoothest, it must be said. But I think seeing how well Bounty Hunters played last month, I kind of wanted to see them go a little bit further. This could have gone to the final set for me, for sure. But I think a few mistakes on both sides.
It was definitely a close one, but at the end, Elevate closes it out in a 3-1 series. And yes, Tufa might be back. Also, new orc curse, not for them. Elevate is coming in strong into their first match in South America. Elevate now moves on and they face up against New Heights Gaming next. That's going to be a banger. I'm already looking forward to that one. Now, who was the standout player for you? Why did Elevate take this one?
I'm looking at Redzin, just so frequently the playmaker for the team. Yeah, here he is spinning on Mortis, saying that, oh, too bad, so sad for you. We're going on to the semifinals. Look at the jubilation as well. I'm so happy for these guys. You know, not to pick sides here, but if we're going for the story, the return of Tufa, so much of a return or, you know, a resuming of form for the guy because he kind of fell off from his prime. And hey, just getting a monthly finals match victory is a big advancement over where we've seen him in the previous couple of years.
Look at that though as well on the scoreboard there. I mean, it really came down to playing the objective, and that's kind of where Elevate thrived. You expect the rate sort of 11 takedowns. I mean, that's like the entirety plus more of what we saw on the other side of the field there. But not spending time on the zone, you know. I feel like they had a good comp. The Stu works in this region, as we know. I mean, the best Stu player in the world is, you know, Kayadog from South America. So, you know, I kind of expected to see a bit more in that last set and to have it go the way to the 5th and final.
And yeah, you probably noticed it. We really wanted to see that poker. That's why we had to show him once more, right? But in the end, I really like that Mortis pick. Ark called it, and it did work out super well for them in the end. Overall, good drafts from both sides, honestly. I want to see more also from the other team here. Bounty Hunters, I still feel like they're a little overlooked at the moment. They had some strong showings last month already.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, coming into the match, you know, in that double match point we saw last month, every single set was decided in 3 games, so it went the complete and utter distance that it possibly can. I feel like, you know, I fully agree. They're kind of a bit underlooked at the moment, and they could have been a team in the grand finals here today, honestly.
And ready, we already talked about it. Now up next is New Heights Gaming for Elevate. Let's see if it's going to be even closer in that one.
Oh man, I'm excited. I feel like one of the criticisms of New Heights Gaming is that, you know, they had opponents that made mistakes. Elevate made way fewer mistakes. Yeah,
this next match for me, though, this is going to be a really spicy one. These are the 2 teams that, for me, are the favorites today. Loud, of course, as we know, didn't quite make the grand finals last month, but are a team that we thoroughly expect to see in a grand finals. And SKC have got the highest scrim rate going in this region at the moment. It's very scary, in all honesty. Following that game, though, the last quarterfinals of the day, Olympus Squad will take on their Eternal. And I think that's quite a 50-50 matchup for me. I really struggled in terms of my predictions when it came down to that one. And the only thing that might make me sway slightly is the fact that Olympus Squad have got a sub coming in here today. So we'll see. Sometimes we've seen that happen across the regions where a sub comes in and actually makes wondrous things happen. I mean, a memory from last month was East Asia, last year rather, when that happened.
Yeah, the quarterfinal number 4 is going to be a banger. You definitely have to stay around for that one. And you also have to stick around now because we have Uber back on the desk.
I'm back, yes. I mean, that was... Look, I feel like that game could have gone either way towards the end, but we've been getting very excited about this next matchup. I'm super excited to see some household names throw down again here in South America.
It is former number 1 versus former number 2 in the region, Loud versus SK Kalalas. And as we mentioned so far, Loud is still the most experienced and historically dominant SA roster, but they didn't look so dominant last month, did they, Ark?
Yeah, this is the thing. For me, Loud, again, are that team that should be making grand finals consistently. And, you know, it was kind of amazing to see that this was their match going into this monthly final, in all honesty, because both these 2 teams are deserving of it. Definitely not the best of starts, losing to Eternal Esports, but I mean, the players on that roster are definitely the ones that we'd expect to beat Loud, in all honesty. But, you know, having a roster be the same for the past 2 years with Loud, I think it's been quite a big helping hand. When you look at their results, you know, especially going into the World Finals, getting 5th through 8th, I think was a really big moment for them, for South America, to cement themselves yet again, as like I said earlier today, 2021 was really the last time that they had a really good performance on the world stage.
And then on the other side, we have SK Kalalas, again, former number 2. They didn't perform as well as they probably wanted in the last monthly finals. They lost in a 1-3 series in the semi-finals to NHG, and they suffered another setback, losing to Olympus Squad in the qualifiers this month.
Yeah, not a great sign for this team. Obviously, Christian comes back into the roster, who played with Prozi on SK Kalalas last year in 2025. You remember they made it to Worlds as the number 2 seed, so they actually skipped LCQ, whereas Pekka's Casa Brawl had to play at LCQ and ended up losing in a nail-biter match in front of a home crowd, in front of Crazy Raccoon. So many of the players involved in this roster have had those LAN appearances, have had opportunities to show what they're made of on the world stage, but the Motep and Pekka tour de force has been broken up. Last month, Motep left, he went to Eternal, they won the whole thing. So now, Pekka, does he have what it takes still in this day and age to stand up against these youngsters, these audacious, fresh players climbing the ranks and continuing to upset the balance of power in South America?
So coming in today, Loud looking not as strong as maybe last year, but their scrim rates are decent. On the other side, we have SK Kalalas. They are breaking records with their scrim rates this month. Realistically, Loud are still the favorites though. They have the experience, they feel super secure. And getting this as our quarterfinal number 1, this is SA's El Clasico from last year.
Yeah, I still really praise Ready Set for siding with Loud in his predictions, because I think it's not necessarily the boldest of picks. I think it's kind of actually a 50-50 for me, really, here. For me, SKC, Pekka, despite not making the World Finals last year, he's still got 3 under his belt. I mean, who can remember?
He's been around.
He's been around the block, and with Foot Esports as well, has some fantastic results. He's still so aggressive. So combining him with Reese and Christian, who, again, with their results in SKC last year, I think it's a really, really strong roster that just so far we haven't yet seen, I think, what we're going to see come, which is going to be some grand final appearances and hopefully some wins.
Well, either way, one of those 2 will drop out in the quarterfinal, which is even a bigger upset than last month. We lose both of them in the semis. One of them can still make it all the way through, Jay, and maybe we have one of these older faces in the grand final.
He's old. He's tired. I mean, I get it, bro. It's tough to keep up with the youngsters, bro. He's looking up
the
like...
dentist chair, bro.
Deus, please help get me through this game. Give me some strength in these old bones. I get it, man. It's okay. No shame in it.
At the casting desk, most of us say SK Kalalas will actually take this one. I look forward to also seeing what you folks at home have voted over at the event at brawlstars.com. These are the global bans for this series, so for the next 5 sets, if we go all the way, we won't see any of these brawlers. Glowy banned out once more here in the global ban stage, and Bull seems to be a heavily I do not want to see this brawler today brawler.
He does everything. Like, he has wall break, he has invulnerability frames up close, he has damage that cleaves now as well, he has a built-in heal, damage reduction when he gets low. It's just everything really to work with. I regret this SKC prediction because I'm a little bit sus on them. Of course, they are the lowest seed coming into this game after losing in the qualifiers. I feel like I should have checked that. And also, Loud, it might not happen in month 1 or month 2, but they are eventually going to be one of the top teams in this region. It is inevitable. These guys stick together. They have a great structure around them. They're eventually going to get it right.
I'm okay with my predictions. Honestly, okay. I mean, the thing is, when you've got a massive following, it is going to reflect in those polls. And I think it's not nearly as clear-cut as maybe it seems. And when you look at like the win rate as well, which you see on the event site, it doesn't necessarily say the full story. But then again, no scrims. So there is a give and take on both sides. I think it's a 50-50 matchup for me, no matter what way you look at it.
And also, last time, there was a team that only got 12% of the votes from the viewers at home. They actually won. So let's see if that's going to happen.
The viewers are trolling. They're always trolling. I guys, I'm really glad that you vote, but at the same time, I'm ignoring you all.
Hey, you're a viewer too, remember?
I mean, if I keep it up, I will be, that's for sure. No, like, listen, I don't want to put too much stock in it. I think that a lot of people are a fan of the brand of Loud. They are household names in South America. They are so loved. These players are so loved. But that doesn't mean they can hang at this level in Brawl Stars still in perpetuity. They might, like Pekka, be getting a little bit old.
And as you mentioned, they lost a teammate with Motep, and he then goes on and immediately wins it all last month. They can take this at either a huge motivation on the side of SK Kalalas, or maybe we should have kept him.
Yeah, this is a region as well that I must say though, like they're so close knit. I think that of all the regions that we have in Brawl Esports, that this is the one where what's the movements? Yeah, they're all friends, and it's all just a good time. It's all a party for them, right? So like that does help as well when it comes to your opposition, knowing how they play, knowing how to kind of get within the weaknesses of that and exploit them. Really, we see it quite a lot.
But Pekka and Motev have played together for so long. I mean, on that team with Jubileo was the newer player, right? It was like Pekka and Motev have been together for forever. And now, you know, with Motev going over to join Jubileo instead, like that's got to feel like for Pekka, like he's running out of allies. Do you know what I mean? And now he's got to make it happen with the team that kind of outshone Castle Brawl and his project last year, which is obviously like a huge streamer, I think, a content creator in that region sort of picked up a team, and I'm sure expectations for them were high. So we really need to see Pekka show that he's capable of still, you know, being able to bring a team together at this level this year.
We are ready for a quarterfinal number 3, and we're heading to Penal Punt. I can't believe I get to say this. It's Loud versus SK Kalalas, and we're just in the quarterfinals. We really get our money's worth today. We're going to kick things off here with Charlie being picked up on the left-hand side. Banned out a lot of those spray brawlers, mid-control, area control, Spike, Crow, Chester on the left-hand side. Leon double ban, also an interesting one. We haven't seen him in competitive for quite some time, but that buff really must have helped him.
I think the pinhole, the lollipop drop speed boost is pretty oppressive on a map where position means everything. And also that he just keeps sniping kills out of nowhere. Leon is really dangerous, but it's no surprise to see Otis still hotly contested here. Last month, he was the second highest pick rate brawler at 30%. It looks like nothing's changed.
Yeah, it's for me one of the most versatile brawlers to have in the back pocket, and I think that even if you end up in a position where tanks don't show themselves, it's still okay to have. You know, I think that's why Otis for me is like that kind of big tank. Tank counter, but they're really doubling down now at this point. I'm not sure that it's necessary with the girl. I think, you know, in almost...
We get it. You don't like tanks, guys.
Yeah, and, you know, with the global bans, of course, with the Bull, BB is still available here, but I feel like if any team's going to pick it up, it's going to be Loud. So they've got the Charlie, it makes sense to combine them, but into the Otis now, into the Gale, I think they're probably going to pass.
Both Gale and Bo are brawlers that we see this month a lot more often than any month before. Gale didn't even get a buffy. He's just really good into tanks. And guess what? Tanks are kind of strong at the moment. One of those would be BB, maybe Kaze. It's going to be Meeple once more. I think we have seen him every single time today where we have seen this map.
So Meeple is also the punish when your opponents are heavily indexing into anti-tank brawlers. You pick someone who's just got good range and is broadly very good at trapping people or taking map control and has a super that basically doesn't really care about map topography if you want to do damage. That Meeple hypercharge is still unbelievably powerful. Something that's kind of easy to forget as it popped in sort of late last year. Now they take the BB anyway. They say, well, we feel like we still can play this against your composition. I don't think they wanted to give it over to SKC either.
Kind of there taking a sip from like a jug bigger than his own head, it seems. Third and final pick. Kind of come in. I can't see another tank counter. It does. I mean, I'm just surprised that we've seen them be picked into this, but also that we're seeing Meeple so much. I mean, it's definitely good. Lumi's not one that was on my radar, to be completely honest. I think it's kind of fallen off a little bit. Can have some area control with the freeze. Not the worst of things.
Grim and Frostbitten?
Yeah, Grim and Frostbitten. It's definitely the preferred gadget for me, but she's not in a bad place. She's not in a fantastic one.
Yeah, obviously, you know, she has a hypercharge. You know, that drum solo makes her super that much more powerful. She is squishy, though. Remember, when she first released, she had like 9.5k health, which was insane. That's been heavily tuned down. She still hits extremely hard. And look to see that gadget made use of in these chokes to really get some damage away. We're going to jump into our first set here, though, folks. Pinhole Punt is underway between Loud and SK Kalalas. It is definitely the most compelling quarterfinal matchup on paper. Let's see if it delivers.
Reese does find a connection there to Firecrow, who pops the vitamin booster just in the nick of time there to get the additional heals. Nice pressure as well. An open goal for Kaido. Easy breezing the first 24 seconds of play.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty impressive and a great start off an early break here for Loud. They've also got that Charlie Super now in reserve. And look at it, Mantis of Meeple fulfills a similar purpose. Locks down two individuals and immediately the BB damage comes in. Firecrow's able to close the gap. Grim and Frostbitten keeps Loud at arm's length for the time being. But RHC doesn't really have the health to step up and take a bunch of free damage on this Lumi. So patience is going to have to be a virtue here for SKC. But now they're losing players while in their half of the map. Not a good sign.
Yeah, really not. Oh, the bump there as well for Christian onto the left-hand side and then straight into the bubble there of Firecrow. It's just looking so straightforward. Loud are all over this one. Reese now just tapped down. Adino. Oh, that was a bit of a mistake though. Gotta be said. That should have been a goal by Loud. And Christian comes in just the nick of time to get the defense.
The Meeple hypercharge means that Firecrow doesn't get knocked up against the wall and stunned, which he could have recovered from, but actually gets pushed down the map through that wall entirely. So in that case, Adino's hypercharge potentially working a little bit against Firecrow, even though he wasn't stunned up as a result. Some map control able to be taken by SK Kalalis now, but they are still being very tentative about getting back into the map. Some Spiderlings thrown up here just to get in the way of Christian. Firecrow now needs to dodge inside this Grim and Frostbitten Venn diagram, but it's still map control for Loud. Firecrow's going to step up. Adino could slot it in here, and unfortunately Christian is a little bit too slow to get there. Here come Loud.
A ton of mistakes there from Loud as well, some missed cocoons as well, but with that in mind, you should see really SKC punish it, and they didn't. They were just kind of all over the place really, and Loud just had free roam, free reign. You cannot do that against a team that are so established and so experienced. So for SKC, you know, that was the chance to get your thumbs warmed up. Now you've already got to bring something more, and this could be it. Pass through to CR as well. Immediately at the bat, a goal in 11 seconds. That's a pretty good response.
With no supers as well, that is a fantastic early break here for SK Kalalis. Now that they're awake, we need to see if they are ready to drive this vehicle home. Heck is trying to get forward now, of course. Otis, you do not want to run headlong into if you are this BB. It's part of the counter structure to take this tank down. Adino, though, gets free damage and a free elimination virtually on virtue of making use of that super. And Firecrow's already trying to get ahead, but Gale will be the next anti-tank measure in the way of Loud. And Firecrow will still prevail, albeit only just.
Wow, Dino now coming to support as Firecrow's too low already here. The Mechanics doing a pretty good job of ring around the Rosie, and now the wall coming through. Look at this. He does fall in the end, but that was an entire motion around the map to come there to defend. Now, pushing the ball out. No connections then just yet through the wall, but it's going to allow Christian to come back off the spawn here. Kaido has the hypercharge you might need on this defense.
Okay, nice catch there with the Cocoon. Firecrow wants to come forward now. So we've got map control off the back of that Cocoon, and Pekka won't be able to respond. That's the Otis out of the picture now. Far less to deal with this BB as Firecrow's going to use the Mansions of Meeple to close the gap somewhat to SKC, but he's going to be stunned up instantly there by that blustery blow. RHC out of the pitch now, Adino with a hypercharge super, meaning that there's nowhere to hide for SKC outside of their own goal, but a blast beat's going to be able to bring that Charlie down behind the wooden containers.
Really risky. It feels like SKC just want to be able to defend this entire time, and they cannot place a foot wrong here. Hypercharge from Pekka, will he find the muse as well? He does so there with the help of a blusting break from Christian as well. There is the twister, preventing Kaido from being able to get to the ball, but again, it's going to be able to be continuous defense here for SKC, and this could be the time to strike for Loud. It's a wide open goal. Kaido should be able to score this as well, tying things up with 25 seconds left on the clock.
These Meeple supers getting cycled is a huge problem for SK Kalalis. It feels like at all times when Loud are able to get into an offensive position, SK Kalalis can't even make use of the boxes to protect themselves at the top of the map. They're going to get forward here now, and Adino has to respect RHC's health pool. Firecrow eventually is going to be brought down. Loud are going to be more than happy to corner the ball for now and regroup in mid.
Let's see, Pekka, I was going to say, might have just made a beeline for the ball there. Back splatter out, and this is where the synergy between that gadget and the Lumi from across Preston is going to make quite a big difference. There's a nice stun. Firecrow should fall here as well. Adino has been forced out to put the hypercharge now with two members of SKC though.
No time.
Christian for the pass through to Reese here, and it should be a goal, and it is. SKC get one on the board.
And I do feel like we're watching the consequences of picking this BB knowingly into two brawlers that counter tanks. I understand that Loud maybe feel like she's still strong enough in her own right, especially with these buffies, to find success there, and that was the case, I think, in the first game of this set. However, SKC have woken up and they've been able to dial in some of their anti-tank measures to make it hard for Firecrow to take over the game.
Firecrow duking on his left-hand side. Christian in the middle of this Gale pick needs to heal up here, as does Kyogre, as these shots fire back and forth both sides. Again, looking to get that early utility, and another gadget there from Pekka. Will push Dino back. Manchester people going out now as well. Get a nice break of the bush, force Pekka to the left here as well. Riss is going to be careful. He's going to be running into both Kyogre and Adino if he's not careful on that right-hand side.
Best Vitalings here to eat up some of these shots for Kyogre. I think this Lumi has really been quite an issue for Loud. Kyogre's actually had the lane swap into mid because RHC has kept him under the thumb for this entire round. And Adino doesn't seem to be faring all that much better. Even with the soft target seeking of these Meeple shots, RHC's been able to avoid a lot of the damage. So Mentos and Meeple going to be used for Adino to get a bit further up the map now. Firecrow, though, caught inside that Gale Super. Still sends the ball forward, though. And that has to be kept now in SK Kalalis' goal. Great blast speed. Adino's going to get caught out there. Firecrow also hit by the mute button. SKC find just the right moment to come forward with those powerful supers.
Pekka and Christian are just absolutely punishing Firecrow. I mean, it's such a tough matchup. But again, we were talking about it coming into the game. Loud chose this into the Gale, into the Otis. Now they've got to lie in the bed of which they've made. Vitamin Booster, or nice cocoon there from Kyogre. Should allow, since the return, yeah, Christian with a swift takedown. Does place the twister there for good measure. Hyper charge from Pekka. Muse could get two, he does as well. Now potential pass here to RHC, who's healing up along the way. Might choose, oh, the wall! No, it is pushing it back. That may have been a chance for a goal, but I think that was just a fantastic gadget from Adino.
Obviously, the fact that he's got a super there means that Adino can now 1 versus 2 and clear SK Kalalis entirely, putting Loud back into the middle of the map. But there's some concerns here. It's a lack of damage output from Loud's composition, especially from Kyogre, who, as you know, the DPS of Charlie increases the closer she is to her targets, but she doesn't want to be against this. Yeah, going to be run over by the blast speed, and Pekka's going to come forward yet again. Firecrow needs to get into this game somehow, but they're constantly being juked out and forced away by this Gale. Loud have to come up with a plan to take this in overtime.
Hyper charge now for Adino as well. Pushing out with the gadget. Firecrow muted out. If this is punished at the moment. Everyone's low on the side of SKC. Christian will fall here as well.
Adino.
Now there's going to be a chance for an easy goal here as well. The cocoon is there. Fantastic stuff from Loud and a great response.
And you can see just how much depends here on that Meeple being able to find those supers. Not only does Adino save Loud from losing this set with a fantastic gadget into super, but that hypercharged super later on in the round meant that as long as you pushed up, you would have this really lopsided, advantageous scenario as the attacker. And at the end, it felt like the BB was just there to attract damage, just to soak shots and pave the way for the Charlie and the Meeple to come forward.
Nice to see that SKC started to sit into things better, it must be said. Took some time, but towards the end of that set, it just felt like it could have gone either way, actually, for me. I feel like when you've got, though, a Gale and an Otis and the BB, then Firecrow was punished a lot of the time, but I don't think you should really be losing that set.
The BB was a bit of a question mark in the end. The Lumi was one at the beginning for me. We didn't really like to see her come into this draft. Surely you'll pick both, for example, if you just want spray and a lot of area control, but she actually worked out better than expected.
She's just horrendous against these Meeple supers. You know, I think that Lumi is amazing at controlling chokes and these tighter angles, but look at this. What does RHC do here? Nothing. They just get caught in a cocoon straight away. I think as long as you can get your team in front of the, you know, the SKC goal with a Meeple super ready, doesn't have to be a hyper, you're probably going to score. Getting into that position, though, against these very effective control brawlers in Gale and Lumi, that's more than half the battle.
Yeah, you can see that as well. Dino had a fantastic game. 11 kills for him and just so many clutch gadgets. I mean, like we saw, just defending for his life. But 11 kills alongside that, I think is really commendable. Firecrow, of course, as we know, had a tough time. But I feel like, you know, that was really a set where when you've got that kind of draft, it should be going the way of SKC.
It's not something we see very often, a BB sitting on only 3 kills. She is one of the best brawlers at the moment, banned out just as often as Bull in other regions in the global bans already. This one here is going to be out in the open, a map we've only seen once so far. We're knockout now. And let's see with what they will go with here. Usually you only have that right-hand side to walk into mid, where it all comes down to. You want to pick up a brawler that can walk over water on the left-hand side. Angelo would still be open here. Eve actually banned out. Or you just break open the map. Brock would be the pick of choice here. Mostly he's also banned out here. So let's see with what they will go with instead.
Now, Eve, on a lot of other maps, the ones that don't involve water anyway, it's just not a consideration. It's impressive to see her still being gone to here. Angelo, as Sunny pointed out, has the ability to traverse those waterways without suffering any penalty, and so is a pretty decent option on this kind of map. It is really hard to get to grips with them. Gus has been picked so much on this map over the years. Really, really powerful, but lately actually has not been performing very well at all. We saw him in the first set. Still quite potent, but there's concerns that maybe Gus is getting power crept by a lot of these, buffy, empowered brawlers.
Crow here, open. Quite a rare thing, really, to have at this kind of stage of the ban process. Gus coming through, great shout. Let's see how they combine it. I think with the Pearl, probably their best option if they want to go for that. One that is certainly up there in the highest pick rates here today in South America. It does kind of make a lot of sense, though, when you have that kind of big brute and the shield on top of it. It's very, very dominating, and brawlers like Angelo are going to have a tough time kind of landing those shots into it. It's definitely a pick which, as well, Loud are quite savvy to choose themselves. But choose the Nanny. I don't mind the pick at all, but I kind of feel like it does leave the Pearl open to Loud to be able to utilize. Squeak could also be quite good one to have on this map, yeah.
You know who's sneaky? Yeah, Squeak is sneaky good on this map, actually. Has a 73% win rate this month. Mina's banned out. I think she would have been a go-to option, in the absence of any other approach here. I don't think we're going to see Jean, though it has been picked up, of course, just doesn't really have the damage required. Okay, we're going to get it here. Okay, so alongside the Angelo, your damage per second, you have burst damage from the Angelo, but your DPS from your comp is actually really low right now.
I want to roll this out for you a little bit. Usually we don't see Nanny too often, but into Angelo, she's so good because of that return to sender gadget. What do you play against the gadget? Either Jean or Tick. That has been the case for Shooting Star and now also for Out in the Open. Really like the Jean. We have some healing on that left-hand side. Byron could follow up to have even more HP. Or Squeak. I really like that shout from you earlier. Pearl coming in here. Also, Brawler we mentioned already. She's also going to be super good into that Nanny. That return to sender gadget is not going to do too much anymore.
Like Bow, Crow, to some degree as well. Those are an option. And yeah, having that spammy damage that pops the return to sender is obviously really potent. Firecrow also is going to be able to get a lot of bush information. Probably has that vision gadget to make sure anyone revealed will be lit for longer. Pearl also does that. You have to give up heat as Pearl to do that scouting. You don't want to spam shots randomly. There's that Squeak that makes its way in. Like I said, has a absurdly high win rate right now, because once you have that mid control, your opponents can't get out of their side of the map. You can really punish these chokes out.
I like the comments on both sides, but I definitely gravitate more towards the SKC one myself. But certainly when you got the Pearl, the magic puffs from the Jean, and the heals of which that brings, in a mode like Knockout, does go quite a long way. But I think a lot of this is going to pivot on how Loud fare with this Angelo. It's always a good brawler pick on this map, but you do have to land those shots. I mean, it's very punishing if you don't in the map that it's just so encouraging to be pushed back on.
Yeah, and you also can't really bother shooting the Nani. The projectile speed is slow enough that Nani has time to respond with the return to sender, and you can almost, obviously, one-shot onto Angelo. You've got to respect it. Still, Pekka here. Yeah, see, there's a return to sender. Firecrow says, thanks for that. We'll wait for the cooldown of that gadget if you have another chance to use it. But now, this is what you have to do against the Squeak. You cannot give up their map control, so you need to take it. Loud's composition, though, is pretty bad at fighting their opponents behind these walls. Firecrow is going to try and develop a magic hand and pull someone out. But outside of that, Loud actually have to wait for the gas.
Yeah, I like the aggressiveness of which Kyodog has really started laying into the early outset of this match, but I worry massively here for SKC. They've given up so much control, they're on the back foot, and the gas going to be coming in really, really soon here. Pekka as well, if he wants to utilize the peep, he's going to have to be immobile by doing so. Oh, big tap here from Kyodog as well. Nowhere to go now. The splash from Firecrow. Turn to send the pot. What? Are you serious?
I mean, you have to have known that gadget was available. Here comes the gas, though, again. So Loud are able to take the round in virtue of just, choking SKC out of the map. But, I mean, we know we're going up against a Nani here. Kyodog was really playing it very close there, choosing to fire at a Nani that he knew had gadget.
Well, now the magic hand of Firecrow is going to be really quite a dangerous prospect. And then it's top left as well, when everyone is kind of bunched together. He's got a lot of choice. Got to heal up though. That is the number one thing he's going to focus on doing at the moment. Dino as well, pushing up that right-hand side on full HP. I mean, it really looks so comfortable so far for Loud.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Gus makes it hard for SKC to get back into the map in a meaningful way. There's just not enough damage being done.
No. Well,
This is
no.
how you get back into the map. I don't approve of that. Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, the jump pads are there for a reason, Ark. I don't know why that's so funny.
Paola's literally got a super which can capitalize in moments just like that. And you know, where does ever jump pads the answer, you know? Like, I mean, come on, guys. Come on.
We're trolling in the Brawl Stars championship. We have to be. Again, if SKC can't get into the map, I kind of get it. It does feel like they've deterministically lost the round if they get out of this center area. But they don't have much choice. Dino is quite oppressive. There's a nice little return to center. I like that. Kyodog, obviously, that super's so important for Angelo because you can't afford to shoot at the Nani if you're not full health. You won't get one shot if you are full health, but also you can't charge up your arrows if you're healing. So Kyodog actually can't do anything if he wants to get their health back and doesn't want to use a super in order for that healing to come.
Well, I felt there that SKC may have chosen to go the aggressive to secure that onto Kyodog. A break as well so far there from Pekka, but
I don't think Dino minds, really.
yeah, no, it's going to probably be helpful for him, but definitely means that there's that a bit of escape maneuvering. And so far, SKC taking some time really to secure these kills, and that's not great. 2v2 now, Pekka does need to find this. Gone to Kyodog. Pops the gadget prematurely as well. This could be really quite dangerous. Everyone is low. It's a 1v1 now, which Pekka should win and does. But that shouldn't have been nearly as close as it was.
Yeah, somehow Pekka is not able to body block the shot that comes in from Kyodog, so the Gus just ceased to exist. You've got to respect that Angelo damage. Good to see now SK Kalalas valuing being in the map that much more and maintaining this control of the bush. Kyodog sees the peak go past and isn't too bothered about it. Firecrow is able to hide behind the barrel and avoid it. Some of the grass at least is removed, but Loud I think are pretty unbothered about that Nani super.
Yeah, I think the barrel is quite key. Good squeak shots down to Firecrow. Forces him back as well, but if Firecrow can find a connection here, ooh, nice jukes there from Kyodog. Pekka doing a great job on that left-hand side there and a jump back away. Keep coming in. This is getting nasty.
Yeah, this is great. And this is what SK Kalalas want to do. They get that early damage. They turn it into map control. Nice little jukes there from Firecrow to avoid the peep, but this squeak is about to get really annoying. Firecrow doesn't have a reliable way to get into the map, and now it's his gas stuck here. Kyodog didn't have enough space to heal back up. Pekka started to look dominant now in these last couple of seconds. Nice little super there from the Pearl, but SK Kalalas have the numbers and therefore the damage. We are one game apiece in this set.
Yeah, really great adaptations from SKC because honestly, in the first few rounds, it was just looking like child's play and like Loud were looking so sure of themselves. Those nanny shots really did pack a punch, and Kyodog was struggling on that left-hand side to Pekka for the majority of things. And now, straight back in, an early tap there from Kyodog, straight down the line. Christian already so low as well, Pekka falls back. This is a perfect start for Loud so far.
Yeah, the first 20 to 30 seconds of these rounds can be a big predictor of who's going to win. And Loud, once again, are able to get that map control, start to lay it on a little thick. As Kyodog doesn't take enough damage where he's forced out of the map because Angelo takes longer to recover in many cases than other brawlers. He can't shoot while doing so, which is kind of important. Kyodog is going to have to be a little careful here. Magic Puffs are going to help keep him nice and topped up. Man, that was close.
Yeah, RAC is running wind-up as well, the long-range shot, and I'm just kind of surprised because the sticky residue on this map really is quite pivotal. But the way he's playing it, you can't really argue against it. Peep coming out now for Pekka, trying to find maybe Firecrow some break here as well, circling around, potential more damage, still circling around, got to find a target, Kyodog jumps away with the Master Fletcher.
Oh, there's the magic hand. Finally, we get to see it. Firecrow is able to take down RHC effortlessly. And Loud able to convert on a great start to that round. One round away from taking his set.
Let's see. Trying to find early taps again. Too long range. Oh, some big vengeful spirits down to the mid there as well. It's going to give Loud the control. you know, can choose to break, but we'll probably leave it. Yeah, exactly. Seems to be like SKC want to break that themselves, so Lau would be more than happy to leave it there for that reason, but they are still in a very, very advantageous position.
Yeah, I think RAC wants to wind up to be able to contend with the sharpshooters that they're expecting to see on this map. I think the residue gadget might just be win more when they already have that map control, when they're already punishing those chokes. So obviously, every now and then, we're going to see those super long-range shots coming out of RHC to maybe contend with the range of someone like Kyodog. Pekka's gone down, so that return to send the threat is now off the map. Kyodog could start to fire these shots into bushes with impunity.
What's Pekka thinking? I don't understand that logic. You're fired through their magic hand, and he's running in a straight line. It makes no sense. I mean, that's not the craziest thing in the world, mate. Come on, it's a hypercharged Sheen. When do you ever see one of those three magic hands? Never happens.
You don't want to, because you don't want to run the risk of pulling more than one player in and getting blown up instantly. There's the set, though. Loud again, land the plane. Bit of turbulence midway through, but they got off to a great start. They made sure they maintained map control and were genuinely pretty oppressive for SKC to play into.
I'm getting triggered. I'm not going to lie. I'm getting super triggered on the desk. I just don't kind of see why SKC are making some really great moments for themselves to give themselves a chance to breathe and then just throwing it all away. I mean, there was some very questionable plays in that last round, and it's like all that hard work and then just to kind of just give it on a plate just makes no sense to me.
It was tough. I think, you know, Pekka is so crucial in this composition. I think that return to center is really important to deter this Angelo from just firing willy-nilly. That obviously, that round was already over, so we kind of understand that running headlong into the Pearl was just a way to try and get things over quickly. But we did see, like, this end state here was really quite nice. Obviously, Adinho eventually goes down. It's a trade, and Pekka hits a nice shot across the map on the diagonal to clean up Kyodog. But the talent's there on SK Kalalas. They've got that individual skill, but yeah, having to fight into the middle of the map, when the gas comes in, you're at an extreme disadvantage.
Loud with the mid control more often than not. Immediately from the start, they just push in and push their opponents all the way back into spawn. Even though they had the map broken open with the nanny, it did not matter. They did not get back into mid. And as Ark put it, they came close a couple of times already in the previous set, but in the end, they just can't close it out. And it's hard to watch, honestly. They're looking so strong in scrims, but somehow they can't put that into the monthly finals.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, honestly. It's like a really odd thing to see. You know, normally when teams have been putting as much time as they have into their practice, you kind of expect to see some of that come through. On the day, nerves can get the better of people, but this is not a team which really should be getting nervous in that regard. It just feels like it's just being sloppy almost. I just don't understand like why they're not being more cautious against a team like Loud.
It's the Gus for me. If you lose map control, Gus doesn't really have the damage. He doesn't have a super that also can guarantee you burst damage or an instant elimination opportunity. You already want to have that map control to abuse the Squeak, but if you don't have it, your Squeak does no damage, your Gus can't really get good shots. You might try and snipe someone with Cuckoo Popper or bubble yourself to try and, you know, bully into the map with a numbers advantage, but there aren't a lot of levers you can pull to regain that map control once you lose it, and Loud understood the assignment. They just said, we're not going to let the Squeak be oppressive, we're going to keep him in his half of the map.
Gus is really good if you can enable another brawler. So if you have a super available, you usually don't want to shield yourself. You want to shield that BB in your roster or something like that to then push in and give your team some room to breathe. And that was really missing for SK Kalalas this round.
Yeah, I mean, I just felt like the draft still, though, regardless, was decent. It just didn't really have that ability to have an early start. That's what Loud had, you know, using that Angelo gadget into the map immediately.
Get a strong
establishing
start, get that position.
Yeah, the positioning power was really all from Loud from the very beginning through until the end of most of those rounds. So they had that head start, which just we didn't see on the side of SKC.
And if they had like an Eve, they could play the diagonal on their side of the map and get across the water, right? But without any water traversing brawlers, you're at a disadvantage.
They were super clever. They banned out Eve themselves, Loud, and then picked up Angelo. So they made that impossible. We're now heading over to Open Business. Could already be our last map in this series if Loud closes it out here. My gut feeling still tells me that this is going to be a close quarterfinals. I want to see some more of these two teams. So let's see if we're going to head into a set 4 after that. Gale, Ziggy, and Chester are going to be banned out on the left-hand side. Leon, Spike and Crow on the right side. We do not get to see Spike or Crow today at all, I feel. They've been either global banned or banned out in the regular stages. First pick now for Loud. Ruff's usually one of the best picks. Super solid, a good first pick. You can't really go wrong with him. Can decide to open up the map. Just throw that hyper to your teammates so they can get hyper themselves. Poco is going to be the first pick instead. A very risky first pick, I feel. They already point into the direction of a tank comp.
Yeah, they're pointing at the BB. They're not slick at all. I'm sorry, but like, yeah, obviously having taken the Poco here, they have to ask themselves, are we going to have to use one of our picks here for an Otis or like a tank counter? Because if you're savvy as SK Kalalasak, I think you're going to be saying, if we don't take the BB now, we are not going to get her.
I mean, I quite like that pick for SKC. I mean, I'm surprised it wasn't one of the bans, to be honest. I mean, I think that, for me at least, it's kind of better than the Gale ban. Gale definitely coming forwards, no doubt about it, but I mean, I'm just kind of, interesting.
Pick BB here, right? There's no Gale, and you've got the Otis.
Yeah, it is pick B, yeah, BB. I mean, it doesn't always necessarily work, and there are still options. I mean, Shelly could be just a hard counter as well here. It's you still have to think that way. It's picking the brawlers to what you see rather than kind of what would be normal for the map. Griffin come in to break. Definitely wasn't one that was on my horizons. Could be paired with a Pierce, but the Pierce being global banned would rule that out. So I don't know. Not really sure what their thinking is.
Bro does big deeps.
Two tank counters
doesn't
now.
care about the walls.
Maybe they just hope BB's not going to be picked up on that left-hand side. Now, we have so many options to break open the map. Griff is not one we see too often. If then it's only as a tank counter. Rolfster Stu would definitely be higher up on my board. But let's see if on the left-hand side BB's still going to come out. It wouldn't be the first time to play a BB into two tank counters.
I also think, yeah, Stu's a good pick here. Obviously, you want a brawler who can spend much more time than average on the hot zone itself. And with the Poco, especially the Poco Hypercharge Guild giving a bit of an overshield here, you have staying power. That is a great start. You do not have the raw damage output, though, that SKC has. So you might need to choose a brawler that can interact with them without being in their line of sight, like a thrower, for example, which would be unheard of. Mina is going to round things out. So I do like this. Obviously, she has a gadget that can allow her to neutralize those projectiles for a time, and she has insane snowball potential boots.
This is going to be such a tough match here for SKC. I mean, you're looking at so much mobility from the Stu, from the Mina, and, you can go with a B here, a B, but, I mean, that's what you would normally combine with the Griff, but it's going to be awful into what they're looking into and as a comp, and if they were thinking of it, it's just been really outdrafted, and they're going to have to deviate away from this plan, in my opinion. I'm not even sure, realistically, it's going to go BB. I mean, yeah, it makes sense.
Finally.
But, I mean, I don't know. I feel like, especially with the Stu, I mean, Kaidog on that brawler, literally the best player on it in the world. Mina, going to have very much the same kind of attributes, and the Poco as well. It's going to be hard to run this down. They're going to give themselves the best chance by bringing the BB in. I don't mind it, but it's going to be a bit counterintuitive with the Griff as well. How are they going to be working that out?
They're going to be super mobile on the left-hand side. Don't really have the most range, and we do have a Stu and a Griff on the field here. Going to be an interesting one. I really like both comps. Would probably go with SK Kalalas if I had to play this match. So maybe, hopefully, they finally get a set on the board.
Okay, Flycrow's already going to come forward early. Fat Splatter, of course, just to do some ticking damage, but Loud take priority. They are the first team on the point, and they'd like to spend as much time here as they possibly could. Pekka with a Vitamin Booster, though, to shrug off some of this poke damage, and Firecrow with a timely shield gadget to try and pressure Christian on the left.
This is exactly what Pekka has for breakfast for me. This is the perfect brawlers to land him on already. Two baseball swipes, and they clear up on aisle 5. Firecrow, the last man standing on the top left-hand side. Low HP, can't go on the aggressive just yet. And Pekka already running shield gear, by the way, on top of everything.
Nice.
As if BB's tankiness wasn't enough.
We're going to lose the game to a last guy. Cloud, this economy? Dino's forced back here. Gadget from the Poco, though, to yield a bit of extra healing. Dog as well wants to spend some time on this point here. Christian's dealt with here. Here's where Loud can now start to find their lead. Good damage coming out, and the Otis wasn't really able to hang. Look at how broken up the map is on this right-hand side, which means that, well, Griff is going to try and do what he can to navigate this cashback used. But yeah, it's the Mina gadget that blocks those spinning bills. And now Loud able to get into that lead. It's 13% and counting arc.
Yeah, the windmill of Mina is just absolutely brutal. Nothing seems to penetrate it. Big hill coming out as well as Pekka just beelining now for the Storm. Hypercharge, inbound, big swipes, but again, Loud are in the lead, and look, he's going straight to the spawn, actually going to go down to the Poco, and that's kind of disastrous.
Yeah, I mean, the healing is massive here. It's so necessary with all the poke damage that's going to get taken by this Loud competition. But they're at 90% and counting now. Hypercharge cashback could be cycled through multiple times. RHC doing big damage, but Kaidog still wins his 1 versus 1 and is able to dodge away from much of this damage. There's no way for Pekka to interact with Stu, and he understands that, so instead, he tries to surge ahead and take out the reinforcements. Kaidog eventually falls. Pekka, though, does go down. A hypercharge super here from the Poco should give Loud all the staying power they need to close out this round.
And it felt like they should have secured the kill on Cardinal. He was left on the zone for so long, able to heal up and be present when his teammates came back in off the spawn. It just gave Loud a bit of an edge. And now at a match point, I just don't really feel like I've seen enough so far from SKC. I mean, you haven't seen anything
from them. Nothing. About as little as possible, considering that we're in our third set of Brawl Stars here, Ark. Can you show us what you're made of before all is said and done, SK Caladas? Because exiting here in the quarterfinals would be unthinkable for a roster of this caliber, for a team headed up by Pekka himself. Basically royalty in his region. Nice little beeline there. Pekka takes over towards Adinho, and Poco is handled. SK Caladas will be able to catch up on some of this deficit.
Pekka going the aggressive, getting some swipes for the heal there for Adinho. It's going to go quite a long way into keeping Kaidog on that top right-hand side. Windmill Gadget out yet again from Firecrow, just getting more valuable objectives on the zone. It's been boosted for Pekka. Hypercharge as well, just leaving Firecrow on the low. He goes straight down the middle.
I mean, Firecrow is stuck in the bush on this left-hand side. This BB is a problem. Kylog eventually is going to be able to bring her down, but there's still RHC to contest with. And that's a lot of damage here off that super. Kylog's able to dodge it, but simple geometry, my friend. That Spitball's going to be able to take him out. Radinho has to respect the BB, who once again is in space.
I think Pekka's just feeding a lot over to the Poco, and you can see now Adinho popping the hypercharge. Christian on the left-hand side goes down here, and Kaidog pushing his way forwards. Pekka jumps straight up into the air with the helping hand of that Mina, and it's Loud all on the zone. Loud are behind here by a couple of percent, but they can absolutely bring this back.
A healthy lead for SK Caladas now, though. They'll look to try and extend on it, but that's Mina Gadget. They're able to block a lot of the damage coming in. Oh, Pekka's caught inside the tornado. Easy free damage onto the BB. You'd think Firecrow, though, has to expose himself to danger in order to get forward and complete that elimination. And Adinho cannot stand on the point. So SK Caladas get one big step closer to taking this round away. With Pekka cycling onto the point, there's not much that Loud can do. BB is busted. You heard it here first.
I'm watching that, and I'm always thinking that, do you know what? Maybe there's a way that SKC can still not win this game. That's crazy to me. That should not be in my mind, but I'm waiting for it to go wrong.
Okay, I mean, in fairness, I think we're able to see now just how powerful this BB can be, especially with like good damage output there from the Griff. I think like opening up with a fat splatter to deny some space here away from Loud is good, but yeah, Peck is definitely the problem. I do feel this team rises and falls on him at times, and this is definitely one of those.
Yeah, Pekka really needs to bring this home for his team here. In my opinion, this is the brawler which is the playmaker in that regard, and so far so good, targeting as much of his time. He's going superly aggressive, but look at this, Loud getting a much better start here. Oh, beautiful tap there from Firecrow, sealing the fate there of Christian. And look at this. I mean, this is looking like a much more convincing game for Loud so far, but if they lose control, that can change.
Pekka knows he can't afford to take these 1 and 2 hits from the Mina, lest Firecrow have a massive burst of damage to Zen. Oh, caught inside that Hurricane and ceasing to exist. Even Adinho getting involved with some of that damage. Looks like Screeching Solar was the option, so can assist with damage output when it's required. Gadget here from Adinho now, and this is a massive lead from Loud. It looks like they're looking to convert on it. Pekka steps up. There's enough damage there from Adinho again, who catches on with that super, and it's 79% and counting. You've got to feel like this could be curtains for SK Caladas.
Christian needs to heal here as well. Gadget there from Firecrow. Nice wimble, 10% needed now for Loud. And this should be the moment. This should be the Krasen call. As Loud, all three on the zone. Still the fate of SKC. Nowhere to be seen this month. An absolute catastrophe. A team which should be making a bigger dent than that. And quite a disappointing Loud, thoroughly deserved, through to the semis.
El Clasico, by the way, that's what we said. Or at least this was in years gone by. But the game of Brawl Stars changes very quickly, and so do the fates of many of its teams. Loud, though, looking again to assume their spot as a top dog in this region and demonstrate some consistency. It's a really solid set. I think there were times where, sure, the individuals on this SK Caladas side were able to find success. Pekka with 11 eliminations here in this game. That's pretty impressive, but for me, it's a BB that only spends 26% of the time on the capture point. That is not, it's not enough.
I really want to point out Firecrow here. In that third round especially, he just always went after Pekka, always a super available, and Pekka didn't really have much to say. Firecrow and that Mina looked so strong. And we promised you a close match in this one. I apologize for that. It is a 3-0 in the end. I think Uber was onto something. He said, Loud is eventually gonna win. They're gonna come back. That 2025 year wasn't just a fluke.
Yeah, it's just a tough one to see, honestly. I mean, I knew that this for me was going to be my favorite match of the quarterfinals. That these are two teams that should be at least making semi-finals. So it's going to be a sad thing to watch go down regardless. But that's one that should be the fifth and final set decider.
Yeah.
It should be fireworks. It should be the one that is the grand final early. And it was nothing to be
I
seen.
told you, I said I felt bad about my cred at the start of this game. Because obviously the monthly qualifier loss to Olimpo squad for SKC isn't exactly something you want to put on your mantelpiece. You don't feel good about that, and Loud do feel like they are stalwarts, and whether it's in the first, second, or third month, they will come up and they will show that quality that the entire team is, given them the consistency. They play with the same people. They've got coaching staff. They've got all that stuff. So like eventually, it feels like they will come home with a result. It just happens in the second month this time.
Yeah, after looking at the scrim data, I felt super good about my predictions. But yes, as I already said, you were onto something. You knew that Loud would eventually win. Let's have a look at the bracket here. We have one more quarterfinal for you guys at home. Loud and SK Kalalas. This match was not as close as we promised it to be. I'm very sorry about that. Loud is going to move up into the semifinals, and they're now waiting for their opponents, Uber.
Yeah, look, keep false advertising from us, but that's fine. You can forward your complaints to Sunny. I think this next game, though, is pretty interesting, right? It is the Olimpo squad that were able to lay the smackdown on SKC in those qualifiers, and Eternal, who are obviously your reigning champions, who come into this month with a bit of a question mark over them because of that exact monthly qualifier. That's important. The results on the way here matter a lot because things change so much month to month. The game changes, the balance changes, the balance of power between top teams changes. So we have to, kind of put some credence and put some respect on those results here and feel like Olimpo squad might be the team that is poised to bring the axe down on our last month's champions.
And the roster of course changes as well. Welcome back, ready to the show. You watched the previous match, so your break was a bit shorter than expected.
It was, yeah. I'm not going to be the only one to catch a short break today, though, because I feel like some of these matches are pretty one-sided. Now, we've gotten through the bulk of them in the quarterfinals, but I feel like we have yet to see what Loud has to offer now in the semifinals.
We're gonna see who Loud will face in the semi-final. It's either gonna be Olimpo Squad or Eternal Esports. Olimpo Squad on the one side, they took down SK Kalalas 3-1 in the monthly qualifier, which is a huge statement and also my reason why I picked them. Once again, their stats in scrims also looked super, super nice, and it's kind of that new generation that we see rising in the other regions.
Yeah, look, I think that there's every reason to expect Eternal to perform well. They are the remnants of that BC Gaming SA squad for the most part. And there's a Olimpo squad team for me. They are going to have a sub, of course. Meliodas is going to be involved, but that's a player, by the way, who's been around a ton in the SA region. Has ringed for like a bunch of different teams. This Olimpo squad roster, though, mostly intact from last year. They were the newcomers, the unknowns. We had no expectations of them, and they came in, honestly, they threw some pretty, big haymakers across the course of the year. Now, did they feature in the postseason? No. But now coming together again in this second crack at a Brawl Stars Championship campaign, albeit with a slight substitution, I still think they're poised to do damage.
And this is a rematch from last month's quarterfinal. It was already Eternal versus Olympus Squad, and back then Eternal took it 3-1. Olympus Squad now wants revenge.
It's a bit of like Schadenfreude, right? Like laughing at the misery here of Olimpo Squad because they managed to make it through the upper bracket, and what did they get rewarded with? The same darn thing as last month, that 3-1 them there. Eternal go through the lower bracket unexpectedly. But it could be that Olimpo Squad are that much stronger this month. We'll review how they performed last month. Of course, we already know the outcome. We then saw Eternal go on to face New Heights Gaming. There's a celebration right there. This, I guess, predicted team to take all of it. And the jubilation also from Jubileu, the man named after it himself, seeking to assume that position once more.
This is a really solid team, though, and I think now with Motep joining the ranks last year, with Christian obviously going over to SKC in like a straight swap, I think that Eternal have definitely won out on that exchange. Right? I do think that they are the winners of that little sort of back and forth. But this team already lost to Elevate in the qualifiers. So, and by the way, it wasn't that impressive. It was a 3-1 loss for this team. So that's concerning. Should furrow the brow, so to speak. But overall, we think that we should expect this team to continue to be strong. Top 4 team at the very least. So victory here is almost a necessity.
So on the one side, with Olympus Squad, we have a team who has a lot to prove. They're improving steadily. And then on the other side, we have Eternal, who's already proven themselves last month. But they look a bit shaky coming into this month. As you said, they lost to Elevate, dropping into the lower bracket. And Reddy, as you said it, unfortunately for Olympus Squad, even though they now made it through the upper bracket, they have to face the winner of February.
Typically, you get rewarded for going through the upper bracket.
Not here, not in SA.
No. In SA, it's a big old mess. The top 6 are messed up and rearranged to every single month. Now,
Just a big old nerd casserole every month. You just don't know which team you're going to end up with
a
on your
slop
plate.
bowl, if you will. But the players are good in their own right. Not that kind of slop. They've just been mishmashed around so frequently, and one is going to emerge out of the chaos. That's what happens with now I'm going to make a big analogy to like a nebula, right? The order emerges out of the chaos. Only 1 month has occurred so far, and Eternal is in the lead when it comes to going to Brawl Cup.
And if we look at our predictions here at the casting desk, this has to be the closest match in all of our quarterfinals. We have 2 going for Olympus Squad. As I said before, my reasoning being Olympus Squad looks super solid in scrims, and they did beat SK Kalalas, a team that looked very strong, maybe not today, in a 3-1 series in the qualifiers already. So Olympus Squad overall looking super strong this month. Eternal, yes, they won in February, but honestly, this month is not their month, Reddy.
No, it is not. Look, they go down in the qualifiers, but look, I'm still looking at that last month as a good example. When we look at the gameplay specifically, I was more sold on Elevate. I think also their drafts were more consistent as well. The global bans are in. It's Glowing in Bull from, on the other side, of course, Leon and Chester on the home team. And I just wonder how this is going to spell out the implications for the match. Leon finally guaranteed not to show up.
Yes, obviously, we had Elevate's logo there. It is Eternal that are going up against Olympus Squad. Doubling back to the predictions just quickly, I just copied Sunny's homework. So, again, if you want to blame me, just blame her again.
So did all the viewers, it seems.
Look, I do think that, probably a lot of people have gone back and said, okay, first of all, these guys have kind of won our hearts over competing for the last couple of years in this region, and also the monthly qualifier result matters. With Olympus Squad getting an unexpected win and Eternal getting unexpected loss. But if you want to look at pound for pound experience and just general tenure, then yeah, you're getting behind this Eternal team, and I would be surprised if it were a blowout result. But I do believe in Olympus Squad. I like these guys, man.
A little throwback there to the SpongeBob collab. These are the maps for this series. It's the same map switched around once more. Hot Potato is gonna... That can't be true. We're still in the quarterfinals.
Time warp on. There we are. We need to go back. It took a few gigawatts.
We will
but
be
we're
going
here.
out in the open. I can say that here. Out in the open is going to be our first map. So that knockout map that we talked about before. You either want to have something to walk over water on the left-hand side, open up the map. Maybe not play Squeak. I don't know. It didn't really work out before.
I think you can play Squeak, but then just have a composition that'll put Squeak in the middle of the map, or allows you to fight in the middle of the map a little bit more easily. I don't even hate Bo, or someone who can use the waterway to play on the diagonal and have some nice shots. That's fine. I like Squeak here. It's good.
I do want to talk a bit more about the global bans as well. Bull so far has been banned out every single round. Why not in the other regions, Reddy?
I don't know. I think Bull just in general is a high priority brawler to ban out, but you got to keep him in the mix in the match because he's necessary to counter BB. So if you go in with the global blind bans, then of course you have to have Bull there to counter BB. BB, not guaranteed to be banned on the other side.
I hope you're ready for this rematch. It's Olympus Squad versus Eternal Esports. Olympus Squad versus Eternal, and we're gonna start on out in the open. We're knockout. You don't get any second chances. Eve and Angelo are banned out this time, so you won't get any brawler that can walk over one on the left hand side. You don't get a second chance for this one either. That's gonna be clipped. Uber.
Okay.
Good impression though.
Do your worst, I guess. I didn't even know the Crow made that sound. Honestly, I can never hear it over the music. Crow's very powerful right now, and he's not just a hypercharge bot. right? Feels like the buffies have really enhanced, especially the power of his gadgets and star powers. He's so annoying to deal with. And under hypercharged conditions, he has a main shot that actually is like really high damage up front, not just that ticking poison. Here's the Gus. I'll allow it. I do think it's just quite ubiquitous on this map type. It's really the rest of the comp that you build around it. I want to see like a high-risk, high-reward brawler that's really benefits from that durability of Gus to get into the map, make a play, and then take the bull by the horn, so to speak.
Okay, and the Bell as well. Bell, I think, should be pretty useful against like a Jae Young, for example. You know, something to take the early position here and out in the open, get in mid, set up. Note that like Gina's not here, Bell isn't going to be possible to counter that, but it should still be pretty useful in the long-range matchup. Notice that also Pearl has been a repeat offender on this map throughout the day, and it's a great way to deal with Pearl because, look, you outrange her, you're going to line up those shots, she's slow, and then you can mark her, she's guaranteed to take more damage. It's a preemptive counter, and I think it's quite weak in close range, so if this is the vehicle for a tank, I'm all here for it from Olympus Squad.
I do want to point out something we didn't really talk about yet. It's actually not Ice Crow playing for Olympus Squad in this monthly final. It's Meliodas. So it's going to be super interesting, especially for you and mine predictions, Uber. We said Olympus Squad is going to take this one. They're playing with a sub. Let's see how well that goes.
Yeah.
Byron is going to be picked up here on the left side. Last pick, Pearl, as you mentioned already, picked up so often in SA today.
Outside of picking a name from a really bad animated copy, Meliodas also has been around. Seven Deadly Sins is garbage. If you watch that anime, like I have a long list of suggestions. Some of them include other anime. Some of it includes therapy. He has been on like a lot of top teams, like and ringed for them. I think he was on SKC last year, like right at the beginning of the year before they actually put that roster together, or before they were BC Gaming. So don't worry. Like if there's one player that knows the ins and outs of this region, it's definitely Meliodas. I'm not concerned about that. I kind of like this setup as well. Now you do have a brawler that can be a bit more of a bully that can really benefit from that healing of the Byron. But I think the Squeak, we've got the Squeak in Gus comp. We're doing it, so I hope maybe you're going to spam reverse polarity and get bell damage to get into the map. You just don't give up the choke. Just maintain that map control.
Yeah, we'll see how they make their way into mid. Everyone, it's a rematch. Eternal and Olympus Squad in the quarterfinals once more. Though Eternal made it a lot further. They beat Olympus Squad, and they took the whole darn thing. Last month, we'll see if they can do it again with a strong start. They've already taken over mid control. That residue in the main way of getting into mid is so troublesome for Olympus Squad. They even said, no, surely they don't get like the budget Crow Super, the welfare Crow Super on the left side. But he's threatening it.
Okay, so we have a different gadget choice here for the Squeak in this game as opposed to the previous one where we had the wind up. This residue is very powerful in controlling the choke even further. It does feel win more a little bit. Golden is going to be slowed up here though, of course, by that Jubileo Super and pretty quickly dragged off his horse. Good start here for Eternal, but it all begins with that great map control assumption.
So let's see the residue once more. I'm looking for it right now. Eternal haven't managed to rush out the gates just like they did last time. Meliodas shifted way over to the left side. He gets the burn on Jubileu. That's a kill confirmed as he falls all the way back. Yeah, by the heat of the oven, mind you. And that heat's going to be building up once more. We'll see him shift over to the right side. Olympus Squad just, okay, so it happened off screen, but he broke open the wall for easier entrance to mid. Really huge issue for Golden that first round that will now be eased.
I also like this comp for Olympus Squad. Every single brawler has ticking damage that persists, so it's harder for Eternal to actually heal up and get back into the map. And very quickly, that shield has burnt down. Motep will cease to exist here. Now Olympus Squad not only have won a round, but they've also found a way into the map for free with this wall break.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Something that Eternal don't have is a way of getting into mid quickly, but they have a way of shutting down one of these chokes because Jubileu needs to have that gadget ready. Here comes a super. It's going to impact Golden, in fact, and the slow is here. Coway would love to get the takedown, but he's got the mark on Meliodas. It's all he really needs. Plenty of damage here from Gravel as Jubileu is forced back. Not quite the kill confirm that you would usually reserve that Byron Super for. On the right side, Golden gets to press forward, make it 2 kills for both Meliodas and Gravel. The confident jump forward from Golden to secure the game. And we'll see Olympus Squad start off the game with a bang.
Olympus Squad, I'm telling you guys, nicely done. And again,
early.
The bell mark on the Pearl is fine, but remember that heat shield is also damage reducing. So the mark is damage amplifying, damage reduction there. So it's not always the best brawler to target with that ability. And it was a hypercharge used to that effect. So now, of course, we'll go with a reset. Now down to our second round. The map won't be broken up as much. There won't be that easy access yet for Olympus Squad.
Note the lack of residue, but here comes Jubilee to replenish it once more. They won't be able to get over to that left side, and Eternal will get to take up a ton of space. What Jubilee was lacking is any cover to hide behind. He's going to need that barrel pretty badly, as Motep is forcing things up mid. It's getting a little bit easier. Look at all the pressure on Golden on the top side. One more shot from Bell would do it, but Verbal is keeping him barely alive. It should be an easy kill for Motep. Wants to go forward and auto aim, which he will get. In fact, Verbal gets a kill on the right side, which just, a little penny for your troubles. They weren't going to win this one.
No, yeah, exactly. I think they found themselves with the Crow stranded in the middle part of the map, and Verbal had to spend all of his time trying to heal up that Crow and didn't do any damage. So Meliodas here, obviously, with no Pearl, very dangerous in these later rounds, but having to go 1v2 against two of the most annoying brawlers in the game with the gas starting to close in means that Meliodas would simply prefer a quick exit from this round if possible.
Yeah, ordinarily you would actually retreat back to the back lines and just die in the poison, but Meliodas wanted to get a super so he could break that wall on the left side, and I don't even think he hit a single cookie on the enemy, so not the greatest there. He ended up getting a bunch of super. Look at Bell, has a hypercharge now. Could mark Meliodas right now if she wanted. If it weren't for Golden pressing up confidently from the right side, he's got the very fast movement speed, so it makes it much easier for him to win this right lane, at least as far as positioning. But Eternal aren't out of moves just yet. They still have the Bell hypercharge. They still have the Motep's Gust super.
Now, they've got to hit some of these shots. So there it is, the overcooked gadget doing that sort of ticking damage over time on Jubilee, but Meliodas has to make use of that super in a bit of a weird way, just to try and avoid getting taken down. Yes, they've opened another way into the map, but they are struggling now to fight through that residue. They can't come forward. You can see that Squeak gadget's going to be a big problem. Golden tries to dive on in. Bravo, they're going to be caught inside. Some more of that Squeak damage. And Meliodas has really struggled to find himself in a position to command attention, let alone do damage. Trying to play the middle part of the map, but you see much of that heat is being used up by Meliodas, who's trying to spam their way into a position of respect. Bravo going to go down here, of course, to that super. Meliodas not long for this world either. It's like night and day. Eternal much stronger on the second run.
I still wonder when we're going to see that traditional lineup of Byron healing a Pearl to the enemy side.
Yeah.
I feel like we see that quite a lot. Looks like the combo was more often actually the Crow being healed up, because he just does a lot of stuff. That's the highest priority brawler on your team. As long as Pearl can keep that lane at a stalemate on the left side, then she's kind of winning. But you see the same dynamic that I pointed out earlier, that a lot of times Pearl, her objective is to survive, and then she survives, she outlives her own teammates, and she's not going to win the 1v3 or a 1v2 or whatever she may be.
Well, we have a nest egg there. You'll notice it's placed such that Olympus Squad will be punished for over-pushing in Eternal's direction, but Olympus Squad seem confident to play this diagonal. Meliodas, though, wants to get a bit further forward. Brabau as well can control those chokes to some degree. Jubileo takes a hit there, and they're going to be ticking down with some damage for a time. Overcooked should be available yet again for the Pearl. Meliodas wants to get aggressive. The damage is pretty extreme when you have high heat, and Jubileo's just found that out the hard way.
Nicely done for Meliodas, though. He's on the profiting end of that interaction. It's a 3v2, and make that a 3v1. Olympus Squad at this point are just focused on getting the supers that they want. One for Meliodas would be pretty good, but it's on Motep's terms. He gets to walk into the poison and bring this to the next round. Eternal 1 round away from losing this set. The opposite goes for Olympus Squad. They're 1 round away from winning things, getting the advantage over the team that beat them in the last monthly final.
Golden here as well, just wants to cheekily poke in some of this damage. Pro attack range is really easy to underestimate. Here's Motep, bubbling himself. Meliodas really unbothered by it. Gets a bunch of damage in the Gus's direction. This should result in some map control, or at least the opportunity for Meliodas to come forward. Obviously, using heat means that he doesn't have access to that damage reduction or that heat shield, but that'll become available to Meliodas soon enough. It's similar to the Kenji star power in a way, like really let you stave off those hits and let you gain some space. Here's Rabala with a hypercharge flop. What's going to be the play? He's going to try and get a super behind these walls, potentially. No, in fact, just uses it on Golden. And he needs to keep himself in the game. Very, very low is this Byron, and that's map control being given up as a result of the damage taken by Olympus Squad.
Golden's one shot right now, pops a shield, but still Motep is able to only trade with him on the left side. Profiting interaction for Eternal. They survive this round. It comes down to one crucial round. Be careful. You've only got 1 life left. Meliodas managed to get his super off of all that, so it makes an easier rollout for him, but the wind-up on that super is so long that, honestly, I don't know if it really helped him that much. At least they'll have an easier retreat, but generally speaking, retreating is the last thing that you want to have to do. Hypercharge popped for Cow ABR, gets him a guaranteed mark on the Meliodas, which is pretty much the best thing that he could have asked for right now. Sets him up to be a ripe target for anyone on Eternal.
Yeah, you just don't have that innate tankiness that you are trying to abuse as the Pearl. Even if, like I said, your shield does give you a damage reduction, you don't want to run headlong into too much of this damage. Cower, though, takes a pretty generous tap from Meliodas. And Eternal are forced out of the map for the time being. Limpo Squad don't have the same ability to punish the choke as Eternal do, so the game isn't over necessarily yet, but here's the dive! And what a connection there! Golden sticks the landing and get Limpo Squad the result they're looking for. Great end to that knockout set.
This is where I'd want to say the scrims don't lie. Oh, hold up. Okay, thank you, Meliodas. It appears he is aware that the score is currently 1-0.
I'm glad we're being updated.
Yeah. Let us know what is on the next time you come on cams. Preferably for Limpo Squad on the Victor's cam. They're up by 1 set in the series. And this is a pretty good start for them. We also talked about, holy smokes, man's just flexing on us.
That's crazy, man.
I'm completely taken out of it. Like, he's distracting me.
My
Let's look at the
immersion
replays.
in my Brawl Stars tournament has been broken.
Yeah, like the Sigma energy is off the charts. Let's look at some Brawl Stars again, folks. This was a really close series. Went down to the final round here in Knockout. Limpo Squad led off with some pretty serious Pearl gameplay. Eternal fired back in a 2-0 blowout game, only for game number 3 to get pretty close.
And again, Eternal have to fight into the map to abuse just this oppressive Bell and Squeak comp, and they struggle to do that in that last little round. See them here, they're sort of stuck in this top corner of the map, constantly taking ticking damage from either the Crow or the Byron, and also like at risk of getting blown up by Byron's super if they, group up too closely to each other. So I do like the Limpo Squad composition in the end. It's kind of hard to see how the Pearl is supposed to be the be-all and end-all there and how she's supposed to take over the game, but Meliodas with a really respectable amount of damage and that gadget which can really just force enemies to respect you, play back a little bit longer with that damage that sort of ticks over time. Their comp is really annoying if you, want to soak some hits and play into the map, because obviously they all have ticking damage components. We're heading over the hot zone, though, pretty quickly. And we'll have to see if there's more where that came from or will the Limpo Squad start to roll these guys. Remember, Eternal stonks down a little bit coming into this weekend because of what happened in the monthly qualifier. The converse is the case for Limpo Squad, and they will snatch up this Ems, who's more often than not banned at the moment.
This is very true. She's just so good for area control. Also note the Poco ban on the opposing side. That Ems is going to be lacking some value. Still going to be useful for anti-tank. BB is in the mix because that Bull is banned by Eternal. It was one of their global bans. Now, note, though, that Ems just a great way to deal with BB. Like, BB has a lot of momentum. Guess what Ems does? She slows people down. Yep. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now you're kind of lacking. BB wants those walls. Guess what? Ems can shoot through them and slow you down. Now, this is interesting. Lou, a really popular pick on Hot Zone. We don't see it as much as we used to. Spike also. That's kind of a weird one to me because I see the idea, right? I see the area control.
Circles. There's a lot of circles here.
I'm seeing that there are a lot of radii inside of this radius of open business.
I mean, this composition, we have obviously, Ems in an area very effective even from behind those walls. But yeah, it looks like this is a lot of like area denial from this Spike and Lou composition at the moment, which is all well and good if you can cycle those supers. And Lou sometimes struggles to build them quickly enough because they're generally outmatched by any other mid to long range brawler like Pierce.
Yeah. Okay, but final pick is in here. And I don't know if Limpo Squad have kept themselves safe enough against something super aggro. You look at the bans. Got rid of Charlie. Okay, so what's your method for defense going to be? Now, that Charlie ban does open up Pierce for them, so that's pretty useful, but the mid has already been selected by Eternal. So this would be like when a Mortis would come in. Like, Mortis would be fantastic in Ems. It would be great into the Pierce. So Chester, also global banned. Like, what is their method? Okay, Stu can keep the distance, but it's not really a total counter. Like, Stu doesn't prevent your teammates from getting killed by Mortis.
Okay, so it is challenging to deal with both the Pierce and a Stu at the same time because they generate threat at very different proximities, right? Stu is going to run at you, whereas if Pierce, as we know, Pierce is one of the most powerful brawlers in the game if you're consistently hitting those shots. This is also a circle. Oh, that's true. Yeah, let's do this so many. Actually, it's crazy. The Venn diagrams are going to be off the chart in this game. But again, like both teams are drafted compositions that want to punish that, attempt to stay in the zone, which of course is the objective of Hot Zone. And Larry and Laurie, it feels like it's been quite some time since we've sort of seen them in the mix here. But it is pretty nice sometimes to try and last pick a thrower if your opponents don't have a thrower that naturally outranges you, like the Juju sometimes we see on this map. So reasonable here, and also, Laurie, pretty good at running down a sharpshooter or even soaking a lot of shots from a Stu, for example.
For that region, or excuse me, for that reason only, would I say Larry works here over Ziggy. I feel like Ziggy's just so good right now. Must pick on so many maps. This is one of them, but yes, if you want to put that up in the face of Stu or deny the ammunition to Pierce, then yeah, pretty solid. Let's see how Eternal navigates this. One of the central issues about playing Lou is you can't wall peek. You can't flip your shots around the walls like Meliodas is able to, but he'll get way too over-aggressive on the left side as Meliodas went for the pinch. Golden gets the kill. On the right side, Jubileo's taken up a bunch of room, and it seems like he doesn't really mind the lack of wall. That was a high priority for Brawl to take down one of the strongest areas for Lari, and he'll just rotate over to the left side of the combo.
I mean, it was nice. Jubileo dodged every shot from Meliodas. Here's the circles. There are a lot of them now. Of course, that loose super will mean certain death for Meliodas if he were to step into it, and Brawl is extremely outranged. Motep has also built another super, so that's more area denial. So Eternal can cycle these now to try and snowball this game in their favor.
I feel like so much of this pressure is coming from Larry also. Look, Brawl doesn't have a super, he can't break through, he can't really dodge any shots. It's going to be killed for Jubileo, but now he's forced back. Brawl was looking for the pinch and Golden could have taken him down at mid. That's going to be the combo play. Cowie playing a super aggressive super, but even that doesn't matter. At this point, they can afford to go for solo kills because a Limbo squad is just letting them. They're filtering in one by one, and this is not the team play that they need to get it all back. But with slow and steady play, especially Meliodas picking up a bunch of kills, they will get position on mid finally.
I mean, that was the first time we've really been able to see Meliodas make an impact in this round on this Pierce. Some nice shots chained together there. But now you're called upon to be the, the designated capturer of the zone. And as soon as Jubileo gets forward with a bit of that aggression and a hypercharge pop, Meliodas simply disappears. They're now forced to play into the back of the map. We've got to respect the, the incidental poke damage that comes in from the spike, and Golden is actually just having to basically give up his life in order to make space. Meliodas can't capitalize because there was a loose super in play.
Eternal are in a great position to win. In spite of Olympus squad's position on mid, they had that Lu hypercharge that will win at least one push for them. They don't have the super to match it just yet. One more shot would really do it. On the right side, Jubileo is just biding his time, waiting for Brawl to close in range. Won't be off.
Okay.
With all the wall break, now it's really difficult for Larry to do his job. Olympus squad can hang out on their side. Cowie has the hypercharge now, but he's only going to be respawning in time for a single push for Eternal.
A Limbo squad now ahead. Meliodas has an open map, enough for him to get a bunch of free damage here. Brawl does fall, but Golden can cycle in, has a super at the ready. Just a little bit more needed for a Limbo squad, but Eternal come forward with a Lu hypercharge, and Golden is simply able to walk away from that super and have a hypercharge empowered by buffies when needed. But Eternal snuck back in the lead now, 91% and counting. But Jubileo simply ceases to exist. Nice shots coming in from Meliodas here now at 89 and counting. Limbo squad are catching up. Meliodas, though, needs to stand inside this super. There's no other option. Golden, though, playing off to the side. Olympus squad's patience pays dividends. Finally, breaking the map, setting the Pierce up for success, and taking the round.
Went for a little skating sesh there in the last part on the ice rink. Didn't mind slipping around because as long as you're inside of the circle, that wins you the game.
Your hair's fine, mate. Don't worry.
Just get on the objective. It's all that matters. So what went wrong for Eternal? I'm scratching my head at the moment. I think really Olympus squad, they are running a more late game composition here. There are a bunch of ways you can break walls in Brawl Stars. Stu is one of the methods. He's a slower way to do it because you can only do it with the gadget. That's a long timer, even though his super, you get it pretty quickly. He's being denied value really hard by Eternal. Unfortunately, though, it means that Larry's not getting in an aggressive position, and as a result, it's been difficult for Eternal as a whole to move forward. But individual lane victories might be the vector by which they enter mid. Cowie has that super, and he has position.
Yeah, I mean, Cowie has to respect Meliodas' damage, so hasn't spent as much time on the point, but Golden is losing out to Motep right now pretty heavily. That's an interesting super, though, there from Cowie. Just don't split up the mid and side lane as Meliodas actually gets taken down. So Eternal off to a much better start this time.
They are, though they did finally give the Stu the super. Something that stood out to me was Jubileo was playing just on the edge of the range for so long, and then he stepped in, gave Brawl his super. Now, Brabow's going to have to be cautious about where he uses this because Jubileo is now keeping so much range that it's not even guaranteed that Brawl would get it back. Brawl gets the chain. Finally, Olympus squad can get some momentum, but they're down 50% at this point, so it's going to be a rough ride.
They need to get Golden forward somehow. They are trapped in a very challenging lane matchup, but I don't think they'd rather be going up against the Larry Lori. That's just kind of the way things are right now for the M's. Upcharge super here from the Spike. Well, covers up enough the point here to force Olympus squad back. Cowie now ceases to exist. Flattened there by the Meliodas super. Now Olympus squad starting to mount a comeback. But a bit of an ignoble end suffered there by Brabauer on that left-hand side. And Meliodas is caught inside that super. I don't see them coming back in this one if Eternal can solidify this hole too much more.
And I think they can, as long as they get Jubileo in the correct lane. Brabauer is that threat of dashing forward. Jubileo just needs a little bit more supercharge. Looks like Meliodas would actually be an easier target. Yeah, just gonna go for it. Has the super, make it double. Now, double trouble now. Advancing towards Brabauer. Just, wow, I'm surprised he survived that long. He was not able to stop this one. This momentum from Eternal as they put this one away, bringing us to an equal scoreline in set 2.
Yeah, looking a little bit sus. The M's positioning there on that map, it's just a pretty challenging matchup to win. You're constantly being poked down by the spike, and you don't really have a way to navigate those walls. You can't curve your shots or anything like that. Obviously, you only fire that cone, so I don't know, though, if you're any more confident trying to take on the Larry and Laurie, but Golden is starting on the right side of the map this time around. I just think whichever matchup M is forced into, it's tough for her. She needs space. She needs a lane matchup elsewhere to be won, so she can come in and pinch, but unfortunately, Meliodas straight up loses to a Larry in mid.
Yeah, Jubileo moved over to the left side. It was a effort by two players at the same time, Mim and Kawaii both. On the right side, we'll see Golden being forced back pretty well. That clone is going absolutely nowhere. Larry could use a mind of, Laurie could use a mind of his own on occasion. On the left side, you see Brabauer has also gotten that super. He can break open the wall. And yeah, he'll just go for it on this left side. Knows that he's going to be getting it back, so he'll be able to play around Spike on the left side, get that next super, deny positioning, the aggressive positioning for Larry. Note also how low the percentage is so far at this point in the game. Just no one's had reliable control.
I think Golden's position is really important. Now look how far up the map the Ems has been able to get. It's pretty threatening. Meliodas can capitalize here and step up onto the point. Motep, though, no matter who is fighting the spike, they're having a tough time. Brabauer is lucky to be alive, less than 100 health, and they have to give up the map entirely to try and heal. Kawa does pop that gadget, but it might not save him now, as, yep, the Pierce gadget came, super rather, came on in. Meliodas is having some uninterrupted time on the point. Golden's going to have to fight their way back into the map. This is a nice lead for Olimpo squad to work with.
No, it's looking much better for them. Look at the wall break also. Left side, pretty open. Tiny little obstacle for Meliodas to hide behind. And it should be their key to victory. You see that lose super, but no one's really there to play off of it. That's fine. Usually it's just to save yourself from getting pushed onto that, or off of the point. Eternals still are lacking that control. Maybe the Spike Hypercharge will change things over to the right side just to zone things out. Combine that with the Larry Hypercharge that, I don't know if it really added too much. Doesn't even get the kill on Golden until now. That final parting shot will help them get the advantage. Brabauer, however, is dodging these shots really effectively. Make it one. Ooh, you can even go for two. Not going to get too over-aggressive. That's Meliodas' job to annihilate him with the super. Olimpo's squad now just have to hold on for one more push for
Last chance for Eternal. Ready, I think whichever way you slice it, they're going to go now. Brabauer, healthy enough here on the point. Life Flood's going to be clear before it can give any healing, but Golden is very low. Brabauer, nice dodge there past that super. 93% would have to be enough for Olimpo, you'd think. But Meliodas doesn't have a viable way back into the map right now. They really need the stew to get some time on the point. Kawa solidifies his position on the right side with that super now, and Eternal are starting to catch up. It's 93, plays 83.
Eternal still counting up, looking to overtake Olimpo squad in terms of percentage. The Lu Hypercharge now. Golden wants to be able to use his super, but there's just no way for him to do so. Brabauer can't even get in. It's a set heading over to Eternal, equalizing things in what we knew was going to be a close series.
Yeah, we definitely didn't feel like this was going to be a one-sided game, but we had fears at the start of open business that this one could be over almost as quickly as it had begun. But eventually, this composition with the spike on the side lane, the Lu locking it down in mid, prevailed for Eternal, and they managed to even up the series.
Really promising from both sides. Definitely not going to be one-sided, this one. Draft also looking pretty interesting. I think less questionable than some of the other quarterfinals that we saw, especially, you know, towards the start of the day. I want to know
about it.
Yeah, and okay, something that I want to know is why Spike here. It actually did work in game number 1 for Eternal. They looked pretty good, but it was mostly down to Olimpo squad getting hit by those Spike shots. Just didn't have the dodges on point. It's a big reason why you don't see Spike as much in comp. Like, yes, in the first batch of Buffy, Spike is going to get play. However, now that we have 6 more, he's not as popular because at the pro level, you should be able to dodge a curve.
I do think that it's probably matchup dependent. obviously, I don't think Spike was picked into a certain brawler, but it ends up looking better because it's an Ems that it's fighting into. Ems was the first pick, right? So I guess that is telegraphed to some degree, but it was pretty hard for Golden to find success in that matchup. And so they were constantly trying to lane swap out of that Ems, out of the Spike into the Lori, which, as you can see from Jubileo's score, wasn't any more of a positive matchup. Credit to Meliodas. I think it was tough to have staying power in mid as Pierce, and obviously, having to full reload all your shots can slow you down a little bit, but the taps were pretty solid in the end. It's just not quite enough to get you over the line.
If you just look at stats, honestly, I would say Olympus Squad won that one. But in the end, it's not the objective of the game. You also have to stay in the middle for as long as possible. I really like...
Have more circles than your opponent.
Have more circles. Yes, have a lot of circles. It's a thing. It's a thing. You need circles. So Lou should actually be picked up here. Terra, every brawler with a circle. Anyway, I really like that Pierce finally comes through. We haven't really seen him too often today. He was a heavy favorite in the EMEA region and could also come out here on layer cake. Let's see. So far in this South American region, Pearl was the most picked brawler.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I can see why in some circumstances, but Pearl is not like a brawler that succeeds on its own. It usually needs some assistance. It's going to be greater than the sum of its parts once you pair it up with something like Byron. So will it be present on Layer Cake? The Byron is open. I also noticed that, I guess, yeah, Glowy's banned. Okay. Jean makes sense. You wouldn't want to allow that to go to the team that has Kaze on their side. That's a really powerful defensive brawler. Kaze's going to be snagging that blue star. So can you make it to mid before her? I don't really think so. So it's going to come down to getting offense and getting towards the enemy.
And Kaze has a big circle.
True, it's massive. Ziggy has a lot of circles though. Then that
Every
super is a
attack.
moving circle, which I think is very powerful. Obviously, the go-to thrower on this map with a 79% win rate right now on Layer Cake, someone you should be looking out for. Then you got options, right? You've got your thrower here. Do you want a dive-based brawler? Crow's banned out. That's not really an option. We've seen Ali even used on this map. She's also been banned out. So you see that, despite Eternal's attempts to remove all those dive-based brawlers from the game, they're still going to have to reckon with the Kaze here. And Bell, I think, is a pretty reasonable follow-up. Nest Egg on Bounty is just incredibly good, because once you get that map control, you now have a brawler that can allow you to snowball even further into the lead.
They already have something to pick up the blue star on the left-hand side. Kaze comes in very early on, tries to pick up blue, and then after that you lean back, try to get your supers while it's not feeding your opponents. Because both Ziggy and Jean have such impressive supers. Jean is basically a free kill if they do manage to hit it. Yeah. The tick comes in next here for the left-hand side, and that's kind of what I was waiting for, something to counter out that Jean. You can just spare that tick head, save it for the moment when Jean finally has pull. On the right-hand side now, I would like to see some aggressive as well. They already have the thrower, they have something with range to spray. It's a mirror matchup, almost. If now on the right-hand side, we also do see something like a Kenji and Ellie, as you mentioned before.
Where are the...
Kenji is exactly what I was thinking. I just think it has the sustain to deal with these brawlers. Yeah, thank you very much. You can't see it, but Sunny and I just shook hands because, yeah, just the comp is pretty telling. I think she should generally be able to, survive a Kaze, get up close and personal with the Bell and the Tick that are weak there, dash out of the way of the Tick mines and play aggressive, enable these Eternal players to move forward. They really need to. What's going to happen here is Olympus Squad are going to get that blue star, and they're basically going to immediately fall back. Like, they'll try and play for control, but the main weakness of control is aggression, which is what Kenji's bringing.
And now the question is, which one is the better thrower, which one is the better assassin, and which one is the better team? Who can take the lead?
Okay, well, there's the blue star picked up straight away by Meliodas, as was foretold. Kaze gets that lead here for Olympus Squad. Jubileo tucks into the corner here, nice and early. And much of this tick attention needs to be over on the right-hand side of the map to keep Ziggy quiet, who could be a real problem, especially for these sharpshooters in mid. Jubileo with that star power active still can't really afford to fight Meliodas, and it does have to use a Hosumaki healing gadget to stay in the fray.
Motep now with vision impaired on the right side has to get out of that radius. Jubileo on the left side also taking heavy hits from both Meliodas and Grabal. Olympus Squad are looking pretty stalwart on this defense, I'm not going to lie. Eternal have made isolated attempts to move in. Motep by himself, Jubileo by himself. So where's the team playing? Well, it's looking pretty ripe for Motep to make an impact. Got the close range kill versus Meliodas. That's impressive. Jubilee also on the left side created pressure. He got marked up. It's okay. Now Eternal get to play defense. So where's the Gene Super? We still need to see one to provide the proper defensive pressure. Also, Eternal getting yet another kill onto Brawl. This is exactly what they wanted. They, I think, have way better defense than Olympus Squad.
Okay, there's the Fist of the Brawl Star from Meliodas Squad, used to try and close the gap, but Kawa has the damage to stave them off. And with that Gambit failing here for Olympus Squad, they've now fallen behind by 1 star. Yes, they got the blue star, but they got to respect the magic hand now. And I think there's a Ziggy Super brewing as well.
Gotta be. He has one right now. It's left to simmer for a moment longer. A hypercharge makes this thing especially deadly. Once you use that super, you should be able to slow down enemies. Brawl is going to be the weakest against that. Meliodas can dash away, Golden can get a bit more survivability. Here comes a hypercharge super out for Meliodas. Impact to the right side as Golden pops in his super, cycles it as well after a kill. Olympus Squad now running for the hills, 10 seconds to go, and Eternal in hot pursuit. We'll see Gene equipped with the super, but a couple of nest eggs are waiting for him. Brawl emerges from the bushes, just no vision on where he is. Jubilee also battered and bounced around on the right lane. Excellent retreat from Olympus Squad. Just burn each village as you retreat.
Yeah, exactly. Make sure that you leave a mark. I'm going to say the nest eggs are very powerful there. Again, you can give the map up at the end of the round, but guarantee that you can still turn that into consecutive kills. We never saw the Gene hand. There was never a good opportunity for that magic hand to be deployed. That's a tough pill to swallow for Eternal. And again, they will have to fight back into the game on virtue of Kaze taking the blue star early.
Same lane layouts also. Need to point that out that Golden and Motep will be 1v1ing on the right side. Motep comes in with all this confidence, and he also knows, yeah, Meliodas for Brawl on the left side. That's one of the biggest reasons Gene is here, but he's slowed down. Wow, but Jubilee now, knowing that his opponents are low on ammo, goes in, still shoved away by all the firepower they had in reserve.
Let's get you to bed, Grandpa. You are 1v3 in the enemy side of the map. Forget about it. Meliodas here, with in ranged form, throwing out a bit of damage, also flashing a potential super engagement. Kawa takes a hit in order to come forward at all. Definitely feels like Olympus Squad have the lead now, and a super thrown down to this left side of the map. That's why Kawa has to move over to the right. Bit of a pinch here. Oh, Jubilee gets marked up and then blown up, but they take care by all appearances. Olympus Squad have themselves a 9-star lead with a minute left to play.
Kind of big brain, though. I feel like it was worth it for Kenji to just go in on the tick head, just to also get rid of his mark. He knew he was going to die at some point anyway. Now, ooh, pretty serious super there from Jubilee. On his way to cycling his hypercharge, it's going to be the method by which they hope to get in the end. That was a pretty aggressive prediction from Gene on the right side. Jubilee trying to get away from this tick super. Looks like he's going to succeed and rotate over towards Kawe BR to defend him. Now moving towards the bottom, it's kind of a cat and mouse game. Kawe BR still goes down to those mines from Golden. Jubilee also bounced around. Deadly aim from Brawl keeps them 12 stars in the lead.
Yeah, this is South America for you folks. You cannot predict this region, so don't even try. You're best off throwing your darts at the board and going with whatever you see there. Yep. Here goes Meliodas, another lamp blowout. They're going to deny him. Caught by the magic hand. In comes the dash, though. Maybe the bell actually was caught inside that super. 2 players snarled up, and now Olympus Squad's lead is starting to get pretty thin. Meliodas, though, dives deep, and alongside Golden, they're able to find 2 more kills. That will seal the deal. Even the invulnerability frames of Slashini won't be enough to keep Jubilee alive. And Olympus Squad end the round and set by a total of kills. They get to 22. They rack up their second set.
Outdraft? Outplay? No, I think it was more of outdraft. You saw the attempts. You saw Ziggy trying to push in versus a tick, and when he managed to get past that minefield, it was 3 hungry brawlers waiting to take advantage of his positioning in close range. You also see Kenji all the way on the left side. Just like, where was the team play really is the biggest question for me. A lot of times you would play around Gene, use the healing. It was so disjointed. It felt like I saw 3 individual lane matchups rather than a team.
Olympus Squad make the right choice. They see 3 aggressive tanks with gap close abilities, 3 dive-style brawlers banned out, and they take the Kaze straight away. You're forced Eternal to round out the composition with the Kenji, who right now is not the premium option for the gap-closing assassin-type brawler. So you've already won in that part of the draft. Then you fill your comp out with, Tick, who's going to be great against Ziggy, will outrange him in most cases and has Last Hurrah to stop those dives. And you've got the Bell, who's got amazing control with those nest eggs. You're in a great spot.
Yeah, in the end, we have a thrower and an assassin on both of those sides. Pair it with a Gene or a Bell. Bell comes out on top because the Gene also didn't hit too many pulls, honestly. I have to be the bad cop in this one.
He hit a nice one. With that last hypercharge pull, he got 2 people.
One.
And one of them was the Bell.
Oh, yeah,
as well. So, That was pretty nice. Still not enough because they were like...
For me,
stars
the
behind.
Gene Pull has to be a secured kill. If that doesn't work out, the comp just does not work. Kawe was a bit too aggressive, I feel, at times. Used his gadget to knock back the Kenji and then died anyways. Super unfortunate, really.
I think when you're going for blind gene pulls like that, that just mainly communicates desperation, okay? That's the last thing you want to be seeing out of a team. Yeah, yes, but also when your enemy sees that you're desperate, then they feel more confident in going for certain moves or baiting you into certain things. And I think just like on a micro-mechanical level, this was a victory also.
It's such a funny hypercharge because you most of the time don't actually want to get more than one person in the magic hand because you probably will just get traded. So you'll almost try and miss it and you favor just like the raw stats or just having, I don't even know really, it's an odd one. Still, the gene doesn't play out, but there's still plenty of opportunities to make those kind of brawlers work.
Kind of agree with you there. Maybe the Gene Hypercharge needs to be looked at once more. It's kind of like a Mendy Hypercharge.
Brock, please!
But with Mendy, you actually hit 3 different people at the same time. It's super strong. Terra is going to be our first pick here. We're on double swoosh. We have a very bushy map, so you pick something with a lot of area control. Terra is also super good on gem grab because you can turn the match around. When the opponent gets snatched up by your super at the end, you can claim those gems. Sandy's going to be banned out this time around the left-hand side. Ems as well. Those two are usually the Terra counters because the shadows don't really do too much.
Yeah, but you can rage bait those single shot brawlers with your help from beyond and actually use that to turn it into some map control, which I like. Tara has to probably take the safe lane because her range is so short. She's still quite powerful. Spike, though, is very good at scouting these bushes out with that vision gear.
But I'm seeing a better way to do that. Like, wouldn't you just play Gene if you want to see inside those bushes? I feel like you have a lot more vision. But yes, it should be a pretty solid way of playing the lane. And it's also like a safe pick, right? We've seen this one played earlier, and it worked like okay. You know, I think it got the set victory. Buster. Okay, so moving on to what you play into Tara. You can see from the Bands of Eternal, they just wanted the Tara first pick. Okay, it screams Tara, this one. The only thing that they're missing is the Pearl, not necessarily a Tara counter. But Buster is able to punch through all those shades. He's immune to any kind of CC once he uses his super. So that's, of course, if he's paired up with Kevlar Vest. Now, on Eternal, they pick up the Mortis and the Max. Really interesting. Is the Max just a delivery mechanism? Get that Tara her hypercharge faster?
Very, very quick picks here. Max probably going to be the gem carrier. She can dash out of the way. It's an uncommon one at the moment, but with Janet and Sandy banned out, who else do you go? I'm kind of waiting on the left-hand side now for Bo or Otis into that Mortis.
Nah.
This is South America. What am I even trying to do?
Hey, it's good.
Nice. I love this. Also, Nita's buffies are kind of disgusting.
Yeah.
Because I think after she pops super, if she has I mean, her Bear With Me gets empowered quite heavily by the buffy. So
I guess she's also good replacements to Sandy and Ems into that help from beyond from Terra. Usually these are D-bands against Terra. They have a little bit more range. Nita's going to do just that. But Nita's not going to do too much into that Mortis. Yes, of course, she's going to get Bear eventually, but I heavily side with that right-hand side comp right now.
Interesting. I'm trying to be more of a Nita believer lately, so I guess I'll just put some blind faith in the Nita. That's a rare skin for Golden, by the way, the red-nosed Nita. But let's get a look at it. How does that Nita fare into the Mortis? It seems to be exactly what it's here to counter. Mortis going into the entire enemy team isn't going to get any kills, but it is going to get him supercharged and some hypercharge for later. Here's the matchup that Brawl wanted versus the Tara. It's exactly what this Buster was picked for. So far, so good for Olympus Squad. They've at least gotten that Bear down, but no kill on the Jubileo, who's now closer to a super.
it's not faux fur, is it? It might be the stun gadget on the Nita. Could be good for Sonic power against the Mortis. It's quite nice if you can get it off. Golden with hypercharge doesn't actually opt to use it there, but still able to deploy the Bear. Jubileo's just going to dive constantly. There's Brawl with the super. Motep does not see that coming. Slow-mo replay drags the Max in, and that's a gem carrier that is gobbled down.
On the right side, Golden does have that stomp, but it's not going to stun anyone. It's just a deterrent, everyone. And on the back lines, Brawl gets the best of Mortis. He's not really able to stun that Mortis unless he does have his gadget ready. And even then, it only brings Mortis closer to you. This could be the big chain for Jubileo. There's no Bear to deter. He can go in with his super, but he doesn't have hypercharge. That's what you want at this stage of the game. Deep in enemy territory, Olympus Squad have 10 seconds that they need to survive. Jubileo sucked in, gets the heal, but it's fine. The super is here for Brawl. Olympus Squad move on to match point.
Bro, Eternal Windmill slammed their composition. When they saw the Buster, they immediately picked up Mortis Max, like straight away. Like no concern whatsoever. That was super nice from Olympus Squad. The Nita is I don't really know how it's supposed to fit into the composition necessarily, but I think Bruce the Bear's great for that level of map control and soaks shots up, but that was convincing. Slow-mo replay is still one of the most underrated gadgets in the game. It is so dangerous for Max to get too close to the Buster.
Yeah, I think it's really worth pointing out that Nita's Bear, like, look, it's not going to get damage on you typically, but it forces you back. That's area control that you get. And when you get it, when an enemy pushes into you, it's not really difficult for Golden to move over to deal with Jubileo. It's not really challenging for him to play the range game. Now, just defending on the left side. Thought about rotating over towards the right. Motep super low, gets tripped up by the stick around from Meliodas. On the right side, Kawe BR is stuck. Rabao wanted to avoid taking damage so much that he got out of range, but it's fine. Meliodas gets in with that final shred of the spike.
I might want to avoid taking damage enough to uninstall the game at this point. This is, you know, it's getting pretty rough out here for Eternal. 5-2 is the score. Jubileo trying to close the gap, but doesn't have any information about who is inside the bushes and where. Olimpo squads are proper snakes in the grass right now. Meliodas is completely unbothered by this Tara that looked to be attempting to take some map control on the left side. Jubileo is very low. Here comes Rabao. Hypercharge super at the ready. So none of this Tara damage is going to stick. Kawasi wants to get close enough to build up a hypercharge because one good super from this Tara could be the difference between victory and defeat. Help from Beyond very quickly sent back Beyond by all this cleave damage from Olimpo squad, and Eternal don't look like they have a plan.
Doesn't appear so, just so scattered, like where's the Max? Generally, Max is here for the team play. Motep will get another gem, so that's nice at least. For the lanes once again, it's not looking good at all for Kawe. Jubileo forced to abandon ship on the right side. Olimpo squad will get control of the mid after another failed push in from the Mortis. With everyone sticking so close together, it gets Rabao his hypercharge, his super. It's a countermeasure to Mortis. It all looks fantastic for Olimpo squad defensively, and that's where they'll find themselves now. Just a few seconds to go for a match victory if they can hold on.
Oh, Hyperbros sit on the map, but Jubileo's lifeblood here getting a lot of value. Rabao has to respect this to some degree, but Jubileo is low enough to get Olimpo squad now back to a countdown. It's Meliodas' singular gem that's going to have them at the 10 total. Help from Beyond again is going to be dealt with. Kawa has no mechanism with which to take this map control on the left, and so it's up to Jubileo yet again. But a super here from Meliodas would slow him up. Motep trying to come forward, he gets popped like a balloon. All the gems down, at least we have a countdown reset. But Olimpo now sitting on 19, and Golden is going to chill in his half of the map.
There's only one way to do this. It's if Kawe gets that super on a Golden, or if he cycles it. No, just not going to happen on Rabao. No way to deal with it. Jubileo in close range. Here's the celebration as the clock ticks down to 0. Olimpo squad, revenge achieved.
Oh, he's talking. He's here. Hey, let him hang, brother. Let him know, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is Kawe on the Italian brain ride?
No, money. He got money. That's true. Hey, that's fact. You let him know, boys. Semi-finals, baby.
Man, what a victory. And not even a smile on his face. Just the feeling of, oh my goodness, finally we put them in their place. Must have been a lot of trash talk.
Pekka laughing his way to the bank because now Motep and, of course, Jubileo have been knocked out of our March monthly finals. This time, he's the one that can laugh it up a little. Anyway, nicely done here by Olimpo squad. I think this comp is fantastic, and you question the spike, like what's it supposed to do here? But realistically, Meliodas was really hard to push over on the left side of the map.
I was questioning the Nita personally, and it worked out better than expected, but heavily carried by that Buster that just did not want to go down to anyone, especially Jubileo, and that Mortis didn't really have a lot to love here. The three members on the Olympus squad just always stuck together, always in the same spot, so the Mortis did not get a lot of value.
No, it's like, look, Mortis thrives in these matchups where he's against a weaker opponent. Assassination. Assassination is not for mass destruction, it's for a single kill. And yes, Mortis can actually exact mass destruction if he gets his super. That's why he was pushing into the entire team. It's just that he didn't stick around for long enough to work towards that hypercharge, which is what he needed. Like, super useful. Yeah, hypercharge, game-winning condition.
You know what is mass destruction though?
What?
Uber my predictions.
Yeah, you know what? Dap me up. That's based. You know what? Give me one of those. Yeah.
I couldn't even see that super cool thing we just did off
camera.
camera.
It wasn't awkward at all. Actually, it was great. You guys wouldn't know that though, because you didn't buy the premium pass to let you see
behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's right. Coming to you next month. Don't worry. Just pay me $5.
But yeah.
Him.
Ha.
What do you mean, ha?
Yeah,
look who was right about Loud, by the way.
Oh, yeah, did
Oh, yeah,
I
true.
said,
Actually,
Yeah.
he was the only one.
I
Oh,
said I felt bad about that
Equalized.
prediction. I felt
yeah,
bad about that prediction.
no, you can't take that now. Sorry.
late.
You have one of your predictions wrong still, but we get the Olympus Squad prediction right. So let's have one more look at our quarterfinals, just how right we were, because yes, they took it 3-1 in the end. Move on into the semi-finals, and semi-finals are up next. Ready? Are you excited?
I'm very, very excited to see what New Heights Gaming can put up against Bounty Hunters. New Heights Gaming, I will say once again, like, it doesn't prevent me from being excited for the match, right? And excited to see what they can put on. But I feel like they thrived off of opponents making mistakes. I feel like I saw so many mistakes in their quarterfinal, and I don't know if that's something that I can attribute to draft, like preparation-wise. I think mechanics you carry with yourself through every single round of the competition. So honestly, like, possible. Of course, that wasn't Bounty Hunters. That was Elevate taking it. So they'll be facing against Elevate in that first semi-final, excuse us.
So who will take it here? New Heights Gaming or Elevate? One of the two teams have already made grand finals last month, just like you, Ark. You're always in those
always in
grand
the grand
finals.
finals,
It's crazy.
Well, I mean, not every time. I mean, today I'm not.
No.
Are you not going to stick around?
Oh, yeah, I'll be backstage,
Oh.
but, you know, if someone falls ill or
Well,
keep my makeup on, you know,
You're gonna
always ready.
You're gonna be blessed by his soothing voice though in the two semi-finals, because those are coming up next. I'm super excited to that. I do want to have a quick look also at our predictions once more, because Reddy is doing super well in that quarterfinal number 3. Uber and me are doing super well in quarterfinal number 4. Ark, what do you have to say for yourself?
I don't have to justify myself to you. I mean,
Whoa! You're not my mom!
yeah, I've already got parents. What do you mean? Well, we'll see. We're aligned, let's say, for the semi-finals, 1 and 2. But yeah, I mean, I was really surprised and happy for the majority of today, honestly, because you know, a lot of the results that I was expecting to see coming into the monthly finals just didn't really translate on the day.
No, just like strange, honestly. This region always switches up now, doesn't it? But it seems like we're all independent thinkers when it comes to the predictions.
We surely are, and you didn't copy my homework, but that's why we all have NHG and Loud for the semi-finals. Let's see if it actually comes true, and make sure to lock in your predictions as well. Remember, you can get some awesome rewards. I want that spray so badly. I actually have to check if I got it already, because of course I also did my predictions for East Asia, for EMEA, for today, and if you don't have it yet, you can still predict also for tomorrow. North America is still gonna be our last monthly final of the month, as always.
Look, I'll give you a quick hack on how to get the most points. Vote for the MVP every single time. I'm telling you, the best way to get these points is by watching the monthly finals.
And you can also now win rewards by just playing the Championship Challenge, the monthly qualifiers, the monthly finals. And if you make it all the way to Berlin to Brawl Cup, you're getting some more rewards as well. Now, semi-final time. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yes.
I
What's
hope-
that? No, just checking you're still here.
Oh, right, yeah, because this day has felt surreal with things going so differently from what we expected.
It's been a weird day in South America, but it's kind of like what we were saying coming in, right? Every month, something new. I'm for it.
That's exactly what we want. I want a different winner every single monthly final. East Asia and EMEA have delivered. Let's see what South America has to show us here. New Heights Gaming versus Elevate is going to be your semi-final number 1.
New Heights Gaming, first, of course, made the grand finals last month, came shy to Eternal Esports, but we just saw them fall in the quarterfinal stages. So this could be a real opportunity for either of these two teams, really, for New Heights Gaming to maybe go all the way and maybe make good on their last month's faltering at their grand finals. Or maybe, just maybe, we'll see on the same day as an org being announced, them going all the way.
I have seen what it looks like when an org newly picks up a team and then they lose in the quarterfinals. They just never look at you the same, is what I've been told. Whew, they get to take a deep sigh of relief here. Elevate, because they did manage to start things off with a bang. Same goes for New Heights Gaming, but gosh, I guess I just got to be a hater, because even though they did go 3-0, I noticed a lot of mistakes. There were like some gimme goals there in the final set as well, and that's their most recently played set. Like, the way that you start is the way that you ended the last thing, right? And I'm just not really sold on this beginning.
In the end, it still was a 3-0 for them. We see them here, Prozzy, Winona, and Wesley. Let's see what they can show us here in the semi-finals. On the other side, Elevate had a bit of a closer quarterfinal arc.
Yeah, it's, you know, for me, a squad that I was kind of coming into today very unsure of, to be completely honest, because they just didn't seem to prepare in any way at all on paper. Like, they had no scrims. I mean, we still would need to see a little bit of practice. I mean, I'm not saying that scrims matter like in full entirety, but you do expect to see at least a little bit of back and forth. But they need to make good on last month. They have done that. They lost to Loud in the quarterfinals, now in the semis. And I feel like, you know, in terms of their results in the qualifying stages, you know, that big win against Eternal Esports was for me like a real result to look at and see how they were faring coming into the month, because they had to full reverse sweep Los Chicos last month in the qualifying stages, and I don't really feel they've had the strongest of opposition to get to monthly finals so far, except for that match.
It's all about gameplay and draft, of course. So let's have one more look at what they played in the quarterfinals. First up, New Heights Gaming.
Okay, well, we have the global bans out now. Spike and Mortis banned on the home side. And away for Elevate. It's Glowy and Bull, pretty consistent bans from what we've seen so far today. But here, of course, is the historical look at what they've banned and what they've picked in their initial matches.
Picks.
Yeah, double bow. Interesting for me. I always find it quite difficult to kind of see from this, to be honest, though, like the kind of overview. I mean, there's a lot of M's coming through, more so that I would say from any other region, really. Shut down so frequently, but left open quite a lot in South America. A lot of Meeple, but I think the map pool as well made a big statement in that regard. But Pearl, M's, Meeple, those are the kind of top three that I've seen really shine through in this region.
Pearl was the most picked brawler so far in today's monthly final. Ems picked up quite often as well. She was banned out in the other regions, so it makes a lot of sense. She's super, super strong. These are the global brawler bans for this series. Glowy once more banned out. Bull, I think so far still with a 100% global ban rate. And then Spike and Mortis, just... yeah, all of these new buffy brawlers and Glowy, who has his debut in the BSC, and we just don't really get to see him.
I just feel like we've hardly seen Spike global banned in other regions. I don't know if it really even made the list, the chart that we saw at the top of the show in either East Asia or in the EMEA, and if it did, it was like only once. Oh, okay, 2 times. But see, that's really low, honestly. It's just not a high priority ban. It's interesting to see it come through here, but I digress. It was a pretty useful brawler in some of our previous games today.
These are our maps for the semi-finals. We're going to kick things off on Hot Potato. Head over to Hideout, Hard Rock Mine, Ring of Fire, and Gold Arm Gulch. So a lot of these very open maps. Hot Potato used to be a good shock map, but it's a brawler we don't really see at all at the moment, not even in Heist anymore.
Yeah, Heist is definitely mixed up in terms of meta, but especially now with a lot of heavy hitters, you've got to be really much on the defense on the side of that.
I hope for everybody at home, you're ready for our semi-final number 1 here in the South American region. New Heights Gaming versus Elevate. One team wants to make it into the grand finals once more and wants to win them this time. Last month, 3-2 for them, a very close match. On the other side, we have a team that needs to beat the new orc curse allegations, and so far so good for them. They made it through the quarterfinals. We're in Hot Potato. Crow on the left-hand side, already a really good pick when it comes down to a lot of damage. Reek on the right-hand side, he's so strong in that middle, can shut it down completely if the opponents don't decide to just break open a map.
Which I think they probably should. Shade also really dependent on the walls here. Feels like a big commitment. Are we going to see any wall breakers? Because look at the bans. Yeah, I think Colonel Ruffs is very playable here. You can play Griff if you wanted. Lots of different ways that you could do this. I wonder why they're committing so hard on this. They at least have the last pick, so it looks like their plan could be bait New Heights Gaming into picking some wall breakers, and then they punish with their final selection.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of a bit confused. Like, I just don't really understand like why the commit is there so heavily from Elevate, considering that the draft can just change the entirety of what they've already established. Melody, love that for them. The Ruffs as well. I think it's just going to be that continuation of the hypercharge, handing it over to the Melody. That's a really dangerous thing. With the Chuck banned out, I think that is such a good strategy, which for New Heights Gaming, I'm feeling really comfortable with. The Ruffs as well can deflate the Shade, can deflate the Rico. Yeah, I'm much preferring what I'm seeing on the left.
I was about to say, let's pick something with a little bit more range because we have the Ruffs on the left-hand side that is going to try and break open the map. Super good against both the Shade and the Rico, and they're going to go with the Thrower. All three brawlers now rely heavily on those walls. Hopefully for them that the Ruffs doesn't get to Super too early. Once again, if they break open the map quickly, the left-hand side roster is going to look a lot stronger in this one.
Well, Ruffs just needs to hold back and play defense this whole time. Or, you know, I think initially he probably should march forward. No reason to use sandbags here, in my opinion. Just to go ahead, get those asteroids landing down, maybe initial positioning on mid. We'll see how it plays out. New Heights Gaming and Elevate, only one of them can go to the grand finals. For New Heights Gaming, it would be a return. For Elevate, it would be a Cinderella story here tonight in SA.
Wow, Tufa and Audius looking pretty good in that pinch there. Wesley on the defense, gonna land these shots. Tufa using his heels off the back of the splash. Now connecting with the save, and this is where Barry can get a ton of value. Nice knockback as well. Gonna heal himself up continuously. So, a bit of a waste though there, going straight into the eye of Wesley, and gonna be punished for it.
Will be a treat for Prosy. He's a little stronger, a little healthier now, but what is the most successful avenue for him to get up mid? Well, Rate of Foot is threatening to clap him to death. Now he's going on defense. This would be the moment for Prosy to move forward, but RDZ fires back with a super, a laser that gets them positioning on mid. So much has been denied to New Heights Gaming. However, they have not managed to keep them away from the safe. Elevate has yet to crack open the first shield on New Heights Gaming safe, and the same can't be said for New Heights Gaming. Winona has pushed forward so reliably, now threatening to move things down to 50%. It's a pretty good defense there from RDZ and Rate of Foot, but all they've mustered is the control of mid, nothing more.
The connections, they will find as well. Wesley down the mid. Rico has to heal up though. Winona, who's also down as Portox. Probably recognise him from previous years in the nothing finals. Going in onto the safe now with a hypercharge, but has going to have to wait things out. Safe rack there, quite punished. Didn't get the most amount of value now. The hypercharge to Berry, really going hard on the defense, but so much now for making up to do for Elevate. They're just really behind here.
Nicely played also from Ruffs, breaking that wall on the left side. Rate of Foot's going to move through. Prosy, he's just determined to get position. Winona gets a hypercharge, now a super. Only one defender. Elevate's home safe has been broken open once more, and look at the damage pouring in. Nothing you can do about that unless you have a stun. They just did not come equipped with the defense for when someone was on their safe. They were all playing around the wall break. And Colonel Ruffs is going to get it eventually. Okay, their method is we want to take down the enemy safe before all of our walls are gone. But it only takes like 2 or 3 Colonel Ruffs supers to break the whole thing open, which is not really that long.
Definitely some learnings to Elevate. This set still up to grabs, of course. Right outside, Wesley just trying to, again, get that early break. Good slow there from Prosy. Keeping that defense strong. Rico just trying to find some angles here. There's some big taps there from Wesley mid as well. The Melody getting the damage. The first crack is already there. Good New Heights Gaming.
Okay, New Heights Gaming, though, looking to exchange, not by, of course, their own desire, but at 77% on their safe so far. Now they're getting some advantage over Elevate with damage on the enemy side. Prosy also has a super. It would be wise to jump on an opponent here to cycle out his hypercharge, but who's it going to be? Is it going to be RDZ on the left side? Oh, you might be able to take down Tufa unless Tufa moves forward. It would be pretty deadly if he and Red Zin combined on the left side. Here it comes, the trade onto the safe. It's been broken wide open. Bit mistimed. Winona would have loved to use the super a little bit later, but the damage is pouring in.
Yeah, Tufa's really got nothing he can do to himself in defense there. Surely New Heights Gaming will seal it as just damage booster of the rough supply drop on the Crow. With the Melody, it's just, like I said before, it was the third and final pick from the side of Elevate. It's just so good. I mean, there was such a more roundedness to the ideas that New Heights Gaming to bring into that draft, and such an overcommitment for me on the side of Elevate, bringing in the Shade, the Rico, all brawlers in a single pick can be just deflated so easily, and just to me a clear out draft from the beginning.
Yeah, weird to commit so hard to the walls when you know those walls are going to go down. A lot of times you see the Colonel Ruffs banned to permit for this kind of thing. The commitment to the walls so early on in the draft. You usually spend an entire draft getting the conditions just right for a single one of these brawlers, and then Elevate decided, actually, we're just going to like throw all three at the issue, see if we can win earlier, but they simply couldn't. New Heights Gaming, I like their composition more. I just agree with you here, Ark. This was better rounded, this is better educated. Also on a team perspective, Elevate, they went for this ill-advised base race at the end, which like anyone can see that's unwinnable, so in their minds, they probably already lost and decided to go for it.
Maybe. I mean, we already saw it coming, kinda. You don't just pick up Rico as your first pick. You don't want your opponents to know that breaking open the map will lose you the entire game. On the left-hand side with that Ruff's Crow Melody, they have so much damage. They have the Ruffs to break open the map. Just a better comp, and yeah, we then saw it coming, right? Ruffs is just going to break open the map. They should pick something with a bit more range. They go with Barry last pick. Was that the solution?
No.
To an open map too.
Double down.
They already started the draft here, didn't want to wait for us, unfortunately, but we still get to see the bands here. Charlie Gray and Ruffs on the right-hand side, they went with Crow first pick on Hideout, which is super interesting. He's kind of squishy, he's in a good spot in the meta currently, but we see him a lot more often on Heist, for example, not really on Bounty.
Yeah, but it's South America, Sonny. I mean, if Crow is not banned pick, Crow is that is just the number one in this region.
Where's Juju then?
I mean, let's be honest, it's not really the meta for it, but South America will play it where they can, but even at the moment, it clearly is just that bad. Definitely still here. Gus is open here. Could be a potential opportunity to be able to have on looking towards really New Heights Gaming combined with the Kaze, give her more of a chance to stay standing. So that bell mark really is to lock onto the Kaze, to eradicate the aggressiveness of which she can bring to the table. Some of the more kind of boring brawlers are available here. The bow could be an option here. Maybe again on the more side of New Heights Gaming, but could be an option. Yeah, Gus, yep, I like it. Take it away from the other side of the field, because that pairing with the Kaze is dangerous.
Also with the range, like you could possibly kill a Kaze early game. She goes for that blue star, and she's fast, but she's not that fast. You can't outrun death sometimes, and if the shots are there, then it could be an early range steal. Piper now for New Heights Gaming, very interesting. Piper, I think, should be a worthy matchup for Bell. I think Bell still wins this matchup, but Piper still has that cheeky gadget that can guarantee you a kill. I think it takes Piper 3 taps to kill a Bell, especially if you're running star power. That gives you a bit more health after you've gotten a single shot. I think another thing worth considering is that Pearl was completely taken out of the playbook here. Same for Jean, because Bell is great into both of them. Probably two things that were considered, especially as defensive options, that had to be thrown out by Sync Pick.
They decided against anything to really enable their Kaze, like a Jae-Young, for example. Gonna go with double sniper, and honestly, they have the better snipers on the map with Pearson Piper.
Well, Piper's my favourite brawler. I'm just still not overly sold on it in the current state of affairs, but let's see if Portox can just continue to pop off with it. His teammates can continue to help support him on that bottom left. Big taps from Readyfoot onto Wesley. Should be out range really, but these Pierce shots do need to land, and now in that spot, it'll be much tougher for Wesley to do so.
Bit of a stalemate now, but Winona, there we go. And that's the gadget we were talking about. It's homemade recipe. It can guarantee you a kill if your opponent's low enough on HP. Wesley punishes RDZ for getting too aggressive. Prosy looks for the retreat, but he tried to double dip. Wanted the damage on Tufa at the same time. Should have just gone for the escape. It's fine though, it's not too costly. Elevate had that blue star and 3 stars, but it pales in comparison to the now 11 for New Heights Gaming.
5 stars on top of the Piper, making him a prime target, of course. Let's see whether we can get some Crow utility coming in to be able to really do just that. But so far, nest eggs of the Bell popped at just the right time as well. There's a nice connection there from the homemade recipe to giving the hypercharge over. And they're very much behind here and struggling to really find anything to say about things. Will the Piper stay standing? Popped.
Not the greatest there. I think that was the last tick of damage. Ooh, look how lit up Readyfoot is. One more from Wesley would have done it. Walked over that ammunition to recover. Hopefully it was going to go to the right side, but it ended up not doing so. At mid, New Heights Gaming are getting ready for this push on the left side. They've already thrown in that Kaze super switch forms for Prosy to attempt to get the kill. All he did was drop Reds in pretty low. He's able to now move over towards Readyfoot, active as a buffer zone, even pick up a kill. Wesley has tons of firepower to keep Reds in back. This one's in the pocket for New Heights Gaming. A 20-star victory. It just doesn't get more dominant than that.
Yeah, it's not even close. It's just really so one-sided so far. in favor of New Heights Gaming. For Elevate, the new roster announcement of today coming in the South America region. They need to bring more to the battle than this. It's not impossible. I think the draft's just decent. It's not my preferred side of the draft. I think the Piper has got some weaknesses that they're not really exploiting enough, but so far, Portox on that particular brawler is popping off.
For example, her being weak in close range, it's something that Redzin could take advantage of if he found the opportunity to move in close. It just hasn't been presented with those. I think this is a great Piper pick from New Heights Gaming. Sometimes I hate on the Piper because as fun as she is to watch, she just is weak in close range, gets aggressed too hard. Oh my goodness, that was quite a curve there from Winona. Drops Gus down to 700 HP. He's forced to retreat, but it doesn't really earn anything for New Heights Gaming because they're not intent on playing aggressive. This stronghold on the right side, it's just not worth pushing unless Winona gets a super, pops away, breaks open the walls. Could be Prosy playing a little too aggressive. Radafoot would love to wrap around and pinch him, but the opportunity just isn't there.
Yeah, Prosy with the blue star. I've got to be a little bit cautious here. Radafoot tapped up now. Think better of it. Nice there from Prosy. Lovely fan storm. Ensuring the takedown and now able to heal off the back of that poison. Now it's gone. And maybe rotate round here potentially. See where they feel to go with this one. Tooth already getting a lot of mistakes down for time spent. There's a takedown there. 3 stars in the boot now. Things sway. Oh, as quickly as that though, Wesley turns it back in their favor.
Just what you need from those homing shots, from the ammo recovery of Pierce to get a kill confirm with it. Prosy is going to take quite a bit of damage. Would love to get away, but he can't dash. He's stuck in this assassin form. Now back into the Geisha aspect. Will be able to dash away. It's an aggressive jump from RDZ. Winona easily pops away. That's the counterplay right there. Would have been way better to save that for the final stages, but they just got to go for what they can. Tufa falling on the right side spells doom for for Elevate. New Heights Gaming are just in too dominant of a position. With 5 seconds to go, there's a serious deficit that cannot be taken back. The celebration is in here a little early for New Heights Gaming, but they knew that they had this one. 2-0 for New Heights Gaming.
Do we just call it now? Is it this chalked? I mean,
I hope not, man.
We're really seeing so little from Elevate. And I don't think it's out of the question. I think that their quarterfinals performance was pretty strong. But it just feels like they're not even trying, and they're just breezing through these sets.
Gosh, so dominant for New Heights Gaming. It feels like Elevate really aren't there. You see the smile still, though? Am I the only one seeing that? They feel pretty all right about being defeated here. I mean, they got through the quarterfinals. It's already a pretty serious improvement for them.
Gotta stay motivated, so why not smile still?
Yeah.
Elevate, I think they're playing okay, but their drop just hasn't been it, neither in the previous set nor in this one. We really were a fan of it. Crow first pick, leaving so many snipers all open. Pierce is open, you know? You gotta pick up that brawler at the moment. It's so strong, especially on an open map like Hideout.
Yeah, but I think as well, just that the technical side is just... I mean, you just see how much more New Heights Gaming are prepared on their thumbs. I mean, the Piper jumps away, I think, will just, timed to perfection. A lot of big, heavy taps, and just the draft in itself. I think the Kaze is very underlooked in this region as well. I'm not really sure why. For me, it's still really, really solid as a brawler pickup, but we didn't see it enough. For me, Elevate, they just don't seem like they've prepared, and that was my reservation coming into even their quarterfinals match, to be honest. They hadn't really been putting that much time in the lead up to the monthly final, and now I think it is starting to show.
After last month, Eternal was the team to beat. Now it more and more looks like it might be NHG ready.
Well, okay, look, I feel like a bit of a hater here because I consistently just say this without really considering the other side of things. I think New Heights Gaming have been offered underprepared bit of easier opponents compared to say Eternal, who were taken down earlier. Let's not forget that. So I don't really know. I'm still not sold on them. They're going to have to win a grand final to, not that my opinion really matters that much, to sell me on how good their team is. They can at least get a 3-0 here, and that wouldn't be too shabby. Let's talk draft real quick. Elevate, they lead with this BB pickup. I think that's really, really strong. Bull, they global banned it earlier, but to get that as a #1 pick, I feel like it's so high priority that you kind of have to. It's going to offer ample opportunities to counter it, but for Surge to come in as that counter. Kind of interesting. I feel like we're scraping the bottom of the barrel right here because you look at those bans, and it feels like Elevate banned for this BB.
I don't know what to say about the Surge, to be honest. I mean, it's a fun brawler to play, and maybe that's where we're at in this series. Maybe New Heights Gaming are just hey, Let's make it fun. I don't really like it. I mean, it's not a bad place for it. I think if you're going to play Surge anywhere, this is probably the map for it. Just be able to hide in the bush, to lurk, to be able to get the value, just to, especially the early stages of your stacks when you're looking to earn them. Get a little bit of a attack from the bush, but like, I just don't really kind of get it.
Yeah, I mean, many of the best BB counters were already banned out with the Chester and the Shelly. I look at that ban from Elevate, so maybe Surge can work out here. Surge himself has many counters though. You have the rough sandbags, you have a Terra with Help Beyond with those shadows coming in, and the roughs is also going to be picked up here. Max is going to be our gem carrier on the right hand side versus Bo in the left. Boz is coming in as well. How do we like that into the BB? He's just going to get knocked back whenever he tries to stun her.
Well, who cares? I mean, you can always, I don't know, like, you can always
They should
like
care.
grapple something near them. You can also have like a hypercharge and Spider-Man up the map. I don't think it's like that chalked. We'll see Winona at least get it for free too, but interesting. Let's analyze what the lane matchups are. Yeah, go for the free torpedo on the rate of foot. Doesn't really have anything to do against it. Frozy annihilates that lane on the right side. And while New Heights Gaming have lost a member, look at their positioning. I'm telling you, everyone, the Hard Rock Mine spawn trap is real. It can hurt you. Elevate are learning that lesson the hard way.
I mean, they fed him immediately. That's like the number one thing playing against Surge is like, don't feed him straight off the bat. And now pros are going to have a whale of a time with that additional movement. Too fun. Working through the mid, getting his gems back, and pros are just going to stay on this BB lane side for sure. It's been popped. Buzz taken care of though on the top left. That's going to put pressure onto Wesley. You can't really go straight down the mid.
That was a funny interaction on the right side. Prosy was hoping that he would be hit by Redzin, but didn't hit him, and so he didn't get any of his ammo back. Had to earn it back the hard way. Prosy is ready with his hypercharge, by the way. It's going to be pretty deadly once he advances into that form. On the left side, Winona's just being treated as super fodder. On the right side, Prosy just, stands still, says, do it, try me, feed me my ammo, gets the kill. We see the aggressive play from Winona, but he ends up coming away with only 4 gems. It's okay for New Heights Gaming. Would have loved to get a couple more, but with their positioning, it's looking pretty promising. The lack of kit for Elevate also could spell defeat for them here. Gem spawns on their side. We'll see Prosy trying to create the buffer zone, knows that he can get taken down. It's a gimme kill for Winona on the left side, but now RDZ comes in totally uncontested. He has to face into a Buzz with a super in order to be taken down, and Buzz didn't even use it that way. Very confusing. It felt like New Heights Gaming had that one, and Elevate had the one. They just threw it away.
And I don't kind of understand the play from Prosy, because like he had a hypercharge, he used super, but like he could just like literally made so much space through the mid. Chance for a reset. Not sure it's going to happen, and it won't. But massive blunders there in that game from New Heights Gaming. I mean, that was really done and dusted. I think a hypercharge to get that additional splash into the mid would have really just damaged everyone, because they were clustered in that mid side. And there was one gem that they realistically needed to get onto countdown, and then just it all just went pear-shaped.
You're facing a BB. You have to have the BB counter on the BB at all times. She is that strong. So they got away with it in the early game. This time, yeah, I think they know RDZ is on the left side. Winona went for a really aggressive gadget. Now he's going to come out empty-handed. Prosy also surrounded. Doesn't matter. Walks forward, got hit in the middle of his gadget. I feel like with Surge being off meta for so long, people have forgotten the muscle memory that you need to face into that brawler, not proccing his gadget and giving him his ammo back. It's fine, though, because BB is just that strong. She is just her. On the right side, though, with the double stun, all of a sudden, she looks pretty beatable.
I think it's an interesting dynamic, though, to have the Surge with the bow now and the Super Totem now with the widest of radiuses. It just allows the Surge to get right off the mark, and that's really what you need to have if you're going to bring it in. I don't mind it. I just think it's quite a tough ball to make work in the current meta. But it is working well in this particular strategy. Prosy now going to go straight on top of Redzin. And now a chance for a Buzz hypercharge already to get some work done here. Gems spilled, everyone destroyed. And New Heights Gaming just toddling back, not a care in the world, with plenty of time to keep these gems safe and sound.
It's an absolute melee. Prosy also with his hypercharge can shut down this right side. Winona's just going to go for a super because he can afford it. Whoa, hold up. Was that too aggressive? Oh, Redzin swinging away at what? The ghost of Jackie Robinson? Nothing that you are going to get there. It's tied up here in the set.
Who's Jackie Robinson?
Huh? He's a prominent baseball player. Days of yore.
This is why I need you here sometimes.
Yeah.
But this is really now a point that Elevate are, it's like a point of no return. Like, it's now all in. You either get a set, remind yourselves that this is doable, or you falter, and you just go home in the semi-finals. I mean, this is really all still to play for. It just doesn't feel like they're really trying for it, even.
Elevate. Oh, what are we going to do with you? What are you going to do against this Buzz?
Sit on the noise.
They're completely surrounded by this Buzz. Winona seems to just have it unlocked with the torpedoes. Now he knows that it would be great for him to get on the left side, but as long as Posey can hold things at bay, the Buzz can continue to spawn trap. And look at all the walls he has. Look at Elevate breaking open their own walls. Please, please don't trap us in spawn is what they're saying. Also, they're setting things up for a bit of acquisition of the treat for Ray to foot. But now they have a hypercharged Buzz spawn camping them right now. Make it 1, make it 2. He'll get away with his life. Red Zen is not fast enough to keep up with him. And New Heights Gaming, oh my gosh, just look fantastic right now.
Oh my word, look at the cycling! This is ridiculous! Winona going to town on the bus, then Pros coming in with the surge, and it's just like watching ladder. It's ridiculous. Red's will have a chance on the right-hand side to make something of this. He has a hypercharge, he's got to use it now, but can't even close the gap. The knockback is there. Wesley pushes the left-hand side, but with only 1 second left, it's not going to be enough. And New Heights Gaming proceed to the grand finals, but more importantly, look incredibly scary as the team that someone is going to face later on today. That was a breeze.
Speedy match. I guess they got places to be. They're going to be doing something really important between the semifinal and the grand finals, apparently. So if that is in their interest, they're hoping for this next semifinal to go the distance. Wow. What a wipe there, Elevate. Yeah, that's a pretty understandable reaction there. The defeat, they were smiling as they were just one set away from defeat, but actually having that occur is a completely different thing.
And they actually look like they are about to turn things around. They finally locked in, and maybe we get to see a set 4, but New Heights Gaming are just that team today. And maybe the team to beat in all of the region for the next coming months as well. 3-0 in the quarterfinals, 3-0 in the semis, unbeaten so far today.
Yeah, it's a team that coming into today, I had my eye on. I mean, that alongside whoever won the match of SK and Loud, really. And I think Loud and New Heights Gaming could have that grand finals match. We'll absolutely see. I'm not holding my breath or counting my chickens today, of course, in South America. But, I mean, if that's anything to go by, I feel like the grand finals is exactly what we're hoping it will be, because they're just looking so scary. And the drafts are on point. They're the team to beat today for me so far. I mean, look at that. I mean, again, going in, self-confessed, was not a fan of the surge, but I can see I can see where it kind of worked alongside the bow, which only with the 3 kills. It was the super totem which really helping hand Winona and Prosy. I mean, they were just doing all the work. I don't mind seeing 3 kills for that reason.
530 DPS on that surge has definitely worked out better than expected. And I'm with you there. I also have New Heights Gaming versus whoever comes out on top, Loud or SK Kalalas, in the grand final. And I said New Heights Gaming is going to take it all today. They already had a chance last month. Eventually, they have to get there. At the same time, we had Uber before saying, you know, Loud is still Loud. They have been so good, so consistent last year. Eventually, they have to find their stride again, ready.
I guess eventually, right? I'm wondering if that's going to be today. They've at least made it through here to the semifinals once more, so that looks consistent with last month, but they got to make it through the grand finals. Like, I just don't really know where Loud have been, what's going to change on the day.
And we want to have one more look at our bracket. Just what is our semifinal number 2? What is it going to be? Another 3-0 today, Ark?
I hope not. I mean, looking at the way the Olympus squad were playing earlier, I would say that it's likely to be one that will be a much closer affair, because Olympus squad did incredibly well. I mean, I distinctly remember as well, like effectively the former Alpha 7 squad, having a really, really good time last year versus Casa Brawl, and of course Motep being a member of that same squad. So I did have a little bit of a reservation, but I was still unsure, because ultimately Olympus squad are not playing with their main roster. We got some substitutions for them today. So, I mean, remember Meliodas, that's a massive result.
We get the good cop back here. Yes, Meliodas is just a sub. Can Olympus Squad can make it all the way through, or is it going to be Loud's turn again?
Yeah, I mean, this guy, like I was saying earlier, Meliodas has been around in South American Brawl Stars for like a long, long time. So I'm pretty confident that they can make a deep run here. I don't know if it's enough to make the grand final. That's my only concern. I think Olimpo Squad are great. They seem like a dark horse to upset maybe the balance of power in this region, but winning a monthly final with a sub, that feels like a bridge too far.
Before we reach the grand final, we need our second semi-final, and it's gonna be a banger, I'm sure about that. It's Olimpo Squad versus Loud. On the one side, we have this really strong roster, proven, consistent from 2025. And then in Olimpo Squad, we have the new generation in South America. Yes, they had a couple of good runs last year already, but I'd still say that is the young and upcoming roster you need to keep your eye out for.
Yeah, I mean, it's effectively, again, like I said, the former Alpha 7 squad from last year. 3 quarterfinals exits, 3 semi-finals appearances, but no grand finals appearances for that roster. This could be the chance. It really, really could. It'd be kind of sad for Icebro because, I mean, the 1 month that he comes out of the roster and Meliodas comes in, they get it done. But I feel like today they definitely are looking very strong. But like Uber says, are they a squad that are competent enough to take on Loud to go all the way here today?
Loud are just too solid. I just think it's very, very hard to take them by surprise. I thought Olimpo Squad's strength in that last series that they played was some of the compositions they were able to come up with. I think like the off-the-wall picks, the Nita towards the end there for me was like pretty important for them. So getting away with that kind of stuff against Loud, in one set, yes, sure. Multiple sets, enough sets to win a series, that's a different story to me. And I think Loud feel like this old behemoth that really just heat up as the year goes on.
For me, the huge question is really, can Olimpo Squad complete the upset? They already had their revenge against Eternal. They lost to them last month in the February quarterfinals, and now they got that revenge, making it to the semis. And or against Loud, that big name, the behemoth as you called them from last year. It would be an even bigger upset, and honestly, exactly what I want to see.
Got to remember as well, going back to that February monthly final for Olympus Squad, they prevented 2 match points against New Heights Gaming to get that win. I mean, that really goes the distance and says a lot. A full reverse sweep, but also depriving those match points is not an easy thing to continuously keep up enough time to then get the win yourselves. And going back to March as well, beating Sarita Gang, well, that was the squad that Meliodas played for. So I think that, you know, that says a great deal for me about the confidence of that man being like, do you know what? You beat me, fair play. Let me join you, add our forces and combine them, and go all the way. I think there's some real interesting things on the side of Olympus Squad, but Loud are just another beast.
Yeah, I think they are. To be fair, they've looked super beatable and fallible, and in fact, they have for years. But I do think that this Loud squad at this point should be looking at the international stage and saying, we need to make deep runs here. Wins in games like this should go without saying. They should be locking them down 100%. The fact that they don't is a great sign for their region, but Loud need to be kind of looking past these guys in a way, but respecting them enough to make sure they don't get caught off guard.
Loud was expected for many to win the grand finals in February. They dropped out in the semi-finals. Kind of feel bad for them, honestly, if they drop out in the semis again. Let's see if they will. And we do want to show you the picks of both of those teams from the quarterfinals. I didn't really see any pattern, honestly. Nothing that sticks out to me too much. I think both of them value Spike quite highly, but so does the entire region. We have always this one aggressive brawler on the left-hand side here for Loud. At least Mina was super aggressive, BB super aggressive. Both of these teams played Stu on open business, but other than that, they seem to be pretty flexible. And for both those teams, we've only seen good drafts today.
Yeah, I do think that the Pierce Global ban was interesting from Loud. That's the brawler that Meliodas leveraged to win that series against Eternal. So that's the one thing that sort of shows out to me. They also tried to make use of the M's. So those are 2 brawlers that we've seen Olimpo Squad try and, draft into their compositions. And then 2 brawlers who clearly Loud have no interest dealing with either on their side or their opponents.
Olimpo on the other side here in the quarterfinals, they were a little bit tighter. It was a 3-1 in the end, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised we're seeing as much M's today as we are, to be honest. Kind of a brawler that in every other region has been shut down more often than not. And the Spike ban as well. I mean, Spike has been decent. I mean, very much so with the Buffy as well, but taking a bit of a step back this month, it feels, from some of the other regions. Still very, very good, but I mean, it's a very South American brawler pick. It makes a lot of sense. We get some new go bands coming in. Ems, Pierce, Leon, and BB. Definitely gonna leave some big, heavy hitters open. I mean, Bull, Crow. I mean, take your pick, really. I mean, that's surprising to me that Pierce is actually going to be globally banned. But from what you said, Uber, makes a lot of sense.
What, specifically against Olimpo Squad? Sure, but I do think in general for Loud to be trying to ban that brawler so prolifically, Raises some questions for me. Bull is open. It's going to have to be banned like hell.
This is actually the first time we don't have a Bull global ban.
Yeah.
So this semi-final could finally show up with this brawler if he's not banned out in the regular ban phase still. These are the maps for this series. We're starting on Gold Arm Gulch, the only map we did not get to see in our semi-final number 1. Ring of Fire, Hard Rock Mine, Hideout and Hot Potato. Again, very open maps. Gold Arm Gulch could feature some of these throwers. You can also just open up the entire map again though.
Some very glowy friendly maps here as well, aren't they, really? I mean,
long sight
that's going to be a high consideration when it comes to the bans. And like we were saying coming into the day, really, we saw a lot of instances where we had a brawler which wasn't globally banned, but was banned every single set. Well, I think we're going to have a similar sort of circumstance here because, I mean, Bull, Hard Rock Mine, it's his own personal playground. There's, I mean, Ring of Fire, that's a great chance to flank. Glowy and Bull, I'm looking here to see banned out quite a lot, as well as the Crow. I mean, I'm not too convinced in these global bans, to be quite honest.
I'm still expecting to see a lot of Spike. I mean, it was the most picked brawler in this region last month, like 36% of the time, I think, picked. And I think obviously it's great on Ring of Fire, right? That's a classic map for the Spike to play. Life Plan is really powerful. Gadget's now been empowered even further by the buffies, so I think that we'll expect to see teams to gravitate towards that brawler when it's left open. I don't think Bull's getting through. I just can't see that happening. That's just going to be a windmill slam ban.
Yeah, I'm going to go with both of you here. We have two brawlers that have been basically always banned out with Glow and Bull, and then maybe we do get to see some more Spike. Pearl has also been a brawler that has been picked up quite often today. Let's see if it's going to be picked in the semi-finals too. I hope you're ready for semi-final number 2 right now. Loud versus Olympus Squad, old versus new, the behemoths versus the new blood. We are on a Rico double ban here on Gold Arm Gulch. That's good to see. Left hand side has the first pick, still decided to ban out Brock, which is someone who's picked up quite often as first pick, because you can decide if you want to open up or not. They're going to go with RT instead. And RT, in any other region, has been the most picked up brawler on Knockout. We have not seen him at all today.
I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you're an RT on defense, what can a Bull do? You know, I think that will still be a question to answer later on in this draft because, again, the walls, the biggest of the considerations here, realistically. I think the Spike, like Uber says, could definitely be a shower here. I think the Rickaban doubling down is quite interesting, though. Chuck still going to be available here. These are brawlers that are still so hazardous. I mean, Melody also, there's some big defensive ideas coming forward. There's going to be Cordelia still to play.
Meeple.
There's a lot going down here.
Yeah, Meeple, Spike, still a good option. You can index into the throwers a little bit if you should so choose. Obviously, yeah, there's Spike. So he's going to get lapped up here. I wonder if Olympus Squad will feel like they want to fall into the trap of playing someone like a Bull into one of the most effective defensive brawlers in the game. Someone now also who, with a hypercharge, RT can ignore those walls and be really punishing once the gas starts to close in. So that does give you a nice option. It is one of the most commonly picked brawlers in this game mode ever. And surprising that we're only just starting to see it here in South America. But it's nice to know that Loud are paying attention to what's going on in the rest of the world. What do they follow up with this? Because they're composite. Okay, so they do get a thrower in here. That still does leave the door open to something that hard engages on the side of Olympus Squad.
I'd like to stick Ray on the right-hand side now. Into that tick is going to have pretty good matchup, can pull him through the wall, can open up the map, and it can potentially just teleport onto him. Left-hand side still has one pick left, though. We already talked so much about Bull, Spike, and Glowy. All three of those have actually slipped through the ban, and only one of those has been picked up. I do like the Mina pick, has a little bit more mobility than the Bull. In the end game, she also can just cover herself in her bubble, her gadget. Yeah. It's going to be super strong, but still surprised that we don't see Bull, honestly.
I mean, I don't mind not seeing it in some ways because, I mean, we saw in the NBA, Foot Esports quite happy to leave Bull open and play into it and actually spend their time in their practices and their scrims like working how to handle it and counter it. Mortis will be the final pick coming in then for Olympus Squad. Okay. You have to have something to match the Mina in terms of agility, right? And something that's going to be a hard brawler to kind of hit. So quite like it. I feel like the tick obviously going to be quite a prime target. Just the RT And that's the one brawler which the Bell is going to have to really focus a lot of time on.
Yeah, I do think so. You want to try and outmatch RT at range. It's sometimes surprisingly difficult to do that against that draw. I always feel like I'm surprised by just how long RT's range is when you think you have the edge. Other sharpshooter that might be able to beat him in that regard. So Loud are going to take up residence on this left-hand side of the map early. Meliodas, of course, is going to be looking for the tick, but has to respect the last hurrah. Life Plant's going to be handy, at least to give a staging ground forward for this Mortis, but Meliodas cannot commit until he's sure he's going to be able to make it a trade up for Olimpo squad in the ensuing brawl.
Tick head for Adinio. It's going to be helping hand any Mortis aggression. So now with the reverse polarity, waiting his time, does find a nice connection there to Kaido. Just be cautious. The dash away from Meliodas is good. Now things start to get hairy. The gas cannot be far away, and Meliodas knows it, trying to get into an advantageous position onto this tick.
I mean, great from Olimpo squad here to not give the map for free to this tick composition. Meliodas is always trying to play forward. Brabao also is able to get some of these reverse polarity shots and have to bounce around. Be a bit of a nuisance in general. Good footwork here again from Meliodas. Life Plant used just in case, but Golden got caught out. That's the struggle for Spike, who just doesn't hold his own all that well at range. But Mina's been picked off here. Oh, almost for Meliodas. It was close, but Brabao is still standing, and the gas will do his work for him.
That was honestly absolutely ridiculous, and I thought that Meliodas did so well there. Great stuff. This is going to be Olympus win for the first round. Have a charge for Brabo. It's a nice thing to connect there onto Kaido because he just continues to tap in. Have a charge, tick head on the right-hand side, going to not really do too much in all honesty. Now, Kaido bringing himself round to helping hand fire over these belchers are ricocheting, and Loud has got to be cautious here.
Yeah, the map is opened up a fair bit, but Meliodas doesn't seem too bothered. He's going to make use of the remaining walls. He was going after the Mina. Firecrow, though, has an unexpected burst of damage that allows the Mina to succeed there, and this round is done. Brabao, all alone, even made use of that super. Reverse polarity, that was a very cute little bouncing shot there onto Adinio, but unfortunately too little too late.
Okay, so all tied up then in terms of the rounds. I'm liking the way that Olympus squad, they were handling themselves at this early stage. They do need to do that against a team like Loud and assert themselves. You know, trying to get some of these connections. He's going to need something of a defensive maneuver, and Meliodas now capitalized down this early outset of the round. I'm sure, though, with the gadget, Adinio can defend with Kaido as well. There are some things which will cause a big problem for him, but now the tick head, it gives him some options.
And again, I second your opinion of how Olimpo squad are playing, even with an opened up map. Meliodas maybe made an incorrect judgment call to go after the Mina in that previous round, but in general, the Mortis play has been very, very good. Always generating some degree of threat. Firecrow, though, might want to go after Meliodas here, putting some pressure down across the map. Some shots coming in from Brabao, forcing the gadget out of the Mina. Meliodas had to dash away from that hit.
Oh, Golden down to 305 HP. Meliodas trying to create some space here and go on the aggressive. The Light Outstairs welcome, and Golden still goes down. Oh, the hypercharge, the art is choked. Absolutely choked. Loud get the round in just the nick of time. That's going to be a first game going their way. What a disgusting end to an otherwise pretty balanced start.
Yeah, what is the Spike doing here? Bro thinks he's on the team. It looks so difficult for Golden to get value. And in fairness, they've been picked into some pretty brutal lane matchups on this, road through these monthly finals already. But just walking into tick mines, just really struggling to put himself in a part of the map to be impactful.
This is kind of what I was saying about being surprised that Spike's been so heavily globally banned. I mean, it has always been a brawler in this region that's been quite prevalent, but nonetheless, I just don't know whether it's necessarily still that great. And I always kind of have the same argument about Curveball. At this level of gameplay and this level of caliber of player, do you have struggles duking Curveball? Should you?
Also, you can just outrange the Spike if you need to. Okay, life plant there. That was okay. Very aggressively positioned towards Firecrow. He'll go down to the curveball. In fairness, here's Meliodas. Time to collect. He does at least respect this last hurrah, but comes back for a second bite at the apple, and he'll have his fill. Good start for Olimpo squad.
But didn't choose to just kind of, linger the tick around and just kind of, just build a utility. I mean, they just want to get it done, clearly, but I feel like that was a bit of a missed opportunity, really, to gain that advantage going into this next round. But Olympus just want to keep this pace going here. Never reverse polarity. We'll find a Dino there as well. Lovely connection there. The hypercharger his first time.
Yeah. Fortunately, Adinho shrugs off the shot before deploying the tick head. Okay, Fire Crow. Has to get away. Meliodas in! Descending. The mark on the Mina made it easy for Meliodas to take them down. And now Adinho has to give up most of the map. Kyodog is a strong wind away from being blown out of this game, but is able to heal up on this right-hand side of the map. They are, and they will be, marked, though.
Meliodas knows that Adinho is the perfect person to go for, but was able to get into a better spot just the right time. Kyodog has got to be careful here. If he can just buy his time until the gas comes in, it might give some options. Now let's go down. Oh, no.
That was nice.
No. Lovely stuff. Yeah, Meliodas is playing a fantastic Mortis. These gadgets are really on point.
Yeah, double dash through, and then he sent that lifeblood back behind him. Just sort of drawing out that RT super and making sure he wasn't around to get caught up in the damage. Okay, we've got ourselves a proper game here on Gold Arm Gulch, folks. Let's head into our decider set of rounds as Olimpo squad are able to fight back.
Really nice stuff, honestly. I'm really impressed with Olimpo squad, how they're handling themselves. I think these early moments are quite key, quite pivotal to see that, because we saw with SKC earlier today, they just were taking so long to get themselves warmed up, and even then it wasn't that convincing, whereas I feel like this could be really, really good. Let's see. Meliodas on that left-hand side, trying to find Kyodog in amongst that healing time, but not really the person he wants to be on, really, is he?
There's some spike value being generated here, I will say. Golden's able to get him out in the open. Not sure about the... yeah, I like the aggressive lifeblood to set Meliodas up, but it kind of telegraphs where the Mortis is going to go. Golden super, essentially blocked out by that Mina shield. Here comes Meliodas. Okay, oh, hits the gadget, stays alive. I don't know how much longer, though. Yeah. I think he walked into that mine arc, I'm not going to lie.
He had to. I mean, Kyodog was going to be getting the juke around. He had literally nowhere to go there. Bravo as well, going to be caught out, and Firecrow should be able to get Golden taken care of, if not from Dino or anyone realistically here. And around going the way of Loud there. Nicely done, quite surgical in their approach there. And that was much, much better. Now this is quite a key moment. Liver squad have got to slow down the pace realistically here. Trying to bring this to the third and final round. Hypercharge for Dino on the left-hand side. It's going to be in a very good spot realistically as well. But there is the... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's dangerous. They're so dangerous.
Okay, well, that spike finds key elimination. It's all down to Kyodog. That was a hypercharged super thrown up there by the tick, but I think a couple bell shots bounced off of the tick head onto the player themselves, which is it's the price of doing business with the gold hand leader.
The problem here is you can't really allow Kyodog to get any value off this, because if an RT gets a hypercharge and there's 3 players that he could potentially be getting target practice with, despite the gas being so far away. If I'm a liver squad, just leave him to it. Just let him go into the gas. Do not give any shots over. Doing pretty well to Duke them, but there again, like, Kyodog's got a decent amount of value off the back of that, realistically. And it was a 1 round no matter what. I'm just worried for this hypercharge potential now.
Yeah, you already had 2 brawlers with super, and I think feeding Mortis super off that poke scenario doesn't really matter. He's going to build super easily enough when he dives in. Anyway, About here, mindful that Firecrow is starting to encroach on that right-hand side of the map, but Meliodas is going to get there and make sure many of those Mina shots are dodged away from. Golden is still sitting on a hypercharged super that will, of course, be empowered by the Buffy. And there it is. Hypercharged super guarantees a mark onto Kyodog. It's a great target to connect with. Maybe the Mina more preferable, but still, the tanky RT now will feel much less durable.
Meliodas there had to use bats on defense to get back on himself. Bravo, got to be cautious there on that top right as well. Over 3,000 HP. Ticket coming in. Tanked there by Meliodas there, and the life plant for good measure. The bow as well, marked up by the RT shots. And again, I'm still looking out for this potential of a hypercharge for Kyodog. He's struggling to earn it so far, though.
Yeah, and he's marked, so his time in the sun will be short when push comes to shove. Meliodas tries to dive on the RT. He'll still have to reckon with the super, which is scary. Okay, well, Golden's for a hypercharge super in the middle of the map. Yep, Kyodog ceased to exist. He was absolutely burnt to a crisp, but Meliodas is a little bit too low here, and yes, Firecrow and Adinho are the last two standing. That is the first set of series locked up. Loud convert on a pretty strong start, despite Olimpo squad showing a lot of their quality over the course of that game. The spike looked uncomfortable at times, and ultimately Meliodas did not have the durability to weather the storm of that poke damage and get in for the kill.
Big celebrations there from Loud, and I think deservedly so. I mean, that they know just how important it was to get that round. and to put themselves a set up to start things off. I think this is far from done. I think Olympus Squad are really showing some great signs and displaying some fantastic draft knowledge for me. I know you weren't the biggest of fans of the Spike, but I think that nonetheless, I'm kind of keen to see where you.
Both of us. That's crazy, bro. Damn, bro. Just as the curtain comes down, he leaves me hanging. We're both dubious about it. Sonny, back me up here.
I mean, Spike is historically bad into any thrower, so I'm siding with whoever said Spike isn't going to be the greatest of choices here.
There's a thrower, and Loud threw a whole round, so they're all
takes
throwers.
it was a 2-1.
Mom, Dad, please stop fighting.
Loud takes game 1 very convincingly. We had some super good moments here with the RT, and that's exactly why he's so strong in knockout. Not only as a super good super for when the field closes in, the smoke comes in, also super good hypercharge for that same exact reason. Just gets 1, maybe 2 free kills in the end there. Second round, Olympus Squad looked a lot better, and then Loud just said no anyway. It was a 2-1 overall.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely potential though. I've seen a lot of teams place against Loud and just not really have any moments of glory, whereas there definitely were in that set for Olympus Squad. And again, it's been such a long time coming really for these players on that roster to really demonstrate that they are worthy of making grand finals. They've just been teetering last year realistically for me, so I think they would be right, and I think it'd be an amazing result to do that against Loud of all teams. But you know, Loud there with the first set in the bag, it puts them off the mark, and that could be a tough thing to bounce back from.
Yeah, look, Loud have dropped sets. They've dropped, series to many of these teams, but ultimately, they have a body of work that spans years. So they're always at World Finals. I think this has been an amazing notch in the belt to take if you're Olympus Squad, but man, it takes a lot of work. It's not enough just to try and surprise your opponents in the drafts. And it looks like, the Spike's been picked up straight away. We talked about Ring of Fire, right? It's the kind of map where your area denial becomes that much more valuable. You will still find yourself struggling, though, against throwers.
We spoke coming into this set, or into this match, about Spike, Chloe, and Bull being all left open, slipped through the global bans, and all being super strong in the current meta. Spike picked up once more, Chloe banned out, Bull still left open. We have a lot of counters open though as well. Spike is one of those actually. Chester also left open. He has such a big amount of area control, such a big amount of damage. Would be both really good, and I would pick them up here. Finks is going to be picked up first though.
Is this really your
He has
best?
always been super good on hot zone. It's his most played modes. Standing in that hot zone in the middle, and being able to dodge incoming shots thanks to your super just makes him one of the best bowlers in hot zone.
Art talked a lot about curveball being very dodgeable. What about when those predictables are slowed down even further? I feel like no one has any excuse to get hit by that. In that case, once Finks gets that super down. Also a really powerful hypercharge where Finks can deploy that slowing field or the accelerating field for his own team's predictables, and also has one around himself at all times, making him far more tanky than you otherwise would think. The ball has gone through, folks, and the Grace, who now have a delivery system for this extremely overtuned tanky brawler to run headlong at Loud.
This was the thing I was concerned about, was the amount of grey that the Olympus Squad love to play. So combining those two things together, there's definitely some options here with the loot coming in now as well. But the biggest of options really to tank, a lot of this, heavy HP coming in would be the Pierce, which is globally banned. So the loot is probably the best answer they can have under the circumstances. I think the Finks now really going to have to work a lot of overtime, and again, just not allowing the grey to get set up. I think that is the play here. Once those dimensional doors are locked in and they get some favourable cycles, this could be a really tough thing for Loud to have to take care of.
Yeah, I think there's a reason why Bull is globally banned in many series and a bit of a problem, and now you obviously have a nice core built around it. Lou is decent against tanks, right? You can guarantee a lot of those hits. If you could stop Bull in his tracks, you have done your job well. But Probal's not going to make that easy. Already trying to get into the cookie jar. Taking some damage from Kaio Dog, but he has claimed a lot of map control here. That shield now active, but eventually he will be poked down. I do think that you want to rely on the grey to get you where you need to go as this Bull, because being caught out in the open does mean you'll just be farmed for supercharge.
So yeah, Kaio Dog got some good value there. And the pinch was pretty nice off the bow now. Firecrow dancing away on that right-hand side, giving an inch to that Bull.
Well, he's got map control now.
Well, he might not have it for long. At this rate, nice freeze there. Kaio Dog getting some good value yet again, but down to 615 HP. I mean, there's not really much that Loud are doing in terms of the battle, but it's the objective that they're really thriving on.
Okay, Brawl is able to dive in there with that super and hit that stop gadget. Look, gave a lot of space here and still Loud, despite this are 67% ahead. That is just how far behind Limpo Squad got early on in this round. Okay, here comes Brawl yet again. Throws it up though inside that hypercharge. He's still got the health to go on in and hits the stop. Firecrow ceases to exist, but Adinho in the meantime has just ignored Brawl and gone over towards the point to try and capture it. Brawl close to being slowed up there. There's a Finks super in play. Adinho obviously with that hypercharge making him almost impossible to hit.
Golden's having a really tough time here. He's not really finding much value, and he's the best person really to be playing into the ball here. But now in TPs, this is where the Greys helping hand Olympus Squad so much, but they are still behind here with Adino's off the zone. That's quite crucial. There is now time potentially with a hypercharge for Golden to bring this back. They've got to land every single shot. Now the hypercharge comes out. Firecrow trying to move around the situation here. Down to 2,000 HP and cycling. It's great from Golden. That's the time to bring the fire.
Adinho doesn't have a super right now. He's going to be taking all the damage. Meliodas with a TP forward gets healed up as well. And this now puts Olympus Squad in the lead. But Firecrow turns up. Fist of the Brawl Star to the face of Olympus Squad. And Loud eke out a close victory.
What a ending. That was absolutely nuts, especially when everyone just popped at the end of level 1 player still standing. But yeah, it was a tough situation for Golden. He did so well as well to come back as he was struggling all game. Got the hypercharge, made it count most importantly, but just a couple of percentiles. The Olympus Squad would have got a game now. Look at Loud starting to really steam ahead. But a lot of that was just purely down to how much time they banked early on.
Brawl again, same approach. Move up the left-hand side of the map and get close. Adinho has to respect this now, and doesn't want to dodge this Meliodas damage, but Firecrow could be the cat amongst the pigeons here. Yeah, not much Gray can do about it either. I really think the Kaze is a difference maker in the draft. I mean, the Blade Storm is very impactful to blind people in the middle part of the map, but you also have sick gap close ability. There's so much work that you can do now as a Kaze in the backline, and Firecrow is not going easy on them.
But now, oh yeah, not the ideal person to target really, as if Firecrow can just dash away from this and just keep tapping along. Oh, it's going to be a trade, but nonetheless, it doesn't really matter for Dino and Kaido, who've been doing so well in this mid. Oh, I like the preemptive life plant there as well, but it didn't quite work out. Golden again, I think he's had a lot of deaths.
It's been a rough day. It's been a rough day, mate. Hasn't it? It's tough. Firecrow here with hypercharge at the ready. He's able to survive that onslaught, and I don't think Olympus Squad are getting remotely close to this hot zone right now. Inside the fan storm, Meliodas rather can't see a whole lot. At least Loud have been shifted off the point for the time being, but Kaidog has a hypercharge super. That's instant stun for anyone caught inside, and Brawl was the unlucky one. Still, Spike super is going to be a problem for Loud. They're going to navigate that. Adinho steps forward, pops Golden, love the work, and unfortunately, it's only a trade that he can get himself. Meliodas too low to fight Kaidog, and this will be Loud getting it north of 90%.
It's taken all this time to get the Grey set up. This is the whole point of bringing in the Grey with this strat, is that you're able to keep cycling people onto the zone. If you get the dimensional door set up at 90% on the objective for your opposition, you're not doing the very thing that you drafted it for. And just a bit of a disappointing end there for me, for Olympus Squad, and Loud really might be starting to tear away with this one.
Okay, well, I mean, I really think they're demonstrating their quality as a team. So deep in this tournament bracket already, quite deep into the semi-finals, they're looking very, very good. Limpo Squad have that individual talent. It's there in spades. I think the draft got away from them a little bit. I don't want to see this Spike getting first picked anymore. They might be the only team that's really valuing it that high, and it looked okay at times here, but I don't think there's quite enough to back up the bull pick.
Yeah, I'm with you, totally with you. I love that. Everyone gone. Firecrow, the last man standing. It's good. I'm not saying that Spike is not definitely up for consideration at the moment, especially now with so many bans. That's what I'm kind of realizing since the global bans, is that we start to really whittle down options as we go through the motions. So I think Spike is always going to be good since the buffies. Definitely been pulled back slightly. And yeah, I mean, Golden got 10 kills for his time, but I mean, I think a lot of the kills on the other side of the field were as a result of targeting on him. But yeah, tough match for Meliodas, tough match for Brawl. Loud, though, they just look like the team to beat today.
Yep.
We were so scared of that bull pick, and in the end it was shut down by a really good draft from the side of Loud. It was kind of like the old guard of Hot Zone here, with the Lou being really good in Hot Zone overall. Finks as well, we explained why, right? just being able to dodge those incoming shots while standing in the zone. Lou is super good because you throw your circle over the other circle and nobody can actually ever step into it. So those two have always been really good in hot zone. And then on the right hand side we just pick meta. And in this case it did not work out. The Spike and the Bull recently received their buffies, but it's not strong enough. Sometimes comfort picks and picks that are just good on the mode are still the way to go. This time around we actually have Bull banned out, Spike is left open, and Glowy actually available as well. We have Rafta's first pick on the right hand side. He's one of these very solid brawlers you can put probably on every single map in the game right now, picking his first pick.
I think you can feed, Hypercharger. That's a very desirable ability. Also, against certain compositions, these sandbags can be surprisingly powerful. It's not bad here. Again, Ruffs does not like to be dived on, so the Mortis pick is oozing confidence from Loud. And you've got to be mindful of sort of how you pick into this, right? If you're going to take a brawler that's more control-based or, is less all-in, they probably need to have some hard disengage tool, or at least like a lamp blowout or a friend zoner type ability. You need to have an answer to the Mortis. And how do you build around this, right? You need some solid damage. Glowy gets picked up here. I just think by the numbers, Glowy's a great math brawler, right? Powerful healing, reasonable damage that doesn't require you to refresh shots. You just make sure you tether to an opponent, and they're the ones that have to break line of sight. It's really annoying. That damage from Glowy up front isn't a whole lot, but the fact that you need to get out of line of sight or you take that damage in perpetuity is really frustrating.
Third and final pick coming in now for Olympus Squad. And if they're going to bring it back at any point in time, it's going to be here, realistically, with the Glowy. Lily?
Based.
But is it...
It's based.
Lily's whole purpose is to kind of like go off and do her own thing, right? So you're not going to have much of a connection with the Glowy other than the Ruffs. I mean, Glowy works a lot better with kind of more tanky comps as well. And I mean, you're not going to have time to attach to a Mortis that's going to be coming, towards you in a super aggressive fashion. I'm just not really sure that the Glowy has the most to work with.
The best part about Mortis, though? To come towards you, he has to face you.
True.
So look at you. That's pretty good for Glowy.
But then he can just carry on afterwards.
That's true. You have to blow him up. I do think that this comp is going to require Meliodas and Brabant to play very close together.
Potentially, Glowy is probably going to be the gem carrier on the right-hand side. Lily has that comeback potential, snack away the gems from the other side if they have it. But into a chest, so that's going to be a tough cookie for him. Poker is going to be the last pick here, probably also gem carrier on the left-hand side. With the two healers being gem carriers, that's so interesting. But Glowy has a definite range advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that what's so powerful about Poco, first of all, is like that healing over time afforded by Gadget. Also, Screeching Solo gives you that extra damage, and a hypercharged super that gives overshield. That matters a whole lot because that is a way that you can interact with your Lily, who is deep across the map, right? Here's Brabau, and emerges, and Adino just pops, ceases to exist here. Good damage here from Golden, but it's going to find himself, in a position where he's got to use that dash gadget away. And see, I'll tell you, bro, that's super annoying to deal with. To break that Glowy tether, you really have to give up a lot of space. It's almost like you lose map control to not be tethered. So that's annoying.
Yeah, it's normally like a brawler which I'm surprised it escaped through the draft, in all honesty. I'm just curious to see how it's going to work in terms of the synergy and whether they can continue this up and whether Loud can sort of start to break it up a little bit more, because where they're thriving at the moment really is by just herding Loud around the map. I mean, you've seen Loud already having to really maneuver themselves into some really odd spots.
Clever.
Nice takedown there as well, just preempting out Lily's awareness. And now Hypercharged like Dog could cycle here as well. Pretty disgusting if he does. Or Bravo comes in, but some good value from Loud here nonetheless.
How did Olympus Squad have any gems left at all? That is crazy. We did a cycle of a hypercharged super from Chester. Somehow they're able to stay safe. Golden eventually, though, must succumb. The hypercharge from Firecrow is going to give no choice as to whether he wants to keep those gems in his possession. And Dog will walk away. And I'm afraid the Glowy Tether is not exactly the most threatening way to try and tempt your opponents into a fight with you. 3 seconds per barrel, needs to get those gems loose, but Firecrow is ready, willing, and waiting to take the Lily down.
I think that when you consider just how strong Glowy is and how Loud are making it look so easy, that says to me a great deal, realistically, here. I feel like they are just handling it really, really well. It's just, again, like I said, not really helping too much for the majority of the time. The Lily, not really going to be there to tether to, and needs to go on the aggressive. I think that Loud have got an answer for everything so far.
Yeah, Lily's very manageable, is the truth. Yeah, Brabal has a super, and Kyodog's going to get taken down by Tether, so now we'll have to see a double back from the Mortis, who doesn't want to be carrying any of these gems anyway. So no hurry for Firecrow to go deep. But remember, we are talking about one of the most mechanically talented brawlers in this region, somebody who has held that title for a long time. And Meliodas once again gets fed into the wood chipper with the Mortis in the back line, and eventually Firecrow comes back.
One does know, though, that when you're tethering your teammate in the bush, that you're just showing up the position, right? That is something that he's aware of there?
I'd say so.
I hope so. But like, he didn't seem to be worried by it. I don't know whether that was the plan. Loud so far, 7 gems in the pocket, and still looking so good here for me. Firecrow getting some more gems. Hand them over. We might have to try to get a strategic death here, to be completely honest, to be able to hand them back over to Adino, because he's not really the ideal gem carrier.
Yeah, not at all. Firecrow is all in. Doesn't really want to expose those gems to any danger of being picked up. Now, though, don't really have any choice but to play back a bit more passively. Does see an easy target. I mean, Ruff struggles with Mortis. And there, look at the hype charge super coming out of the Poco. Firecrow got a nice little bit of overshield. Brabal, though, has a hyper of their own. Loud up to 8 gems, though, and Firecrow might end up being the gem carrier by the end of this round at this rate.
Kyodog wants to go for that gem, but the hyper charge of Bravo is right, coming in so aggressive. Adino now completely out of touch. On that right-hand side, going to go down, and 14 gems. Olympus squad to steal the moment away.
I mean, that's the power of Lily, especially under hypercharge conditions. Kyodog there, it's most of his health taken away before Brabal even used that gadget. What's the Mortis going to do here? Firecrow doesn't have enough health, trying to go after the Glowy, but it's not to be. Nice game here from Olympus squad. Finally, digging their heels in. Moments from elimination.
Is it too little, too late? That's the question for me. This next game is a must-win. If Olympus squad have got any chance of having a say, Loud is still match point and still got every opportunity just to seal it in a 3-0, honestly, and go to the grand finals.
Definitely have every reason to be confident in this Loud squad right now. But I like the Lily game. That was pretty impressive from Brabal. A little bit hard here as they're very low. Maybe DeCarpo picked up here by Adino for better healing. If that were the case, probably would see more spam here. So Screeching Solo, the star power of choice. There is that glowy super. Shuts down Firecrow, but he doesn't mind. He's going to feed his brains out if it means he can pressure the gem carry.
5 for Adino now. Firecrow back in and immediately getting some great value, opening up the entirety of that right-hand side with that takedown of the bow. Golden, tethered.
Bro, so
Gotta
annoying.
find some angles here. Oh, there's a lovely bounce there. Just to secure it from Meliodas, but still, Loud looking so confident, made up some good early time in this game. And look at the way that they are shadowing Brabal. They know exactly where he is half the time.
Brabal still healthy. Hypercharge at the ready. Adino, though, was able to avoid it, but the rest of Loud just got clapped. So now Olympus squad have a chance to fight back into this round. Kyodog just got vaporized there. Base tanking far too much damage, and the Lily was still in the bushes. Brabal is a problem that has to be dealt with.
This is where Loud are going to struggle, because they need to get Brabal out of here now into the realm. They're going to follow into the right-hand side, and just guessing that he's going to be there. And already he's looking over everyone. It's the 3v1 at this present moment. Something he's currently winning goes down now. This is where Loud have got to get back in the map.
No, the Lily's dead. This is the time to go forward, but they've given up 2 gems, or rather, they've given up the lead to Olympus squad. They've gotten up to 8. Brabal has hit another hypercharge. Kyodog blown to smithereens. Adino lucky not to be the target there. And Golden has a gadget with the heal attached. Firecrow can't get towards the glowy. And Adino's going to go aggressive, tries for a Screeching Solo play. I respect the tenacity, but that damage gets shrugged off all too easily by Olympus squad. Kyodog's going to come forward here. Hypercharge just needs to build a super. That could be impactful, but Brabal is a huge issue. There it is, though. Meliodas taken down behind enemy lines. Up to 9 gems go Loud. Golden's going to come forward, but there's those last 2 back in his possession.
That was risky from Adino. I would have preferred to see that hypercharge used in the final push, but there is still time to earn more back even now. Opening up some space. They've got to go on the aggressive. They need to take down now. That he'll reach. I think the he'll even reach Firecrow on the right-hand side. And he goes down immediately. That was a chance allowed to actually rekindle what was once lost, and still were not able to come back with the goods to seal it. It's going to go the distance, it seems, so far, or at least for one more set.
Remember what I said about Lily? She's based. The pick played out pretty darn perfectly. Brabal, crucially, was able to connect a couple of hypercharged supers over the course of those multiple rounds to get those gems nice and dropped. Glowy's also kind of busted. Really powerful. The fact that you have a brawler that has a heal, that can do damage, that has a dash, that has a stun, all built in. Plus, there being a burst heal component on the dash makes them really hard to deal with. You can't run at them, you can't chase them, you can't leave them alone, you can't outrange them a lot of the time. Golden as a healer, 403 DPS. Pretty good.
Very strong 16 kills on that Lily that you really looked forward to popping off, and
Good.
Rebound did indeed. Regardless of all that though, Olympus Squad didn't look too happy in their camp just now. They're still so locked in, they still have to go a long way. It has to be sweep at this point to still make it to the grand finals. This just now has been the first set though Loud has lost today. It always looked a bit shaky in the quarterfinals. They dropped a game in every set they won, but it was a 3-0 in the end. This is now looking a bit shakier despite Olympus Squad playing with the subs.
I feel like for me, that set was just so heavily dependent on Reboa just going absolutely nuts on the Lily.
Yes.
And they can't have that in every single set in which they can try to win against Loud. It's going to be a team effort. And, you know, they can't always guarantee that those assassination-based brawlers are going to be even available when it comes to the draft. So if that's how Olympus Squad are trying to win themselves over Loud here, I'm just not still sold. I see a bit more of an overall team synergy.
Hideout, though, obviously a bit more of a wider map. Some longer sight lines here. We can really start to work in some of the sharpshooters, but I'll remind everybody, Pierce is global banned. Mortis is going to be the pick up straight away here. I do like this a lot. It basically says, do not pick Ruffs. We will absolutely clap you. But, you know, Bell's also been banned away, so you have to go further and further down the list of sharpshooters. God forbid there's an RT pick here. Let's try and stay a bit more entertaining than that, guys.
I was waiting for a Kaze first pick. She's banned out, so Mortis is doing the same thing as her, picking up that blue star at the beginning. And usually in Bounty, if you can pick up blue star, then lean back, charge your supers, don't go down, you've won the set already. Let's see if Kaido can do just that on that Mortis. On the other side, we now come in with a lot of DPS, and that's exactly what you want to have into a Mortis. What I'm kind of waiting for right now, we have a lot of those supporters banned out here with the Glowy, the Byron out of the way. Gus would be still an option that is picked up so often. He's just a well-rounded brawler at the moment. Yeah, maybe Gus.
Leon, for me, is just being underutilized, and, you know, globally banned here is one of the best places for him. It's just a shame, really, to not see much of that particular brawler today. Bo going to come in, which definitely is one of Loud's biggest brawler picks. It's the number one in scrims, 76% win rate for them, so just taking it off their hands, I feel, is like the play in that regard. But so far, this Mortis is dangerous, but I feel at the same time they've got some good defensive measures already. Going to have something to either heal it, or I wouldn't even mind necessarily a Gene in that regard. I think it's still very handy, no pun intended, but just to have something of a helping there. Gus could be a good pairing as well. But certainly it's, that's what they're going for. Then it makes a lot of sense. Some speed as well, wouldn't mind it. It's a bit avant-garde, but, or again, that Gene would be a good combination.
Room for a tick here, potentially, or some kind of thrower. On these kind of maps as well, something that could punish the shorter range spike. You've got you've got the delivery system for the shield. Kyodog obviously can benefit greatly from the Gus. You can try and find something here that's just broadly powerful. Pick up the Colonel Russ for yourself. If you look across the map, there's a pretty decent use case here for that hypercharge of Ruffs. Decent damage, of course. Bounce those shots off the wall if you're a side laner and get a little bit of extra range.
We're going to see something aggressive also on the right-hand side now. Maybe a Mina, maybe a Kenji, just something to fight that Mortis. Left-hand side, we have two supporters. Ruff's just overall good. Gus will enable the Mortis to go even more aggressive. And again, they have the blue star, so they can just play it slow at the beginning at least. Right-hand side now, the SA special of the day. Pearl, a brawler we have not really seen in any other region, picked up today more often than any other. And Pearl, she's good into Mortis, I guess. When she has a super available, when she has the heat charged up to the max, she's going to do pretty well into that comp on the left-hand side. Let's see if this is going to be the comp that wins Olympus Squad another set.
I think, in all honesty, that's the three of the most boring brawlers you could have.
It's like, honestly, like my eyes are actually like crystallizing and falling out of my skull seeing it. I get it, honestly, but I really don't see how the Pearl furthers Olympus Squad's game plan. It's sort of just this something that you don't want to dive. Okay. That's fine. I think the bow here, obviously, with this now empowered Super Totem is just really strong in these longer rounds. The longer this bounty round goes, the more value, the more supers you're going to be generating off that gadget, unless Firecrow does like this, goes up and destroys it. Meliodas just clapped Kyodog's cheeks, by the way. That wasn't even close.
Yeah, and Loud were really just kind of leaving it wide open to happen. Firecrow and Athena just really focused on that right-hand side. And as such, his man, that's a lovely combo spinner there from Firecrow. And it would be enough to get the lead and the blue star and come back now as well.
He spun up in front of that life plant as well, not caring the world. I won't say he did the math to know that he wouldn't destroy the life plant, but still, that worked quite well in Firecrow's favor. It makes him look very smart. Right, let's double back here, of course. Is that field promotion for Adinho here? Okay. On the longer rounds, you've got something to try and answer Loud. I do respect it. Give Olympus Squad a reason to fight you. 3-star lead here for Loud, but they have no map control, and those sandbags are doing some heavy lifting.
Yeah, Kyodog just... It's kind of like he walked into that a little bit. Maybe could have been able to avoid it just a tad. Let's see, as it's still Loud in the lead with that blue star, but yeah, interesting choice of star power. I'm not sure I'm overly sold on it. They're not really hunkering down too much at the moment. They're just kind of split, so it's a bit wasted.
I mean, you don't need the wall break, I guess, because you don't have any real sharpshooter. Why would you want to open up the map wall for this bow, I suppose? Either way, his upcharge super. Adinho is able to get out of it just in time. Rabao here, though, could be a bit of an issue. Starting to spread a lot of that damage with the life plant to play from behind. Don't worry about it. It's completely ignored by that spinner gadget from Firecrow. Now, 2-star lead, 10 seconds left. Meliodas knows he's got to come forward and get aggressive. There's a hypercharge here for the bow. Firecrow's going to have to be quick to dodge away from those mines. He does avoid them for the most part. Where's the damage? Where's the kills here for Olympus Squad? Nowhere to be seen. Firecrow gives him a drive-by at the end of the round just to rub it in.
Meliodas there, popping hypercharge towards the end, but didn't even use it because he knows it's the worst hypercharge in the game.
Not great. It's not great.
It can still work. There's still some options here for Olympus Squad. It's not over by any means, but so far I feel like they're not rushing nearly enough. If Adinho is going to be utilizing this star power and the rush to be increasing that HP over time, then the counter to it really is just to kind of rush. And the problem with that is the Pearl can't really overheat enough to be able to go on the aggressive Kyodog though, below HP as a result of that first early blow. But, you know, it's not really a rush-based comp. I mean, Pearl's one of the slowest ballers in the game.
Yes. Very slow. There's Meliodas, unfortunately getting brought down. Kyodog able to find a second there. Might have been a Cookie Popper involved. And now field promotion starts to do its work, increasing that maximum HP of all of Loud's brawlers for as long as they can stand close to roughs. I mean, Firecrow was extra tanky for a time. That extra 2,000 HP makes a difference when you look to dive in. Kyodog's been zoned out of the fight and can't actually reach his Mortis with his super right now, but Firecrow doesn't seem to care because he has the life steal sustain of that life blood, and there's still a trade enabled by Loud.
Firecrow is just looking so dangerous on this boys pick, and it just doesn't matter if you play Spike for Olympus Squad. They're always having a rough game with it, so, I mean, at that point, you just have to go, do you know what? Let's change it up. This could be over in a flash. Kyodog there tries to get a hypercharge connection to Firecrow, 14 stars and the blue. It's still Olympus Squad. There's time here potentially to get a turnaround. If they can get some kills, Firecrow's going to pop all those mines like it's nothing.
Yeah, again, you can dodge out of the way of those mines before they detonate, so many of them get cleared by the Mortis. Still going to respect the bow's upfront damage here, but Firecrow chooses not to do that in this case. It's questionable, but still a 6-star lead here for Loud, heading into the last 30 seconds of the game. No supers of note here, though, for this squad. We'll have to work with them on their own. There's a Firecrow hypercharge picked up, and that allows for a 1-for-1. Doesn't necessarily favour Loud. In fact, they give over an extra star, but they seem to be happy enough trying to get the 20 stars to end it there.
Can be done for Olympus Squad here. They need 2 players to take down 7 stars is what they need. There's a couple here, 5 down, but Loud will seal it before it's even close. And that is it for Olympus Squad. They will not see the grand finals. Loud looking like a team to beat here today. They will proceed and already better their results of last month.
I'm sure just one more set of picking Spike and I would have been convinced. That's all I needed, honestly. I was so close. Just pick one more set. Unfortunately, Olympus Squad aren't going to have that opportunity. Cower definitely feels the bitterness of that result. Felt, you know, obviously incredible, I'm sure, taking down Eternal, but this is a tough wall to run into. Many have failed where they also have here. Obviously, your stats and breakdown. Firecrow just jumping into the back line. It's totally fine. He didn't even need to get those gust shields in the end, which is just, well, because Kyodog wasn't hitting them anyway.
Remember as well, Mortis was the first pick here. They had every chance to counter him out. They thought Spike and Pearl were the answer, but Firecrow just had a field day in this one. He just went in again and again, came out alive more often than not in the second round. yes, he did go down quite a lot, but with only 2-star, and he got the trade. So more often than not, he got the better star trade. Yeah, super well played by Firebird.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's a brawler which I can understand being globally banned. You know, in all honesty, we saw it a lot in the EMEA. I'm all for it. Mortis is the brawler which I'm more scared of, not the Spike. I don't really kind of feel like, since we've seen that kind of like Morby tuned down with the buffies that were just super, super oppressive when they first came out. That first batch was, you know, I can understand why Spike was so devilish then, but not really now.
One more set, and I'm sure the Spike would have grown.
One more set, mate. One
like
more
a
set.
mold or an infectious disease, it would have taken hold, I'm sure. Yeah, I just don't think, look, I think some of the matchups that the Spike is getting played into are really quite troublesome, quite problematic. And you could see how little that life plan actually did when the Mortis was stepping up and sort of bursting the Spike down before the life plan even died.
Well, let's see if we're going to see some more Spike action in our grand final. We now have the 2 teams set in stone who will make it, and one of them is Loud. They just made it through the semifinals this month. Last month it was not meant to be, and they're meeting New Height Gaming, who is on their second chance to winning a monthly final grand final.
Look, I think that this team is really quality. I would also suggest that they've come up through this softer half of the bracket. Going up against Acre Lovers, completely unknown team, the true dark horses of this tournament who didn't really put an impact on it. And then Elevate, who hey, looked pretty good, but again, I think is certainly a weaker team than, you know, your Louds, your SK Kalalises, your Olympus Gods, your Eternals on the other side of the bracket. So New Heights have had a chance to ease in to this tournament. They're going to have to prove themselves now in this grand final, whereas Loud have been slowly building that head of steam, and I think they're ready to reclaim the throne.
You know, my personal wish was that we get a new winner in each of the regions. East Asia delivered with Crazy Raccoon, EMEA delivered with Humble this month. And now, either way this goes, Loud or New Height Gaming's way, I'm going to be super happy. So I already won. Let's see our predictions. I do want to mention that, yeah, I'm a winner either way in the grand final, because I think I'm the only one who actually went with the underdogs in this grand final. These are our semi-final predictions, so we were all right in the grand final. Yes, indeed, you all go with maybe the obvious choice, at least the consistent team, the team from last year. But I really believe New Heights Gaming, they're so consistent this year. They made it twice into the grand final. Yes, they had the softer bracket this month, but they are unbeaten completely. They dropped a single game today.
That's true. I feel like New Heights Gaming had the easier opponents. Sorry guys, I've been hating on them all day. They're gonna have to prove me wrong. Loud, on the other hand, I think had tougher opponents. They had to rematch SK Kalalis in the first round. Yes, a weakened SK Kalalis. Then you also have Eternal as well, just like falling there early. I think has really opened things up for them.
Yes.
So I'm not quite sure.
Remember to lock in your predictions as well. You can still head over to event.brawlstars.com, lock them in to get these awesome rewards. I'm so close to getting that spray. I need to get this grand final prediction
Someone
right.
has to explain to me what the, like...
If you don't get it today, you can still get it tomorrow as well. North America, lock in your predictions today and get those MVP.
Why is it smiling and crying? Happy crying?
You don't
Why?
know the...
This is what it feels like when you
It's been a
play
meme 3
Brawl
years
Stars.
ago.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Also, it's at the center of Star Park.
No, I'm mad. Really? It's crying?
It is. Yeah, that's Star Park. That's the water feature at the center of Star Park. It's
okay,
because Star
totally.
Park is uncanny.
Yes,
Uncanny.
it is a little bit creepy. Okay, good to know. Crying.
You can get these rewards for locking into your predictions at event.brawlstars.com, and you can get rewards now this year for playing in the BSC in general Championship Challenge all the way through to our first LAN of the year. The Brawl Cup gives you events rewards as well. And yeah, talking about Brawl Cup, I think we have something for them. Yeah, let's have a look at it. Mark your calendars. It's May 15th and 17th. And yes, Uber will eat a hole.
I mean, honestly, you put some of that nice little mayonnaise you got out there in Berlin on there, you know what I mean? Some Jaeger sauce. I'll gobble it down.
Yeah. I-beam seems a little bit more appetizing with some sauce.
Yeah, just a bit of seasoning, you know what I mean? I tell you what, I will eat anything, literally, so save it up. Let's go.
Well,
Amazing. And we are eating well today overall. South America has delivered us 2 new potential winners of the monthly finals. We're ready for the grand finals. I hope you are too. It's NHG versus Loud.
New Heights Gaming, they've made their way through the bracket today without really conceding anything, but I feel like even in the quarterfinals, their opponents shot themselves in the foot with some mistakes here. On the other side, Loud, of course, had their side of the bracket opened up with a loss early on from Eternal.
Yeah, look, I do think that this New Heights Gaming squad have the quality. They demonstrated it last month. That's all well and good. I think perhaps I don't know, the rest of the region, especially those in the other side of this bracket, have managed to step up a little bit. Still, look, I think that we saw some really good drafts. I think made great use of the bow. We saw that picked up a number of times by these guys. I think Prozy's looking extremely good. New Heights Gaming should have what it takes to give us a close game. We haven't had any of those today. They've all been 3-0s, they've all been 3-1s. So let this one go to 5 and I'll be happy. But I do have to believe in the dynasty that is Loud.
Loud did at least drop a set today, not so on a New Heights Gaming side. They didn't drop a single set, a single game against Acre Lovers. These are the picks that we've seen from Loud in the semis just before. Pearson, Ems, their global match bans. Again, they're the same global match bans also in the quarterfinals. We saw Mortis twice, and against this team, maybe you have to ban him. Firecrow's too good on this brawler.
It could be a wise target ban for the team. Maybe that's what you do with your match bans. You also see getting rid of Pierce. Ems, very typical. Pierce, kind of a different story. I feel like it's so counterable with the picks that they went with that Mortis reliably. I don't think they really had to be so concerned about Pierce being an issue.
And this is New Heights Gaming's run, of course. It was a 3-0, so a little bit less data to go from. They're globally banning Spike. So still respecting the power of that brawler with buffies. You notice they've tried to pick up the Pierce themselves on occasion. They've also gone for the Crow. The Crow being something that Loud has actually banned in 3 out of 4 of the sets they just played. So don't expect to see much of that in this series. Charlie is a global ban. This could be map pool dependent. If we have a crucial Brawl Ball map relatively early on in this set, this might be why. But that one's a head scratcher.
I really liked that they had Spike and Mortis global banned before. That would have been an excellent choice against Loud as well. Instead, they're going to go with Charlie. That's definitely an interesting one. And from Loud, we have the same global bans each round. Ems and Pierce, they do not like these brawlers. 88% for Loud this time around. I think more often than not, our viewers have been right today. So let's see if Loud actually take this one.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm siding with the 88% here. I think that Loud has this one in the bag. Let's talk maps. We're starting off on Sneaky Fields, then Dueling Beetles, Bell's Rock to follow. And if it's not a 3-0 affair, we'll make a visit to Safe Zone and Shooting Star. I'm still thinking about that Charlie. It is still sticking in my memory. That as a ban, I feel like is pretty much to open up aggression for them. I think New Heights Gaming really want to be able to deliver something to Loud's backlines.
Yeah, I mean, BB and Bull are both left open. They're slid through the global bans. Let's see if they're actually going to be banned out. We just saw the first map is going to be Sneaky Fields, and tanks are usually good on maps like this one.
Yeah, I also think that Charlie can be quite annoying to deal with in Brawl Ball. We mentioned also on Dueling Beetles. We've actually seen it picked up a little bit in the past, but it's always so composition dependent. So I think it's a great read. You've got to be expected to see brawlers, to run it down, or that New Heights are going to pick those. But we've seen the Mortars picked up consistently by this Loud team. I think they're happy to play brawlers that run at you as well.
And now I can't wait to see the grand finals. I hope you're ready too. I'm super, super excited that we're going to kick things off here on Brawl Ball. Brawl Ball always has been a fan favorite, and now it's going to be our first map in this series. We're on Sneaky Fields, my bad. A very bushy map, also all about mid-control. Ems would have been a really good pick on a map like this one. Spike and Charlie too. Let's see what's going to be the first pick here instead for Loud. As I mentioned before, BB is still open. Bull actually banned out.
I mean, they're banning Shelly, so they're going to try and pick a tank bowler straight off the rip. No Charlie. Now, obviously, with no Shelly, yeah, Dog is going to be making sure that they can benefit from the global ban of Charlie with their stopping power. Great start. I do think that there's plenty of room to answer this with a tank pick of New Heights' own, but they have answered some of the counters to them, and they've also taken Bull off the table. They must have expected Loud to have made this first pick.
I completely agree. I think this is New Heights Gaming. They banned Bull, one of the best ways to counter BB, probably the only way to counter BB reliably. Oh, but here it comes again. The buzz to deal with BB. Stun her. You're able to shoot that torpedo so quickly that she's not able to wind up her knockback in time to react unless you're doing it from like max range somehow. No one's telegraphing it that hard. Now, I wonder if we could even see Anita come in. Usually it's a response for Bull, but it lurks in these bushes so effectively that I want to see this potentially as a way to deal with the BB. Could also get a thrower in here depending on whether there's wall break from Loud.
So far, it really looks like, yes, they knew BB is going to be picked up here as first pick. After good answer, decent answers, we saw that Boss versus BB matchup before. Now on the right-hand side, they're choosing to support that BB even further. That poker is going to come in handy. Left side, I would open up the map at this point, honestly. Ross would still be open for that. And yeah, as you said, Nita could also still come in here. Has been picked up quite often on this map. She doesn't have the highest win rate, but I'm sure you can make her work somehow.
I do think that the Poco pick is a double down on the tank setup here for Loud. They do know, obviously, that Gale can be quite problematic, but we've seen Gale picked into the BB already and not really on its own able to provide enough. And now we are going to have some very big, bulky bodies on the map, empowered by overshields from that hypercharged Poco Super. This is going to be a very hard composition to blow up, to damage down. And when you draft Gale, you don't have a ton of damage in your comp anyway. That's a brawler that really is there for its utility.
But you're making Kenny happy, who is unfortunately not here with us today, but he loves this brawler.
I know that Kenny was tickled when he saw how frequently Gale was picked in EMEA, but no, folks, this is not EMEA, and I just wonder if the Gale's going to be able to succeed here. I feel like into Poco, it should be fine. Into BB, it should also be fine, unless she's able to peek around the corners effectively. The Primo now should be also very useful for dealing damage to that BB. Should get in close range, toss her up in the air. Plenty of stuns to interrupt her attacks, but you're also going to be feeding damage. You have to keep that in mind. This is going to be an interesting one, Uber. We see Loud in the grand finals. It feels like it's where they're supposed to be. New Heights Gaming making a return. They got second place last month, now gunning for #1.
Seeing New Heights Gaming in blue at the bottom of the map, already getting run over. Adinho able to make great use of these bushes to build a super. And here comes Bruce. Looks pretty funny with this Stranger Things skin, but make no mistake, that bear is all about throwing hands. Big map control here for Loud early on in the round, but Prosy will have a chance to spawn back in.
Prosy on the right side, equipped with that super, wants to get up close to someone. Is he just going to go for the entire team? You honestly could get away with it, as Primo lets Firecrow approach him and then knock him back. Still waiting for that opening. He doesn't want to feed Adinho, but he's just going to go for it. The stronghold on the left side, obviously going to get knocked back, but now he has a hypercharge still as a takedown. Now the #1 defender in Brawl Stars is eliminated. Firecrow can pass this one up and have a walk through, but Wesley has gotten his super in time. That could have been a goal for Loud if they'd lined up the super properly. A total missed opportunity.
That great twist to use there by Wesley, allowing them to maintain possession of the ball. Okay, that's not great. Adinho here with a Super Bruce waiting in the wings, of course. That hypercharge can be pretty darn deadly. Loud, though, really not rushing this, are they? Here is the Super Bruce, though. Prosy going to be taking damage from that straight up, and also that overshield is going to be hard to break through. The damage just isn't there. Screeching Solo gets some good pressure down on Wesley. He's already made use of that Super, and Loud just want to bully their way through. They got to respect the buzz here, and the ball gets past Winona, but eventually it'll be a Loud goal.
That was a worthy attempt from New Heights. I feel like the better move would have been to super that ball right down the field, just throw it away. Instead, tried to dribble it forward, and then also miss the super. Here comes the hypercharge and the reaction from Wesley. It is hypercharge for hypercharge, but Firecrow has a bunch of HP and movement speed. Prosy's going to be the first one to act. The heals come in from Kyodog, and everyone from Loud remains alive. This is a fully defensive comp from New Heights Gaming. They have offensive potential, but they're finding themselves so much more frequently on defense.
They have no damage. They just don't do damage. Ready. Prosy trying to step forward here, but having to make use of a point blank super, and there it is, Loud. Get their 2 goals and take that first round away. It feels like New Heights never really got into the map.
No, not really. They, stepped up to the plate in the very first pitch. They kind of existed there for a while and were promptly moved back. It's challenging for them to get mobility. Like Gale is good for defense, Primo's good for defense. Buzz is good for defense. Yeah, no wonder they stayed alive there so long, but no wonder they also were mostly there. This is promising, however. A pass up to El Primo, no pushback, no stun. Easy one for Prosy before they feed too much utility to Loud. They've gotten the advantage.
Okay, allowed to have supers though. This Bruce should let them at least get ball possession. Another super here from Wesley. Now, there's going to be a lot of Gale supers in this game, but they all need to be quite impactful, because as soon as you give Loud a break for those goals, they will convert and score.
This could be an alley-oop. No opportunity. Fire Crow took up space at mid. Prosy will be able to get the kill. No, Primo to assist. Now he's just going for Primo. It was an easy kill for Edinho because Primo's just not on enough health to deal with that. And look how much Winona has been forced back by that bear from Edinho. Easy to kill, but you have to respect its position. Hypercharge now, and the stun has been cleared away from Coyote Dog because he had that gadget. It's going to be an easy take of mid for Loud. They just have so much ability to cancel out stuff from New Heights Gaming.
Okay, there is that over shield from the Poco. Nice dive in there though by Prosy. Good damage in the end. Able to find two. Fire Crow gets suplex back, and Prosy's able to take him down. That's going to be 2-0 here for New Heights, evening up the set.
Wow, and just like that, things have flipped around. Difficult to track, honestly. Primo had so much forward momentum. As Primo, you have enough health, you have the knockback to jump on the entire team and get away with it a lot of times because you cycle that super so quickly off of your melee damage that you can chain supers together. It's one of those brawlers, unlike Mortis, for example, where you can dive into the enemy team. See Loud take up space early on. It's going to be a swift victory for Fire Crow, but the ball is nowhere to be seen. Wesley managed to toss it forward. Coyote Dog and Edinho both thrown into the air by the Twister, but it doesn't change the outcome. It's still mid-position for Loud.
Firecrow's in a great spot to get free damage here. Look at that, already pops the vitamin booster as they come forward anyway. Start swinging. There's that faux fur here, making it hard to break through Bruce. Once again, Loud have all the map control, and Kaidok was able to avoid that Gale super as well. Firecrow slips through, takes down the Gale, and gives Loud an early lead.
As long as the depths are staggered, Loud is able to push through, okay? As long as they're fighting way optimal matchups. Look at this, Wesley gets a ton of pushback. It's gonna be super cycled as well. Whoa, interesting bubble. Oh, now it's a respawn. Wesley trapped in a box full of pain. Winona needs this stun. He's gonna get it. No, it's completely missed and a walk through for Edinho. Set one to Loud.
Nice conversion there from Loud. We did feel like they had the better composition. And like I said, as soon as we see one underwhelming blustery blow from the Gale, it's over. All that happened to Loud was they were slightly inconvenienced, some gum on the bottom of their shoe, but then they simply ran it down and scored that second goal to take the set.
Yeah, coming into this, we posed the question, is it wise to leave BB open? Do they have an answer to it? It was immediately first pick here for Loud, and the answer was Buzz and Gale, and it was not enough. We clearly saw that. I'm actually so surprised they made it work in the second game.
I genuinely think that this was the best reaction from Loud, though, because you see mechanically how they executed this. Poco was on point with the nullification of those stuns. You see Primo jumping in, but especially Buzz.
The Buzz
those
jump,
stuns. Yeah, look at that. You can see it right now. Coyote cancels it out. This is a goal opportunity right there. Prosy didn't manage to interrupt things too much either. It was a mechanical difference. I feel like New Heights Gaming picked something that, like, wins on paper, probably won versus most of their opponents, but Loud is not most opponents. They are singularly above the rest.
I was trying to look, I was like, wait, is this just the Buzz gadget that doesn't give you the stun? No, they were all natty supers, and all of the stuns were getting cancelled out by protective tunes. That's a gadget that we don't get to talk about enough, and that was incredible work from Kaidok to make sure he always had it ready.
He also always seemed to have a super available. Honestly, that poker really popped off. The whole team of Loud did. And I think this was decided in the draft. I don't know how New Heights Gaming even made it work in one of these games. I did not see any chance of them winning this set, honestly. I was already done with it after the first game. Now we're heading over to Dueling Beetles. Let's see if they're going to draft a bit better.
Look, I look at that draft from New Heights Gaming. I think they got what they wanted, at least in terms of brawlers on their side. They just didn't really react enough. They didn't adapt in the moment. You saw, like, Gale running the slow into all of this beefy stuff where you probably should be running the stun, but it's the same deal. Probably going to get canceled out by Poco. Let's talk draft here on Dueling Beetles. The Ziggy is banned out. He's probably the best brawler on this map. And a first selection of Lou, execution-heavy brawler, but an execution-profiting team.
Leon is left open.
I think the Stu ban is super interesting. That feels like a brawler that is a go-to for Loud, especially on these hot zone maps. So maybe concerns about leaving it over, but they do need to find a brawler that has the evasive potential to have that staying power. Finks is an option, right? This is the kind of map that could be a little bit harder to go with that with, just because the walls allow for throwers to be a bit more annoying, something that Finks can mitigate with his super, but not quite as easily. Powerful brawler in the Mina picked up here for Prosy. Amazing in a side lane, and when they need to actually go in and fight on the point, they're one of the best to do it.
Into the Lu, you probably want to break open the map. He's just going to throw down super, and you all of a sudden have no way anymore to come into that middle, or you can't hit your opponents hiding in that little corner. Opening up the map would be my way to go here. I guess they decide with something else. I would have definitely picked up a bow at the stage. They're going to go with Chloe. He is a super strong brawler. He is global banned or banned most of the time. So yeah, Chloe and Mina, pretty solid comp. Is it going to be good into a Lu though?
Yeah, because Mina is able to avoid those shots from Lu. I want to point out that Stu is one of the greatest ways to deal with Lu because you're able to dodge those shots back and forth. So they wanted that Lu first. That's why they banned out the Stu. Very a thrower coming in. And a great support can also like be quite aggressive with his super. So they're going to go for persistence. They want to outlast what New Heights Gaming has to offer. I think that Mina is going to be lacking on DPS. Same could go for Glowy. Like he can do a lot, but around the walls it's going to be troublesome. So unless they decide to now pivot to something that breaks open walls, that Barry's going to be a big issue.
In the past, it was Ash or Meg that used to get paired with the berry on these hot zone maps, right? A tank that can really benefit from that healing. Kenji fills a similar role. We actually saw Berry Kenji but even back in 2023. I think SK Gaming were trying to play this comp a whole lot on hot zone. So still decent. Kenji, of course, has fallen off a bit. Isn't quite the powerhouse that he used to be. Also, you know, a hypercharged super that also got tuned down after that was considered very powerful. And I do think that New Heights are in the wall break plan here, especially because Glowy wants those wider sight lines anyway.
I'm surprised it's Kenji and not Mortis that we've seen so often from Loud today, and he has a buff. He is super strong in the current meta. On the left-hand side, once again, they don't go with the wall break that we suggested with the bow, but they're still going to follow that strategy, and I think that's exactly what you want to do. If you have a Glowy on your roster, you want the map to be as wide open as possible so they can't hide behind walls and break the line of sight.
I think Bo, like, you know, as a wall breaker can be useful, but not really one that's in the order when you want something that is there to break walls. Plus, Griff gets it for free right off the bat, so it's pretty useful. Also, are you going to put mines on your own side and like hope that someone trips over them? No, not really. Look at Fire Crow on this Kenji. Immediately wins the Mina matchup. That is why Kenji is here. He outlasts Mina. She really, really struggles in this particular 1v1, and she was solo on the right side with no assistance. However, New Heights Gaming has actually taken quite a bit of room on the point. No issue for Fire Crow. He's going to continue isolating these 1v1 interactions. Aggressive in from Adinho. Pops Wesley back and gets the kill. Loud now all over this point. They have that super down to deny positioning for Winona, who's stranded on the right lane.
Yeah, big commitment there for Adinho. Even winning with a gadget for that extra little bit of knockback and pressure. Firecrow here should look to try and get forward if they can. You can see how annoying Glowy is with the map fully open. Hypercharge super there from the Mina. Adinho ceases to exist, and Firecrow has to get out. There's a real window here for New Heights to play through.
Fire Crow healing up quite a bit. The right side now has been open with Kyodog taking down Winona. Fire Crow gets another elimination onto Wesley. It's only Prosy. He would like to get forward with the windmill and create some space, but it's just not happening. Going in solo, now opening things up to his teammates, getting obliterated by this hypercharge, and a kind of waste of a hypercharge from Winona as well. Didn't do anything for his team. It could have been used for a retake.
Yeah, it's just for damage from behind the wall. I do get that that's what makes that hyper so good. Nice resets off the Mina supers here, but Adinho is able to survive, and Wesley gets stunned up before he can complete that kill via tether. Another super here. In fact, from both the Lu and the Kenji. Louder all over this, like moss on a rock. It's not close.
Just a 100-0 outdraft for Loud, if you ask me. I'm going to be very impressed if New Heights Gaming manage to make a comeback here, if they can find any way of doing this. Also, did you notice the Kenji sticker on the back of Firecrow's tablet? Like,
nice.
A little bit of foreshadowing, maybe a context clue that we didn't pick up on. But man, he has been quite something on this brawler. They're going to send Prosy on the right lane once again. It's exactly what Firecrow wanted. Got the sticker of the brawler that he's playing at the moment, but Winona was ready to rebuff him, and same goes for Prosy. The damage from Glowy is in. Loud forced off at this point.
Yeah, a lot of healing obviously being gilded by the berry. it's still a little bit half allowed to sort of play forward. Still, Kaidog's able to build up a super in that last engagement. Prosy going to be getting resets off those supers. Be very annoying, knocking Loud all up and down. And Dino though goes forward. Man, he knows how to play. My goodness, nice berry pressure. He goes straight after the Mina's able to pick them up. And Fycro now can play amidst the ice cream puddles and get that healing that he needs.
Cycled super also for Adinho allows Firecrow to stay alive even longer. Oh, near impact there from Firecrow. He's going to have to wrap around the bottom because Kyodog and Adinho are getting pressured way too hard by this almost invincible duo of Wesley and Griff as he circles around the top, wants that super to really properly clear things out, and it would be the best time to have it right now. Hypercharge active from Mina, but it's a huge hypercharge from Lou. Prosy forced all the way back, and Firecrow actually pursues way too long, but it's fine. Loud have the positioning on the point. They don't have the utility to stay here alive, so they're going to have to back up and wait for Firecrow to catch up.
Just the stuns here are insane from Kyodog. Really connecting some very impactful supers. Firecrow should be able to go after the Glowy here easily enough. Powerful as Wesley's brawler is, they are alone. Winoni here's got a hypercharged super, hoping to cycle it, but only getting that one hit. Now the wall break will be used to deny Firecrow that safe place to play from. A Prosy's down yet again. This is an open and shut case. My goodness. Send him to jail for this draft. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Loud go up 2-0.
Excellent performance here from Loud. I think this one was decided after the P's and B's were all complete.
Jail. Immediately. Go to jail.
It's pretty gruesome there. I mean, New Heights Gaming, this is not the New Heights Gaming that we saw in the quarterfinals and the semifinals. Heck, they made it through flawlessly, and now they haven't managed to get to anything yet.
Yeah, these are the first two sets to actually lose today, and both of them due to a draft that is a little subpar. I feel, yeah, Glowy's super strong, but it's just not that good on the map like this one. Lou was the first pick, and Lou, for me, was the MVP despite FirePro getting the most kills here. Kaidog was cycling supers like crazy, and even if on the left-hand side, New Heights Gaming was in complete control, they were almost in spawn of their opponents, they had no chance of actually standing in the hot zone.
That is just so much damage from a Lou. That is not right.
No.
New Heights got clapped by the Unk comp, bro. That is so nasty. And you saw so many of those hypercharged supers coming up at really timely moments just when it looked like New Heights were getting ahead. And there were some times that early in the round, things were going pretty well for New Heights. They were surviving, they were getting some point percentage, but it wasn't uncontested because Loud was still there. Loud was still accruing capture percentage as well. There was at no point really that New Heights had that solo control out of that space. They never really won a fight.
And it's exactly what I said coming into the draft. Yes, Glowy and Mina are super strong brawlers. Why wouldn't it work? It's not going into the Lou. The Lou is just cycling his ults like crazy. And again, even if they had full control, all members of Loud actually being dead, there was still a Lou super on the map and they just could not collect any percent.
What do you think about the Mina gadget choice here? Because instead of taking the shield that could actually let you play up the map, you're taking the gadget that resets your super when you hit it, which seemed good. There was some super cycled, but there was no follow-up on any of them.
I feel like either it was a definite error or it was an attempt to deal with that Kenji matchup, because you're pretty much slated to always lose that Kenji matchup as Mina. Another thing I want to point out is that, hey, this was actually really good gameplay from Kyodog. It's not usual that Lou is hitting all these shots.
Yeah,
not
it was
into a
sick.
Mina either. No, this is just a mechanical diff also from Loud. So draft is not in your favor. Mechanics are not in your favor. What do you even have at that point? You need to lock back in and get a grip, because you have to win 3 sets in a row now, New Heights.
Yeah, Kaidog for me, the MVP in that last one with the Lou first pick. This time around, New Heights Gaming has the first pick for the first time in this grand final. Remember, first round it was BB first pick by Loud, and she absolutely popped off. Second time it was Lou being first picked and completely obliterating his opponents. Now let's see if New Heights Gaming can make this bow count.
Okay. I think that, look, if you want to play a longer set and get plenty of supers off your totem, that's fine. Bow is pretty nasty and pretty effective at some sort of range. Can really bully some brawlers out of the map. But this is pretty face up. I think you're also dealing, don't forget, like, we're dealing with a team in Loud that has one of the best sharpshooter players, I would say, in this entire region. I think Fycro is insane. So,
Mighty meat treat that'll keep
but
you on
instead we're
your
going to play the complete opposite.
Oh
the Doug.
no, is Gray open? Oh no, it's not. So what are they getting at? Are they going to go Janet? What's the idea here? Look, I see potential for someone to take damage, and then Doug heals them up, and then they get the Doug hypercharge, and then what do they do from there? If you're playing Doug here, it's either an indicator that your opponent has made a critical error or you're trolling. I feel like in a grand final, they're probably not trolling. We don't see them like smiling and stuff, like they're not taking it seriously. Ziggy also incredibly good here. Usually a high priority.
Where's the
wall break-
DDS? The Doug delivery system.
I
don't see
like
one.
Janet, last pick.
Okay.
But are you going to win that range matchup? At least they have the ability to react, but picking up Doug early on, I feel like that's a red herring.
I kind of feel like they were just taking away the dog, honestly. Dog and Bo
Really?
is such a good comp because you get your super from healing your teammates. So they kind of had to go with the dog. They picked Dandy Ziggy that is just super, super strong in this map. Lou's going to be picked up on the left-hand side now. Yes, he's super good on Hot Zone. What is he doing on Belt Rock? I voted for NHT to win this one. They looked super strong today, and they also made it into the grand finals in February. I want to take them at least a set because they're the new bloods, you know? I want some underdogs to win something, and I felt like today could have been the day.
They want anti-tank. That's why they lose here. They're worried about the Doug walking up on them. But what's the last pick supposed to be to round
Is
us
this
out?
really your best?
Okay. That's fine. I mean, at some point, it does look like New Heights are going to want to try and take the fight here too loud. Kaze's great. Fanstorm has such a wide range of ability. You've got gap close with Fist of the Brawl Star. There's a lot to like about this pick.
I feel like we're just going to see Kaze aggress this Ziggy, and then he's going to fall back into his backlines, and then what? Maybe he'll pop the gadget to keep her moving forward, make her movement predictable. We cannot overstate the power of Ziggy. He is a phenomenal thrower. He churns out DPS. Having that super in the endgame is a win condition. Kit now
and Dog.
appears. Wow. I'm
Kit
here
and Dog
for
is
it.
something we've seen, I believe it was EMEA. I'm not quite sure. A very oppressive comp. Once the kid has super available and he gets it over time automatically, Doc can just walk up, form his own super, and nobody can kill this duo. Also, like you already mentioned, Ziggy's super strong, and they have a thrower. We have nothing really to break open the map completely. Bo, a little bit once he has a super available, but yeah, I think this is chalked, honestly.
Really?
Fingers crossed. I want New Heights Gaming to win a set.
It's a very spicy comp, I think, honestly, from this loud side. Also, New Heights with a bit of a weird one. Can the Lou stop this Doug in his tracks?
I'm certainly hoping so. I don't want this one to be Loud walking through New Heights Gaming into a victory. We need to see them put up a fight. Last time New Heights Gaming were in the finals, it was last month. They took second place. They lost to Eternal in a 5-set series. Loud could make it end in only 3. With Loud falling back so far, it's looking a little promising for New Heights Gaming to see how much Wesley has moved back just by the threat of those attacks from Ziggy. Loud still standing together as a squad. They have one super on their side. It's the Kit. The more damage they take, the closer Doug will get to a super of his own.
Oh, Edinho just needs the gadget here. Cardboard box, move on up, get connection off that super. It would be curtains. Here's Edinho looking for a way forward. Rosie, is that an option? No. Firecrow inside the Fanstorm. Unbuffed. There's the dive on Winona. Is the trade good? Oh, it's better than good. Kyodog now, V Wesley in the 1v1. It is Doug. Throws it up inside that field, and Kyodog says, I'm not going to bother.
Really interesting. I guess he wasn't interested in feeding that super and hypercharge back to Lou. I feel like that was quite winnable for him, but do they just have the confidence that now that they have this Doug hypercharge, they'll be able to sweep through 2 rounds in a row? It must be. I don't see any other reason why he would have run to the poison.
Here comes Procy. Fanstorm again made use of. Much of the map control given up here by Loud. We're still waiting to see what the plan is supposed to be. We've speculated. We've guessed as to what Loud's win condition is going to be, but now it's time to actually deliver. Upcharge. Dino misses the jump. Ugh, this is doo-doo. Kyodog trying to run through that field. Dino caught outside of the open. That is a first round here, convincingly to New Heights.
Weird, underwhelming, confusing. We could talk of use all kinds of synonyms for this. What is Loud doing? They are capable of playing something controlled into this, okay? They're capable of drafting this. Instead, they decide to, sandbag, basically, go for this Doug and Kit strat, and then it seems like Doug has a hypercharge, and he could just win that interaction versus Wesley, opts not to. Bizarre.
All right, again, they're forced out of the map. Again, there's 2 sideliners here for New Heights, a good range. Wesley and Winona, respectively, are annoying. Loud have to get out of the Fanstorm entirely. Okay, Dino. Yep. Okay, there's at least traded out there. Nice connections there by Firecrow. Ziggy does have this super. pretty impactful when the gas starts to close in, but there's a question of whether or not this game will go that long.
Yeah, well, Doug is a survival expert, so if he can make it to that stage, then it's looking pretty good. Also, note the wall break. Fire Crow just aborts. Decides, nope, we're not going to screw around with that wall. We're staying awake because we really need that one for defense in subsequent rounds. They have at least one more round to win. If they can get this one, it would be even better.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just spelling it out.
They're going to go straight back to the wall, though, and end up having that destroyed. But hey, Firecrow just needs one block. He's like an enderman in Minecraft. You wouldn't believe what they could do with one block. Winona is going to be in trouble. Flattened there by Kyodog, who does seem this comp is very powerful when the gas is close, but now they'll have to start the round with the map opened up.
Okay, is Ziggy going to be the one-block wonder? Nope, he wants the bedrock on the left side. It's unbreakable on the right side. That's the combo we needed to see. There's a guaranteed kill on the right. Now the Ziggy Super is in. That's going to slow down Winona if it catches up with him. Looks like he just barely made it out of the way. But a 3v2 is pretty much always a death sentence at the professional level of play and knockout.
Yeah, we see now just quite how powerful this combo is. Just getting that extra damage field around your kit makes it guaranteed. Winona, upcharge Super. Okay, I like what you're thinking here. Dino's able to get out of the minefield, though, and Kyodog did pop Super. Still was going to respect the mine damage. There's the dive. Surely this is it.
Oh, yeah, that's got to be the dagger right there. Looks like Doug caught up just in time. Otherwise, maybe Bo could have escaped with his life, but you're just not winning that 1v2. That is the duo. That is a centerpiece of this composition. Ziggy's just kind of here to, you know, put on a bit of showmanship and some flair, get some damage out there.
And zone your opponents away as well,
Yes.
because you are going to give some map control up, and throwers are the kind of brawlers that can allow you to get back into that space, or at least, you know, prevent your opponents from running over you. So, now we see what this comp can do, but it requires a Doug hypercharge. And Loud need to build one of those before they lose the set.
Okay, this gadget from Ziggy's going to be pretty effective at keeping Wesley and Prosy at bay, but now they have to wait for that thing to recharge. Meanwhile, Adinho, this lurking fear on the right side, it could be some damage, oh, but not quite. Really hasty. No one was in position to take advantage of it, though this should be a kill on the right side. Wesley's making his way away. Just barely avoids the super, and Kaze is going to get the execution onto Firecrow on the right side.
I mean, it all starts with a bit of a dodgy dive from Adinho, doesn't it? Okay. Loud say, it's fine, it takes us a couple rounds to build up this hypercharge, so we'll be back, no worries. They had to play from behind here, though. Kyodog does have hypercharge at the ready. Matter of building the super, which is pretty trivial for the Doug.
Just has to take some damage or heal his allies. Here's the hypercharge from Prosy. It's going to force everyone to scatter. Now it's time for Dinho to move. Had to guess where the enemy's going to go. Well, he's blinded. He's in the fan storm. And now it's completely wasted. Excellent move there from New Heights Gaming. But Loud on their backlines will be taken down at match point. They can't get it done. In such a weird draft. Why did they choose that?
It just takes a whole lot. There's so many moving parts. I think I kind of get it. If you want to try for that kind of strategy and you're already 2 sets to 0 up, you go for it. But boy, you need to be able to land these kit dives. Now, some Adinho missed Natty. Some of them, obviously, the fan storm made it impossible. He had to literally guess where his opponents were, and he had no choice. That Doug hyper was on him. He had to go and had to try and make something of it. Unfortunately, there's just too many fail states for that kind of composition. I'd like to imagine Loud would want to close this series out with stability, looking solid, looking like the team we always knew them to be. But that one was a stinker.
We have at least a set. New Heights Gaming, I want to thank you here for your time, your draft this time around. I wasn't a big fan. I thought it was chalked, but thank you also, Loud, for giving them a chance. I'm so happy.
I think I do think if Loud got the bow, it's mega cooked, right? Those supers get built up so easy for the Doug, but that's fine. Look, I think those fan storms were really, really, really important there for Prosy, and understood that was part of their win condition, making it so Adinho did this, just missed his dive. Even with that Doug super, there was an answer. Wesley could slow them down. You know, New Heights did draft the Lou to make sure there was a stopping power, some stopping power for the Doug, but you can see how it's not perfect. You can see what this Loud comp can do. But it really felt like the stars had to align.
Loud outdrafted themselves here. They went for something cheesy and then failed to execute with it. New Heights Gaming just knew what to do against this. You don't make it this far without being able to deal with like weird stuff that teams that are not as good as you try to pull off to get an upset victory versus you. But this time it's Loud. The execution was not there. I think they nerfed themselves with such a rigid composition.
The round was close though. I think the bow was at the top of the map at like 100 HP at the end of that last round. And that's why everyone's like, it could have gone either way. But it would be nice to see Loud try and be decisive in finishing up the series, you know? Just
I don't want the 3-0 finals, honestly. I like me a really good close map, or match in total. So I hope to see maybe even a map 5. Let's see if New Heights Gaming can push it all the way to set number 5. First up, they need to beat them on safe zone. I would like to see a reverse sweep personally, also for the sake of my predictions, and because New Heights Gaming, again, they're the new bloods, and so far in every single other region, we have seen some new faces on the block. East Asia, not quite. At least they have better men now in 8th division, but other than that, not too many new faces. But still, Loud has always been super strong. Last year already give space to some new teams. They did that already last month. Now they're super happy to be standing in the grand finals, and if they win today, at least we do have a new winner also in South America.
I'll tell you this, though. I want Loud to win story-wise because I want to see the return to form for these players. They placed top 8 at Worlds last year. Now they come in and they get taken down in a semifinal? That's strange, okay?
But then we have a new eternal seconds in New Heights Gaming. That would be pretty sad too.
I mean, sure, but I want to see the top dogs in the region like stay on top and stay reliable.
Yeah,
I want to see the consistency.
I want to herald an era of South America not getting utterly clapped at international tournaments.
Me too, yeah, because the furthest they've made it was, what, top 4 in 2021 with INTZ?
Brawl Cup was, they did okay at Brawl Cup, right? I think Loud were, reasonable there. But yes, I mean, INTZ obviously, but that was an event kind of shrouded in controversy anyway, because INTZ was like the online factor, you know what I mean? Like, there's an asterisk even next to that result. Like, I want to see these guys kind of deliver what they've been promising the world for so long.
We are on safe zone, Kaz on the left-hand side just for that damage, going in aggressively, and it already worked quite well for NHG on the previous set. We have Penny and Bell on the right-hand side. I love this comp from Loud. They have so much damage with the Penny turrets, so much control with Bell. 8-bit is a brawler that is picked up quite often in this region, but he can't possibly pick him up into the Bell, so that was a very wise choice here from Loud. On the left-hand side now, Bo could still be an option once more. Or just go with the aggression that Bull offers, of course. We
safe zone, yeah.
Once more have Bull and BB left open, and they're always brawlers that could come in handy.
Charlie, Cord, like these are ways to deal with the aggression. Penny would ordinarily punch right through all of those spawnables, so you don't really have to be thinking about that anymore if you've gotten it for yourselves on Loud. I see big potential to counter this from Loud. Now, New Heights Gaming, of course, they have another selection of their own. Byron is going to keep those aggros alive and healthy. But what about the defense? That's my biggest question. I see a lot of damage, and I don't see too much in terms of, like, if something gets on top of my safe, then what am I doing?
I don't know if Loud have the comp to race yet, though. They do need some high DPS. Charlie's not an option because she's been globally banned. So yeah, I mean, okay, there's damage. That's pretty good. Yeah, 8-bit is someone that can race quite well, but is not mobile. Can certainly struggle to catch onto Kaze with a lot of these shots. Bull in the face of 8-bit is also going to be a little bit of a problem. I am not sold about this Loud setup.
Penny and 8-bit both need their supers to really do well, and they play into 2 tanks, so at least those supers are going to be available in no time. And we have seen a Penny pop up last week also for Humble in that grand final. I really like the comp of the right-hand side there. Left-hand side, it all just revolves around those 2 tanks actually making their way to safe. Loud could close things out here. What we want to see is that fun.
Okay, I want to see, how these tanks do close the gap. Firecrow, Salty Barrel there used straight away. Prozzy picked off. And Winona has to find a way in, but Firecrow's in a pretty annoying spot here on the right.
Yeah, and he's not a brawler you want to feed either. Prozzy's going to do his best to circumvent these attacks, but it's not happening. Winona in, attempt at damage, but completely rebuffed. Now Firecrow's in position, and the turret is active. Needed to lock onto that safe, which it is done. And now as long as he can play D around this right side, then it looks great. Winona now killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh, never mind, doesn't get the takedown on Firecrow. The Salty Barrel was enough, but at least he got rid of those troublesome walls that Penny wants to hide behind.
Okay, Prozzy is behind enemy lines here, but notice that he's very defensive setup. Yeah, just setting up that damage-boosting turret in allied territory. Here comes Firecrow, should be able to finish off. Now there's going to be a hypercharged turret. This one is the scary one, folks. Now, 2 bombs per salvo being fired off. Prozzy doesn't really have anywhere safe to stand with those incendiary fields burning.
Hey, it's a good thing that it's targeting him, though, because it means that it's not on the safe. And if Wesley makes one misstep, then he could not only be taken down, but allowed that turret to target the safe. Loud now suffering some damage on their side. Prosy is marked up. It should be just 1 or 2 clips for Nadinho to take him down. Guessing at the position, firing away at the right side. Wesley also with a hypercharge in. It's some pretty serious damage, but on the home front, it doesn't really get that much better. Firecrow's been allowed to set up his turret on top of the safe.
Yeah, that's going to be cleared, but will be. Prosy takes care of it now. Close game, but New Heights do have that lead. I do think they're a little tanky. Nest egg popped out here by Kyodog. Wesley trying to get into the map now. Notice the super being flashed by the 8-bit. There's a lot of damage at the ready for these longer range brawlers if Loud can get in position.
Firecrow, without those walls to hide behind, is looking a lot weaker. It's going to be a mark on Wesley that forces him back. It's exactly what we needed to see for Loud. New Heights Gaming taking so much damage. This is a base race now. If Bull can stay alive, everyone rotates back onto defense. It allows Prosy to push in, and it's an open eating frenzy for New Heights Gaming. One game from going to set 5. I don't agree with the rotation of defense. I feel like if they committed to offense, they could have won the base race.
Quite possibly. I think the Bull is obviously pretty problematic up close. I don't love the comp from Loud. I think that obviously Penny quite potent here on the high space map, but your turret has to lock onto the safe, and you need a longer route for that turret to really get your value. New Heights are trying to deny that with these all-in plays. Here comes Winona, eats a nest egg, pops that shield, causes he drops low, and it's going to get some nice little incidental damage on the safe. Hey, 10% essentially for free. That doesn't suck.
No, not really. And New Heights Gaming, I think, have identified that, hey, look, we need to have Wesley on a tank as much as possible. Ooh, nice gadget there from Nadinho to keep himself alive, but Winona doesn't seem to have any reservations about pushing in, or he could just use the super on the right side. No, not quite. Defense mode for Loud. And, of course, the T-Bone Injector is going to keep Winona alive for a much longer period. It takes 2 brawlers to get rid of him, but Wesley is in deep danger. Kyodog or Nadinho could take him down. Prosy is punched through on the right side also, so Penny's going to have to get back into position. It is delayed Loud's offense.
I mean, Loud are behind, very behind. Kyodog has hit the safe once. That is the only offense that they've been able to put together here. That Bandstorm as well, it's annoying. If the edge will tickle the safe if you place it properly. This one was a little bit too deep, so no free damage off that. But still, Loud need to get busy with some of the safe damage.
Nadinho with the teleport forward, opts to go for a defense versus Winona, but he kind of has to. Prosy and Bull are all over the safe. Winona, despite being marked up, still boasts 10k HP. Kyodog in close range, goes for 1-2 shots. Wesley with the delayed super, no healing there, but still tons of damage. Meanwhile, on New Heights Gaming safe, it's like Loud are just starting off the game. They haven't even gotten the first shield broken open.
Yeah, they are, though, in a pretty strong position. There's going to be a window of time bought, though, for New Heights as that knock comes in. Loud are on their last legs. The moment New Heights actually make a break here, this could be over. However, you're starting to see how impressive the Penny can be, and that Fanstorm is being used to damage that turret down, but it's not enough to actually remove it. So the hypercharged turret is still active, but here comes Winona. Surely now's the time. Yes, go, kill the safe, just beat the crud out of it, and that'll do it. Loud have decided they'd like to play maximum Brawl Stars in this final.
I still don't really get that 8-bit pick, but you got to give credit where credit is due. New Heights Gaming bringing us to set number 5. It was a match point in set number 3 for Loud. Now they've been dragged kicking and screaming to what could spell their doom in one final set. I still don't really get it. I've never really been impressed by what 8-bit has to offer here on really any map in modern Brawl Stars. Really slow, so much emphasis on defense. Look at all the damage Firecrow's churning out. Like, they just had no aggro, basically. They had a solid setup in game number 1 where Firecrow locked onto the safe, but once the wall was broken down and Winona got rolling, there was no stopping.
And look at that safe damage from Winona. Definite MVP for me here. He got a couple of kills, but he pretty much just focused on damage, and that's the objective of the game, at least in Heist. We, have New Heights Gaming prolonging this when we go all the way to set number 5, but they still had so many mistakes. Prosy throwing a Kaze ult not quite on safe.
That's
when does that ever happen? And then Wesley throwing his hypercharge with Byron too late to actually keep Winona alive on the safe. Just maybe a bit unfortunate, but yeah, so many mistakes on both sides. I want to see the best possible Brawl Stars now in set number 5, and I'm super happy that we are going to go all the way. That's what a grand final should be.
Yeah, I mean, when you saw the Bull being drafted, your first reaction was, oh, well, there's like Cordelius, there's like Charlie, obviously globally banned. Instead of going for an option that actually answers the Bull, you go for an 8-bit, someone who can be run over pretty easily by that. Is amazing if you can set up shot and have a damage boosting turret in front of the enemy safe. In ideal circumstances, it's fine, but the comp really didn't have any teeth. And when your 8-bit is spending half of the game defending, or more than half the game defending, like, you do not extracting value from that pick at all. There are so many options you could have gone for. Other sort of control type brawlers. The Belle does well enough, I suppose, but she does not have the burst damage to actually put pressure down on the ball. So I think the comp was horrific.
And I think they picked up the Bell, or I thought so at least, just so the opponents wouldn't have the 8-bit. You usually don't pick up both of them. But yeah, it is what it is. Loud is giving them another set, if you want to put it that way, with that 8-bit pick. So far, this grand final really all comes down to draft. Let's see who wins the draft then in Shooting Star, a final map. We're going all the way to set 5. I'm super excited that we do get to see as much Brawl Stars as possible, at least in the grand final. In South America so far, we only had 3-0s and then 2 3-1s.
They get to first pick Kaze here as we head straight into Shooting Star, which is huge. Obviously, instant blue star. The Mortis instead was actually banned here by Loud, which I would have thought as a pick they might have tried to go for on a bounty style map. Leon and Angelo joined them, but there's still plenty of those powerful sharpshooters on the table. Double Mortis ban.
I think what Loud are trying to do here is just stabilize, normalize, bring things into a draft where they can just go for sharpshooters, basically. Now, Kaze, of course, is in here, and I feel like it's, yeah, a pretty valuable first pick just for getting that blue star, but in terms of defense, you don't really have that much to offer. Also looking at Jean for being banned out, usually a pretty strong duo for Kaze. Can heal up, but also can be a pretty strong operator on defense. So Loud are setting things up for last pick. Gus is really consistent. And generally, like, look, if they don't want to go for something aggro last, then they can just pick another sharpshooter. Like, Gus isn't a hard commitment. I feel like just playing based on skill is the method for Loud right now. I feel like they have the mechanical skill to just win this if they can make it a control game.
I saw the cards and it was like, oh, Byron and Gus are both open. It would be so good if they had it on their side to help the Kaze out. Unlucky for them. But Chloe's also open, and Chloe is a pretty good brawler, as we have established quite often today. We have the momentum definitely on the side of New Heights Gaming now. They just won the previous 2 sets. On the side of Loud, losing 2. Can they turn things around all of a sudden? There's the 8-bits again and Bell. This combination is just another SA special today. I'm surprised to see 8-bits outside of Heist, and it did not work out on Heist. Can it work out here? They have nothing to actually help out the Kaze. Again, Byron, Gus, great options to play alongside her. Chloe's open.
Well, look, what this communicates to me is that they wanted the 8-bit so badly that they also drafted one of his biggest counters. Like, for a long time in Brawl Stars, this
Take the Bell.
Yeah, this has been a duo. It's pretty, I think, well established that you take 8-bit and Bell at the same time if it's like not banned out and you want to pick up the 8-bit. So, Meeple final selection should be able to box someone so they're less of an issue, maybe move things forward. I agree with this guy as a sharpshooter. Also makes things more difficult for Kaze, who wants to get up close and juke out these shots. Meeple shots are way more difficult to juke because they auto-win.
Quick answer, who has comp? Ready?
Huh? I think this is a Loud comp.
Yeah, me too. I just don't think there's enough here to facilitate for the Kaze. And I know like why we like 8-bit and Bell, but I'm not convinced. Loud also could have picked up a thrower and caused them a whole bunch of problems. But Mansions is powerful, and that Meeple superhero Dino's playing is pretty busted.
Okay, Blue Star over to New Heights Gaming. They have the lead. They can keep the lead throughout this set. Will be a brand new victor in South America, upsetting some World Finals grade players and righting the wrongs of last month where they fell in second place.
I hate to be hard on them, but I do feel like Loud being in this position is somewhat their fault. I think they've allowed the game to get to this point. So I'd like to see them try and land the plane here because they looked a little bit wobbly. I mean, I'll throw it back to that knockout draft. That was questionable to involve at this point in the series. Still, Blue Star, obviously advantage for New Heights as they have the Kaze in their team, and Prosy can play that much more aggressively right now, knowing there's no Meeple super in play, but you still got to respect his Byron damage.
Okay, Hypercharge super from Winona on the right side. We'll see the box down. Does that really help Loud? I'm not quite sure. Maybe kept Winona from pushing any more forward, but I don't think he was planning on it anyway. The 8-bit turret is down. You don't really want to approach this left side. Serious damage on a Prosy, and now Loud get to fall back on a defense. Wesley thankfully does have a super that he has earned. He can move that forward. It'll be an easy takedown for Edinho and crew as they annihilate it with a responsive Meeple super. Prosy on the right side picks up a kill. It's looking great. Sightlines disrupted. A little damage onto Edinho. Not quite the kill that they wanted. It's still only a 1-star advantage for New Heights Gaming. It really could be anyone's game in the final seconds.
Funny because Edinho couldn't step out of the fan storm where he would have died. He was about 100 HP, so I think that tick damage would have got him. So he stays blind and stays alive. 1 star in it, folks. Blue star with Loud here. They've got to come forward. We know they're a threat. Look at all the nest eggs that have been set up now. And a Mantis of people used to, I suppose, cover up that Bell location. The Firecrow, yep, that damage is going to bounce between Edinho and Firecrow. And the ladder actually falls here. Oh, that was doo-doo butter from Loud. That was not good at all. Conversely, though, I've got to say, New Heights, excellent job with this Kaze. Even without a comp designed to specifically facilitate for her, she's still able to get value.
I just expected the Blue Star to be taken back at some point and then the defense to be there. The individual lanes to be so playable. But Loud retreated so hastily, they found themselves backed up against the wall with no other moves. It's going to be the Blue Star once again. Finally, Prosy is boxed. Nothing really for Edinho to do, but Firecrow can get a bit of damage on a Prosy. It'll be a slight amount of health restoration as Prosy changes back into the Geisha aspect. New Heights Gaming, pretty much where they want to be. They saw themselves getting this Blue Star and falling back on a defense. It would be preferable if they had some utility, but they're slowly farming it up.
You are watching a reverse sweep in progress right now. Loud have certainly taken their foot off the gas after those first couple of sets here, and I think New Heights are starting to put the work on, despite us all believing that Loud had comp. I mean, the gas looks good here, the Meeple's very reasonable, but the way that New Heights, Prosy specifically, have been able to get into the cookie jar has been incredible. Now Loud have also just impaled themselves on New Heights' spear by running into this damage booster, which is going to be really hard for Edinho to clear. He cannot simply throw down a super onto that wall. This damage booster is here to stay.
Okay, Prosy using his dashes to get away. Now the gadget down, but no super to match. You've trapped Prosy and not really much else. 50 seconds to go. Loud only 2 stars behind. A kill on Prosy would really be everything that they wanted. It's Blue Star tiebreaker, it's the 2 stars, and they've got plenty of damage. Now New Heights Gaming backed into a corner. This would be the time. Now they have to be aware of all the nest eggs dropped on the left side. Oh my gosh, no kill confirm. I mean, it drops people pretty low. This would be the moment. Edinho's got Prosy trapped in jail. That's one. They get a kill on the top side. Loud could run away, but Prosy knows it's time to aggress. Coyote takes serious damage. A kill on a Prosy. Loud running for the hills. One more push possible for New Heights.
Very timely super there for Coyote as his back was being shot at. Now Loud have done enough to get themselves a lead. They can give up a bit of the map, but they've got to respect this 8-bit damage booster. Firecrow is down. There's only 2 stars now. Loud really have to be careful here. 3 seconds left, but no real way to go after Coyote. Not with a not with a gust shield, that's for sure. Loud get themselves the game back after looking lackluster. They finally managed to make this interesting.
Okay, weather update. It might not be a reverse sweep in progress. It comes down to one crucial game. And there's no overtime in Bounty. There is only a tie-breaking Blue Star. 2 minutes from now, we will find out who is the victor of the second monthly final here in South America. Is it New Blood in New Heights Gaming, or is it the old guard of the region in Loud?
Mantis of Meeple doesn't catch anyone, but Loud use it to surge up on either of these side lanes. Edinho clearly wants to be aggressive, to try and get the better of this 8-bit before he gets a damage booster set up. Coyote here was crucial. He used a cookie popper to destroy damage booster last round, by the way. That's just how problematic that is. But this time, Loud quickly take that map control. This is where Meeple becomes extremely oppressive. Super, though, doesn't quite connect on the Prosy, but enough damage from Firecrow does. That is some sharp shooting from the Byron player. Winona also has seen better days. Wesley needs to check himself and not overextend here, but Prosy might have seen an opportunity to come forward. Edinho falls. Another missed super there from the Byron, but no harm, no foul. Loud still ahead by the Blue Star.
Loud, they're going to stay on the aggro. They know this is where they want to be. Oh, no way! Wow, I can't believe that Hypercharge missed. It was just barely off the mark. Loud still have the advantage, and they have position. Oh, but they've given it up. They're retreating big time. They know they don't really have the Byron super anymore to act as a threat. That kill confirm that it often is. We'll at least see a Meeple super that proves to be pretty threatening. And could be Fire Crow wrapping around the top side. Wesley is there to punish. Prozy's trying to make a hero play. That's going to be the kill confirm for Loud. They're now 4 stars in the lead with the blue star.
Fire Crow might be 0 from 3 on supers this round, but at least he hits the shots when the Kaze walks up on them. That's tough for Prozy. Also a Cuckoo Popper there. Some extra damage found on the Kaze. You know what New Heights' game plan is, folks. They have to run Loud down, and Firecrow's going to respond instantly. Throws that super down. Prozy is in trouble. Picked off. Kaido wants to go aggressive with that bubble of his own, but now a hypercharge pop just for raw stats? Question mark. Loud are falling behind by 1 star. How are they supposed to make up this deficit? They've taken the game. They've taken the series, and they've thrown it out the window. Despicable behavior from Loud. What a result. A diabolical ending to the series that ends in a New Heights Gaming reverse sweep.
Mountaintop achieved for New Heights Gaming. They fully live up to their name. And from this altitude, they get to look down upon Loud. Front runners in the region from last year, now reduced to a 2nd place team. At least it's an advancement over last month. Reverse sweep indeed. In a set 5, they can complete it. And they can avenge themselves from last month. And look at the emotions also from New Heights Gaming. I feel like even they can't believe it. They were at the brink of defeat and still managed to bring it back.
And this is what we wanted to see. The grand final going all the way to the last set. Double match point and a lot of happy faces of the winners here. Congratulations to Prozy, Winona and Wesley. They are the winners of the March monthly finals in South America. And how well they played here once again with an 8-bit that we doubted, but it worked so well. And you know what's interesting? As soon as they started putting Prozy on the Kaze, they started winning. Every single time Prozy was on Kaze today, they won the set.
And we came into Shooting Star, and that's the first thing on my mind. The Kaze was, you know, like you mentioned, there was some mild gaps in the previous heist round, but Kaze looked good there. I thought, you have to, if you're Loud, you have to ban this Kaze. You cannot run headlong into it. And even though we said Loud had comp, and we said that because normally you want some elements to support the Kaze. The Gus, for example. Well, you know, and it feels like New Heights picked both the Bell and 8-bit because they felt like they had to. They didn't want to get counterpicked there. But despite there not being a structure to make life easy for Prozy, it didn't seem to matter. He played fantastically there, and again, it's tough to dive into a Gus comp, you know, when you're playing Kaze. Like, you might get knocked back, you might not have the damage, but so, I mean, yeah, look these looks on Loud's face. Like, that is a horrific throw. You know, as much as I want to talk up New Heights, because I think they've played a stunning series and have had the mental fortitude to fight through, that is a disgraceful throw from Loud. I've never seen something like that before. It's filth.
Yeah.
And I ask you this exact question. Who is comp at the beginning of this round on purpose? Because you two just did not want to believe in New Heights Gaming, especially you, Reddy.
Yeah,
look,
you were the...
I've been the biggest hater today, and I will say officially, New Heights Gaming, you have a new supporter. Loud, that you know, they still reside in my hearts as favorites, but I got to put my faith in the new blood. This is what I said. They're going to have to win it all to win my support, and not that it matters that much, you know, not to be too self-important, but they do finally have my support. I will officially acknowledge them as front runners in this region. Thank you very much.
He's gonna leave me hanging.
I saw him denying it. I didn't want to leave you
Was that for me or for...
Do we want to talk about these predictions real quick?
But why are you shaking my hand? You're the one who won. You're offering the hand.
I'm
but...
like, fair game.
Just dap me up, bro.
Good job. Good
Wow.
job.
There we go. Good job.
I'm super happy. What can I say other than that? Let's have a look at the bracket. Just again, rub it in once more. Who is the winner of the Soul?
New Heights. I mean, are you? Yeah, I guess you.
We're tied on Preds.
Ah, there you go. Because you didn't quite win that outright. I mean, this shouldn't happen. I'm sorry, this should not have happened. Loud looked so solid. I had a lot of confidence and faith in them, I think, because of the games they played in the run-up here. And they're 2-0 up in the grand final. And everything they've done in those 2 sets looked really good. They looked really solid, dependable. The comps made sense. The execution was there. Everything was working beautifully. And then New Heights, obviously, I think they stayed in there. They showed like some real grit underneath a lot of pressure. Like you're down, you have to reverse sweep Loud. Like that's a lot to ask for. And I think Loud helped them a little bit. Just gave them a push in the right direction, you know? Some weird comps. So that kit comp, the kit Doug comp,
New
bit
Heights
of a
Gaming
reach,
takes
right?
this one, and this also means I now get my spray off the website. If you haven't locked in your predictions just yet for tomorrow, better do it now. Enter brawlstars.com. I have New Heights Gaming winning it all also there, so I'm super, super happy about that. Let's have a look at what we've seen today overall in South America. These are the most memorable plays.
Let's talk about it from today. It was New Heights Gaming versus Acre Lovers. This is where their journey began, and bit of a, messy moment here. Acre Lovers, they made a bunch of mistakes. I feel like New Heights Gaming, this is where they lost me a little bit. I was convinced that there was no way they'd be able to take it overall, but they surprised us later. That was an interesting move also from SK Kalalas, who had seemingly fallen from grace, especially with the loss of Prosy from last year, who wound up winning the monthly final today.
Yep. Guys kind of cracked, honestly. I think that we saw some good signs from this Elevate squad. Looks like they were showing some promise. The return of Tufa, right? The 2-for-1 special coming at us here through this track. Unfortunately, that story wasn't to be, but I do kind of hope we still get to see a bit more of Tufa over the coming months here. For me, I think this New Heights team are legit. I think you're right. They've done enough to prove themselves here. I also think that Loud have turned up now as reminding us that they are a legitimate force in this region. They just fell short this month.
They did fall short this month. New Heights Gaming fell short last month. It was also a 3-2. I think it would have been heartbreaking if they once again come out almost at the top and get second in the end. Really, really excited to see South America also coming out with another winner, the third one in a row.
That would be crazy. If I'm going to bet on anyone, I'm going to bet on Loud. I'm going to die on this hill. I really think they have the makings of a team that is worthy of taking number one. Just they lost in a 5-set series to New Heights Gaming again, I guess.
They're through the game. But, I mean, again, I do think there's some depth in this region, right? We're looking at 4 or 5 teams that could win it all in South America. It's what I loved about last year. I'm glad to see that's still present.
The most picked brawlers of the day we're gonna look at next, because we have a different meta in every region. I think that's just beautiful.
It is really nice. I've said this a few times over the course of the day. The dojo, the regional meta, always so interesting to check in and see what's going on. There's no doubt it's going to be different from the global meta. Whoever manages to make it to Brawl Cup is in for a bit of meta whiplash.
Chester was the most picked brawler in both East Asia and EMEA, and he's not even showing up in the top 5. That's crazy to me. Let's have a look at the most banned brawlers, and yeah, there he is. That's why he's not the most picked.
Yeah, look, Crow and Leon as well getting a lot of attention. Ruff's also getting banned pretty heavily, 75% win rate. But yes, the Chester, just such a solid opener that doesn't telegraph too much of your draft. Is such a good first pick to go for. And he's got a hypercharge that is the nukiest nuke I've ever seen in a sort of an arena game like this. So good option, and so many teams have tried to take him off.
Global bans is also something that is different in every single region so far, which is so exciting to me as well. EMEA banned out that Glowy, I think 6 times out of 7 matches in total, so only the grand final in the end had Glowy actually left open, with a very similar picture here in South America for Spike and Bull.
Popular brawlers. Bull made a lot of sense. Spike we saw win maybe half the time, but Bull was almost always a win condition.
Yeah, I feel like it was different. It could have been knockout, right, or heist, where we saw the all-in potential, which Bull always used to do, right, on pit stop, for example, right. Still very powerful, so I'm not surprised to see him targeted. You can leave Spike open. I think Spike also might be doing more harm than good in some of these compositions. So.
Which teams are now on the way to Brawl Cup? We're just 1 month away. The March monthly finals are almost over, with North America coming in tomorrow. For South America, we have NHG and Eternal currently sitting in those spots.
If Brawl Cup were tomorrow, these would be your 2 representatives from South America, but Loud has looked pretty menacing, and Olympus squad also, I think, impressed us in the quarterfinals. They just haven't really managed to crack the top 2 like they need to get enough points to make it to the LAN setting.
Oh, look, I believe in these guys. They were also this same kind of dark horse team last year. So, again, that top 2 slot is going to be heavily contested, and Loud are only 6 points off of it there. So, still very much a race for Brawl Cup in SA.
The top teams are 1 step closer to the Brawl Cup, and so can you be. Get your tickets. you've marked your calendars. May 15th and 17th, there are still tickets available. No more VIP tickets, unfortunately, but still normal ones. And I want to see you in Berlin, all of you. We get some more Brawl Stars for you tomorrow as well. North America is coming up next. And I know, especially Reddy is going to be excited for that one.
Look, I just love my home region, so let's walk you through what those matchups are going to be. Initially, it'll be Team Electros versus Enosis Esports, then Vatic versus Tribe Gaming, with Vatic fielding a new roster. We'll touch on that tomorrow. Only Realm versus Legacy Esports. That's, of course, Only Realm bringing up a new roster, and Vicday, formerly Elevate, versus Zeus Esports in the last quarterfinal.
You won't want to miss it, so make sure to tune in once more tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching today, and see you soon.